We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds and it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner. Danny Sufi loses it into the first corner. We are underway and racing in the GT Winter Series, but already... Well, certainly it is difficult-looking conditions here as we welcome you to the 6 Hours of Portimão weekend. It is the third weekend of the Gillick Racing's Winter Series Tour of 2026. It's going to be a second round of the season for the Formula Winter Series, and those cars are going to be the first out on the grid for today. We have the Formula Winter Series action to bring you 2 races from them, 2 races from the all-new Sports Prototype Winter Series, as well as the 6 Hours of Portimão qualifying. That will feature GT3 cars, GT4 cars, and single-make Cup cars all on the grid. Myself, Adam Weller, here in the commentary box once again, and I'm joined, of course, by Andy McEwen, as always. We'll go down to Izzy Browning in the pits in a few minutes' time. In fact, she'll be on the grid, not on the pits, of course, for the start of the broadcast. But we are looking forward to seeing how, once again, wet conditions affect the Formula Winter Series, this time at the ever-undulating and always challenging Autodromo Internacional do Algarve here in Portugal. 4.665 kilometres, 15 turns, and now almost 20 years old. It's the 18th season of operation for this circuit. We'll legally be able to buy it a drink around August when it does turn 18. A little bit of rain has been scheduled for the next few moments or so, allegedly. That's what the radars are telling us, but we are expecting a couple of hours where hopefully the track will dry out a bit. Certainly those competing in the 6 Hour of Portimão will be hoping for some dry conditions. I don't think they've had dry conditions at any point so far this weekend when the 6 Hour cars have been on the circuit. It has been a little bit of a wet one so far here today. We had what someone in the pit boxes called a tropical depression. I'm told it's a non-tropical depression in actuality, but certainly, no matter what you call it, there's been a mighty amount of rain so far, Andy.
Indeed so. I mean, the conditions that we're seeing on our screen right now are infinitely better than they were an hour to an hour and a half ago. We had monsoon-like conditions, a really strong wind blowing across the whole of Portugal, really, certainly this area of it, and it was questionable as to how much, if any, on-track action we were going to get at all. A slight delay to getting racing started here this afternoon, but right now the track looks certainly still wet, but very little standing water, and conditions hopefully that the drivers will be able to handle and manage to a reasonable degree. Of course, the Formula Winter Series drivers had much the same story a couple of weeks ago at Estoril, didn't they? 3 races that were in one way or another affected by rain, and we saw particularly in the first and the last of the 3 races just how treacherous those conditions were for drivers, many of whom, of course, are making their first venture into racing Formula 4 cars. So, yeah, this is going to be a challenge for them, but they should now be starting to get used to the wet conditions, and the Portimão circuit, as undulating and as challenging as it is, does seem to have pretty good drainage systems in place. So, as I said, very little standing water. Wet tyres will be fitted to all of our Formula Winter Series cars, I am sure, and hopefully a good race will be in the offing. We certainly had some good racing here 12 months ago, I seem to remember, again in slightly changeable conditions. One of the races in particular was one of those sort of wet to dry thrillers that all boiled down to the final few laps. As I said, no real question mark over tyre choice in this one particularly, but who's got the setup right, who is the most comfortable in the wet conditions. That will be the deciding factor, I suspect, in this race. An interesting qualifying session earlier on today as well. Ethan Lennon ending up with the fastest time in qualifying, a 2:05.4, almost exactly a tenth of a second quicker than Dries van Langendonk. And really, there is no form book as such to go off, is there, Adam? Because the results were so topsy-turvy at Estoril last time out. We're still yet to really figure out who the expected pace setters are.
No, that's the top of my kind of headlines on my notes for this weekend, is that this might be the first clear picture of the 2026 pecking order, but then again, I actually don't believe it'll be the first instance of the 2026 pecking order being there. The cars then are down on the grid. Everybody is on the grid, including Izzy Browning.
Well, a very warm welcome down to the grid for the first time today, the first time this weekend for our first race of the day, the Formula Winter Series. And as the boys will have already covered, we have had so much weather around. This is really going to be a tricky day and a tricky weekend overall for the teams and drivers. We will give you the look down to turn one. We have already had the 5-minute board. I can see the marshals just preparing the 3-minute board, so we are going to jump in and speak to some of our drivers. And of course, we do have a new pole sitter today in the number 32 of Ethan Lennon. A fantastic qualifying for the Rodin team. He's just being spoken to by the mechanic, but as they finish, I can jump in. Well, Ethan, congratulations, a first pole position. Difficult qualifying in difficult conditions. How are you feeling ahead of this race?
I'm feeling quite confident. I've done a lot of preparation to get here, so yeah.
And you've got championship leader and teammate alongside you. Is it pressure, or go for this and just go for everything?
I think just go for it. Don't do anything too dumb, obviously, but just try.
Wish you best of luck. Have fun out there. Right, we are going to continue back. I think we have already had the 3-minute board. Yes, we have indeed. Apologies, very loud with the fan in the car, but it is championship leader Dries van Langendonk who is alongside his teammate on the front row. It was a fantastic qualifying session for the Rodin team. They've got P1, they've got P2, and indeed they have a P4, but here to join the party as well is the number 46 of Ari Bansel. Now, he's the reigning GB4 champion, and after a messed up quali last time in Estoril, it put him a little bit on the back foot for the weekend, but he still managed to get consistent results, and he knows what he's doing and will certainly try and get in with this fight this afternoon. It's going to be a really intriguing race, a bit of a game of survival in some places for these young drivers, but then we do have the number 77 of Alfie Slater. I can see the marshal preparing the 1-minute board. We might just get one quick word with Alfie. Well, Alfie, this is going to be a bit of a game of survival, I think, in some places, but a chance for you to show your true potential after the difficult weekend in Estoril.
Yeah, I'm definitely quick enough in the wet. I showed that at Estoril. Just got to do the same again now. It might be a game of survival, but who knows what could happen. There could be safety cars every lap. Like, you just can only do what you can do, and I'm just going to do my best.
Yeah, 100%, do your best. Have fun out there. Right, we will continue back just a little bit further because we do have a little bit more time. All the cars are just now starting to get ready for the race, but we do have the number 17 of Alexander Savinkov, and he was one of our race winners last time out. Who is going to be the winner this time out? Well, we're about to find out.
Well then, the cars are there on the grid, and well, we don't have to do any of that open speculation as to what tyres they're going to be on for this race. Let's be honest, this is going to be the wet tyre conditions exclusively. Ethan Lennon is our pole sitter for today's race. And as we alluded to there, he will be alongside Dries van Langendonk on the front row. Arie Bansel will be row 2 of the grid, the number 46 car, along with the 77, that of course being Alfie Slater, who we just heard from moments ago. Alexander Savinkov, who took a first ever Formula 4 win in, let's call them treacherous conditions, last time out at Estoril. He's joined by Theo Borenstein, the first of the Yenza cars, on row 3. Rocco Coronel in P7. He'll be a little bit disappointed to be out of the first couple of rows of the grid. He's alongside Ludovico Busso for Us Racing. Row 5 of the grid is Thomas Behrman along with Alexander Ruter. Arjen Kreling is next in 11th place alongside Noah Killian and All Us Racing row 6. Pedro Lima and Maximilian Kamalander in 13th and 14th. Roman Kamyab and Samuel Ifrid on row 8. Row 9 is Marcus Silkunas alongside Thomas Rudokas, an all-Lithuanian row 9 of the grid. Ella Stevens in her first appearance here in the Formula Wind Series and her first appearance in single-seaters point blank. She is alongside Levi Arn. Emilio Del Grosso on row 11 alongside Andre Rodriguez. Row 12, Leon Headforth alongside Zoe Florescu. Nicholas Cortez, row 13 alongside Vittorio Orsini. Row 14 of the grid, Abdullah Kamel alongside Victor Poulsen, who was hoping for better fortunes than he had last time out in Estoril. Philippe Rice is next on row 15 alongside Chiara Batig. Matilda Patz from row 16 of the grid with Alexandra Lauser and Ginevra Panzeri alongside Alexandra Loza, I should say. But we have a full quota of cars on the grid. We are going to have the cars rolling down now towards the start-finish line. I believe we're doing just one formation lap. All the bulletins on my screen suggest that it will be just the one. Of course, if it goes from dry to wet between qualifying and race, they'll give you 2 formation laps. But let's face it, Andy, these conditions have been something of a through line so far this weekend.
If anything, this is an improvement, as I said.
Yes.
So, yeah, I think they should be well aware by now of what the conditions are like, where the grip is. Portimão, of course, has a lot of these long, sweeping corners where you don't really want to go anywhere near the apex in these conditions, and those, particularly who are fresh out of karting, I'm sure are going to be well aware of that. So, fascinating race ahead. Both of our front row starters feeling that they had missed opportunities last time out at Estoril. Ethan Lennon, his best finish of the weekend was a 4th place finish in the middle of the 3 races, but his average finish over the weekend was somewhere in the 20s probably. He was 30th in race 1, 24th in race number 3. Even Dries van Langendonk, who had a couple of podium finishes, had a disaster in the last race when he mistimed the pit stop to get onto the correct tyres. So quite a few drivers looking for a more standard sort of weekend here and an opportunity to get some valuable championship points on the board over the course of the 3 races.
Yeah, exactly right. No one scored points in all 3 races at Estoril, and we had 24 cars take a points finish, which is more than the entirety of the 2025 season. It was fair to say we started the 2026 Formula Winter Series with a bang, and it was a bit of a damp squib, but not in that way. It was very exciting racing. The conditions were adverse, and we've got the exact same situation before us here as the lights start to flicker on and now extinguish. We are racing in the Formula Winter Series. Dries van Langendonk hasn't gotten off the line.
Ugh.
Slater as well. And one of the Van Amersfoort cars has collected the stationary Slater. Was that the 53 of Lima? I think it may have been. We're racing with the other cars, but at least 2 there stranded on the start-finish line. 3, in fact, after Lima was collected up. But at the front of the field there, I believe that is still Ethan Lennon at the front. Yes, it is. The 46, Arie Bansel in second. Behrman all the way up to 3rd place, along with the first of the Yenza cars. That should be Theo Borenstein, therefore, running up as high as 3rd place. But a dramatic launch. They're picking their way through. Now, the timing has stopped there briefly on screen, but no, we are still running to the clock. I thought maybe we'd gotten a red flag, but it's just yellows for now. I wonder how long that will last. either way, safety car has been deployed now. A dramatic opener to that race.
Yeah, that was such a shame. Both Van Langendonk and Alfie Slater had exactly the same thing. The car jumped and then stuttered, and they just didn't quite get the revs up enough, trying to control the revs, of course, in wet conditions, and maybe just didn't give it quite enough. And then everyone who started behind them on that inside line had to take evasive action. That slowed them down, and that's why the likes of Thomas Behrman really benefited from that. Behrman up to third, having started 9th on the grid, so a brilliant start there. The orange and black number 87 car looking good in these conditions. We saw Thomas in the thick of the podium battles here 12 months ago in mixed conditions. Now, with a lot more single-seater experience under his belt, he's going even better. Zoe Florescu is off in the gravel trap somewhere in the middle part of the lap, so that's another car now that is stranded and needs recovery. Some work already for the Portimão marshals to be doing.
Yeah, turn 3, turn 4 there for Florescu in one of the Campos entries. The Campos team, as always, doing a bit of a rotation with their driver lineup as the season goes on. You can tell which drink manufacturer was sponsoring that car 2 weeks ago. It is not sponsoring the car this time around. So we are under safety car conditions. The safety car will greet them, I imagine, in the pit lane, since that's the direction that we've been requested to go through. They're not going to go down the straight through the carbon fibre field that has created itself on the main straight. As they come across the line to complete the first lap, it will be, by the looks of it, Ethan Lennon who leads them. We'll count it all across as they come across the line, but the cars roll to the pit lane now. There is the 53, so it was Pedro Lima who ended up getting involved in that stationary car. It was Alfie Slater's car that he hit the rear of, and a shame for Pedro, because I think he showed some flashes of promise in the wet conditions last time out. So Lennon, Bansal, Behrman, your top three at the conclusion of the first lap, and there is still the stationary damaged car of Alfie Slater, which does imply that Dries Van Langendonk got going, doesn't it? So Dries is still out there and running, albeit right at the back of the field. Borenstein, Savinkov, Rocco Coronel, Ludovico Busso, Noah Killian, Alexander Ruta and Roman Kamyab are your top 10 at the conclusion of that first lap, with Lennon, Bansal and Behrman in at the top three. So 3 teams in the first 3 places, 4 teams in the first 4 places, as a matter of fact. And, well, we'll just have to see how long this delay will take. There's not, to be fair, as much strewn bodywork, really. The Slater car was mostly just suspension and tyre that took the brunt of the impact with Pedro Lima. So as long as the cars can be extracted fairly quickly, it shouldn't be too long of a delay.
Fingers crossed. Dries Van Langendonk, by the way, 27th after that opening lap. I did spot him in the queue. He's about 3rd from the back of the queue, yeah. So he did get going. He was sort of shielded slightly, wasn't he, by Alfie Slater's car, which was the one, unfortunately, that got collected. But Dries Van Langendonk did get going. But again, already this weekend, off to an unpredictable and far from ideal start for Dries, who for many people was maybe the early tip for the championship pre-season, and okay, had a solid weekend at Estoril. We'll still feel that maybe should have come out with more points from that one, but here this weekend, already off to a not great start.
I mean, you say that, but he's still 17 points clear in the championship coming into this round. So yes, it didn't go brilliantly in that he failed to score in the 3rd race, but he still had the best weekend of anybody. And I think even some of the other title contenders, Rocco Coronel, he won a race, yes, but that was it. He didn't score points for the rest of the weekend. A lot of drivers had tricky weekends, head-scratching weekends. Alexander Savinkov, of course, he's 2nd in the championship coming into today's race, courtesy of all of the shenanigans. He's on 31 points versus Van Langendonk's 48, and then 3rd in the points is Rocco Coronel on 26. So those guys setting themselves up, at least early on, at the sharp end of the standings. You can see everyone there just kind of forcing themselves into understeer there, just scrubbing some heat into the front axle under the safety car conditions. And this circuit, I think, is quite well known at this point for being at its most challenging when it's greasy. I mean, obviously everyone always says, all the drivers will always tell you the greasy conditions are the very worst that we can have. but I think that's truer here than some other circuits. It just really seems like this surface does not like this point of the drying process.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And again, I think some of that is because of the nature of the corners. These long, sweeping corners, you're really relying on the car generating plenty of mechanical grip. And the issue is when they're on a wet tyre, but there isn't a huge amount of standing water, the rubber blocks on the tyre just move around so much over the surface of the track and do not yield a huge amount of mechanical grip. So, yeah, challenging for the drivers in these conditions, but it does open up the door for some good side-by-side racing, as we've seen in the past. And just the layout in general here at Portimão does really lend itself to good, close wheel-to-wheel action. And in these conditions where drivers are sort of searching around for the grip, that is particularly evident. And that is the Alfie Slater number 77 car being hoisted out of the way. Still the field are being led down the pit lane, but I'm hopeful that by the next time they come around, at least the start-finish straight area itself should be reasonably clear of marshals and broken cars. Once they've got the Florescu car out of the gravel trap at the approach to turn 4, we should hopefully be good to go racing again.
Yes, of course, that is an extra thing to recover. I hadn't considered that, that extra element. Cars then head through the pit lane, back out onto the circuit again to start lap number 3. And while we do start lap number 3, let's take a look at the very start of this race where, well, the story on the left-hand side of screen is fairly simple. Van Langendonk just failing to get off the line. Slater equally, and also a third car was also struggling there, wasn't it? I think that might have been one of the other Us Racing cars, but Lima got a significant impact, didn't he?
Yeah, indeed, and so unfortunate because he'd come from the extreme left-hand side of the road, darted to the inside, obviously spotting a gap, and all of a sudden there were 2 cars stationary. I noticed another car that banged into the wall as well with its right-hand side wheels. That may well have damaged the geometry on whoever's car that was, someone midfield. So quite a few of them struggling to get off the line, and yeah, that is always cause for concern. Thankfully, a very wide circuit here at Portimão, so that could have been a lot worse if we'd been at more of an old-school kind of circuit, but still for 2 or 3 drivers at least, that spelt the end of their race. Going to be fascinating upon the restart, though, to see what progress those slow starters, particularly, of course, Dries van Langendonk, can make. And a fight back up through the field. That 17-point championship lead, of course, could quite quickly start to become quite a bit less than that if he's not able to make significant progress. And the more incidents and safety cars we have over the 30 minutes, the less opportunity he has to do that.
No, exactly. With Savinkov and Coronel running 5th and 6th, if they make some upward progress as the race goes on, that will certainly be a big talking point. One of the AKM cars there is quite a way back. Vittorio Orsini just heading back out onto the circuit. I wonder if Orsini may have been the party that you saw clipping the wall, whether or not he dealt with some damage, because he's only joined the circuit about a minute after everybody else from the pit lane.
Yes, it would have been somewhere around that part of the grid. I think it was his colours as well. So yes, that would
blue and white.
Yeah, blue and white. That's it. Yeah. So I think that possibly was him. It was very much side-to-side contact with the wall rather than on an angle, but it was hard enough that I would say it was worth checking the car over. And clearly he and the team agreed. Another lap behind safety car then to come, it would seem. Are they going to bring them back down the pit lane this time? I'm hoping not. I'm hoping this. Oh no, into the pits they come. Yeah. So still more clearing up to be done. And again, this all eats into that 30-minute race time.
It does indeed. 30 minutes plus 1 lap, and we're about to hit 1/3 distance, at least by time. 20 minutes and 18 seconds left on the clock as we speak. But the 32 car leading them around. Ethan Lennon, the South African driver, who made his first appearance in single-seaters with us at Estoril just a couple of weeks ago on what was his 15th birthday. His first day of testing, the Thursday of the Formula Win Series season opener. Day 1 was also his 15th birthday. Comes in with a winning record in South African karting, but certainly coming over to Europe and being able to make that big step towards what looks like a pretty consistent front-running level of performance from what we've seen so far. That's no small feat, and certainly something to be commended, and I dare suggest that Rodin Motorsport will be very happy with their South African Charger.
Well, they have a habit of picking good drivers, don't
they,
Rodin? And they prepare a very strong car, so he's got all of the tools at his disposal to make something of this, and yeah, not letting that opportunity slip through his fingers, is he? There is the Florescu car that is still beached. I suspect we're a little bit limited on recovery vehicles, and many of them were required to deal with the start line incident. So now that that's been largely dealt with, they're able to go and scoop that car out of the gravel. And it's not the first time this year, in fact, that we've seen cars, not necessarily Formula cars, but cars in general in Winter Series action, beached in that gravel trap. And it's easy to spin those rear tyres up coming out of turn 3, especially if you're on that rubbered up racing line and find yourself visiting the scenery. And she'll be hopefully able to learn from that for the race to come a little bit later on today, as the field round the top of the hill through turns 7 and 8, and cars weaving around to, as you said, try and generate some heat. It's a real balancing act, this, though, because they need tyre temperature, but they don't want too much tyre temperature, because once we get up to racing speed, the relative lack of standing water around the circuit is going to lead to a bit of overheating of tyres. So there's a fine line to be balanced here. You need to have the tyres switched on the restart, and that was a story we followed through those races in Estoril, wasn't it? Certain drivers seemed able to switch the tyres on more quickly than others, but perhaps then over a 15-20 minute green flag run, that sort of came back to bite them.
Yeah, quite right. So we'll keep an eye on that as it progresses. Something that we don't always capture when we're following the racing action. You just see in the background of that shot the rise out of turn 8 visible in the background, and any TV picture I've ever seen doesn't quite illustrate how this circuit is. If you just stand in the paddock, if you stand towards the rear of the paddock and do a full 360, you can see about 4 different points of the circuit just kind of appear on the horizon. It is a really special place, and in fact around turn 12, 13 and 14, the corners they're just leaving now, from the paddock, it looks like the cars are almost driving into the sky. It's an incredible location, the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and always exciting that we get to have not one but 2 bites of the cherry when it comes to this circuit. We're going down the main straight this time, so the recovery process has been, if not completed, certainly mostly completed on the stricken cars of Slater and Lima. And indeed, it looks like we are fairly clear. Hopefully Zoe Florescu's car won't be far behind either. Of course, so we welcome Zoe Florescu into the series. Unfortunately, we don't get to talk about her in better circumstances within this race, but of course she comes in with an amount of interest behind her as well. 17 years of age and a winner of the FIA Girls on Track Rising Stars program, which is kind of a development course, I suppose. Lots of different elements to it to determine who wins the award year on year, and has had a fairly positive tenure in go-karts, now looking to move up into the world of single-seater racing, and she's looked pretty bright and pretty positive in the paddock as well. I see some of the young drivers on their first weekend looking a little bit nervous. I've not got that impression from Zoe at all. Of course, she's had a rough start here in this race, but in general, I get the impression that she's very confident in her moving up the ladder.
Which you have to be, you know, it's such a flooded market in some ways, isn't it? Junior single-seater racing. Every year there seems to be a new junior single-seater series that you can go and prove your worth in, and you've got to stand out somehow, and sometimes just pure ability, you can certainly add a bit more to that by having one of those confident personalities and absorbing all of the information that you're given, and you know, this is it. It's easy for us to forget sometimes, I think, because we sit back and just enjoy some good racing, but this is a crucial moment in these young drivers' careers, and if they can attract the attention of the right people, however they're able to do that, then that could really be the beginnings of a long and prosperous career in motor racing, single-seater racing specifically. I'm sure most of this grid have their sights firmly set on the Formula One universe, and you've got to have a certain amount of confidence to be able to cut it in that environment, haven't you?
I thought you were going to say the Formula One cinematic universe. I didn't hear they were going to do a sequel. Okay, fair enough. Brad Pitt in an F4 car, would that be believable? Still double yellow flags at turn 2 and turn 3. So I think they're still in the process of trying to recover Florescu's car. That was certainly the case last time we circled by that section of the circuit. Ethan Lennon will be not sure what to think, really. He will be happy in a sense that he's getting to lead without any challenges, without having to fight off the likes of Harry Bansel and Thomas Behrman behind him, but of course he's a racer. He wants to be fighting for the positions. He wants to be up to speed. So we'll wait and see. He'll certainly be keen to get this race underway, as will everybody else, and indeed including even those maybe trackside. Zoe Florescu, now she's out of the race, she might want to see what goes on with the rest of the field.
I'm sure she'll be giving it a bit of a look, won't she, just to see maybe how her teammates get on.
Yes.
There is the number 2 car weaving down the main straight, Rocco Coronel, Van Amersfoort Racing, and looking to try and move up from there. Rocco Coronel 6th position at the moment, 2nd of the rookies. It's a bit of a rare occurrence actually to have so few rookies at the front of the field. I think we've got 3 of them in the top 10. I've seen some Formula Winter Series races in the recent past where you could reverse those numbers, 7 or 8 of the top 10 drivers sometimes being rookies, but in these conditions I guess the experience does show, doesn't it, particularly on that opening lap, and I don't think that's why it wasn't a huge surprise to see the likes of Thomas Behrman, for example, charging through the order, because he's had a little bit more wet running in these cars than some.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point, it was such an outlier. Race 3 last time out at Estoril with Savinkov, followed by Batigue, followed by Matilda Patz, all 3 of whom are not rookie drivers. Yeah. It was quite a head turn to go, oh, okay, wow, not a single pink name on the timing screen in the podium, denoting the rookie class. Incidentally, of course, Ethan Lennon is a rookie driver, so he's leading that rookie class at the moment, ahead of Coronel 2nd and Kamyab in 3rd place. Female trophy lead with Chiara Batigue at the moment in 19th overall. And of course, Chiara Batigue with that 2nd place in Estoril in race number 3. That was the best ever finishing result for a female driver in the Formula Winter Series. The previous best being Tina Hausmann's 3rd place back at Jerez in 2023, in the very early formative days of the Formula Winter Series, where there were a handful of cars, around 10 cars on the grid. So a great achievement for Chiara Batigue in what was a very difficult race. Of course, they made the call to put her on the tyres from a pit lane start, so she was the only driver actually in the race who didn't make a pit stop in the race itself, and that paid off to finish 2nd place behind Alexander Savinkov, who claimed his first ever F4 win after well over 65 races to date in Formula 4, finally getting that first victory. And based on what we saw in qualifying, based on what we saw throughout testing on Thursday and Friday as well, I get the slight suspicion that there's been a great weight lifted from the young man, because he's looking very competitive, and of course he's joined a new team with Us Racing. It all seems to be starting to gel together there for Savinkov. You saw the bulletin, I saw the bulletin, so did Andy, and he gave me a look to make sure. The safety car is in this lap. Ethan Lennon will pull the pin and we will go racing. Harry Bansel will be looking to anticipate this one. Thomas Behrman as well will want to profit. Let's see when Lennon presses go. Will it be before or after the final corner? It's not often we see people wait until just before the line. I suspect in about 3, 2, 1, he might get underway. He's going to leave it a little bit longer, so he's going to, I think, wait until he knows he can take the corner flat in these tricky conditions. And there, he has now punched the throttle. Ethan Lennon fires off, and it's not really a car length or 2 gain. Harry Bansel is close. Behrman is closer to Bansel, mind you, but I think by the time they get to the first corner, Harry Bansel is going to be right there with Ethan Lennon. Bansel with the outside line then approaching the first corner. Behrman arcing outwards as well. Bansel with an axle ahead. He has a car ahead by the time they get to the first corner with a sideways moment. Harry Bansel moves into the race lead, and Thomas Behrman following through to 2nd place. Lennon forced there onto the paint, onto the curbs, and fully sideways in the process. A little bit of a tap, I think, between Lennon and Behrman, but Ethan Lennon holds on to 2nd place. Alexander Savinkov has moved up to 4th.
Yep, yellow flag at turn 3, so something's gone on just out of shot to the right. That is the 20. Oh, yes, there's a car off towards the gravel, and I think maybe the 21 car was recovering from that slightly of levy on. Onto the brakes we go into turn 5. Couple of them missing their braking zones. That was Alexander Ruta coming up the inside, and yes, we've got another car stranded on the outside at turn 3, so I fear that BMW safety car might not be hiding away in the pit lane for too much longer, but it came in for just long enough that Harry Bansel was able to make that decisive move. And yes, it was all about the safety car restart, a bit too late for my money, and it meant by the time they got to turn 1, the leading 3 were all on top of each other.
might have been Noah Killian, maybe, that was involved in that. I'm not quite sure. But side by side there was that for the race lead. Yeah, Lennon having a little bit of a look to the inside line at the very least as they head downhill now through the final sector of this lap. And Thomas Behrman following in on in third place. The top four almost in the same order. It's the same four people, albeit with Lennon demoted to second place. Savinkov has ended up back behind Borenstein as well, so they've switched back. We've still got the yellows at turn 3 and now at turn 9 as well. So at the bottom of the hill at the Craig Jones corner is where there are also now yellow flags. So a couple of yellows around the circuit, but as they come to the start-finish line, still no declaration of a safety car, so one assumes we'll continue racing.
Yeah, well, that's good news for Ethan Lennon. He can now tuck into the slipstream, albeit from a few car lengths further back than Ari Bansal was on him a lap ago. Look at Bansal weaving around, trying to break that toe, and succeeding in doing so, I'd have to say. I don't think Ethan Lennon is any closer now than he was going onto the main straight. Carries good speed into turn 1, though. Move made further back, that is Kamyab at the inside of Busso, and that's a nice move made on the slippery, normally inside line. Busso comes back at him through turn 2, and there's a big puddle on the exit of that turn. They all had to lift, and so it will be the number 7 of Roman Kamyab that gains that position. There is still that stricken car on the outside at turn 3. Have you ID'd it yet?
That was Emilio Del Grosso rather than Noah Killian, who I thought initially. So Del Grosso has not come across the line. It looked like Lennon there was going for a move for the lead, but did it work out? We'll have to really see what happened there with the race leaders. They were side by side. Are they still as they head up the hill? We'll have to pick it up at turn 7, hopefully, but it certainly looked like Ethan Lennon was going for the inside line. He did not make it work, but he was jolly close as they headed down to the hairpin at turn 5.
Yeah, body language of the car says that he is on the attack, and he maybe feels a bit more confident right now than Ari Bansal. Certainly Bansal not able to get away, and Ethan Lennon is just hunting around, waiting for the opportunity. Does it come at turns 10 and 11? Takes a much tighter line through 10. That would give him the inside for 11, but that's not where you want to be. Look, he arcs the car back to the edge of the road to try and find the grippier side of the circuit and carry the speed down the hill. The safety car, though, is going to interrupt that, and once again we hit the pause button with at least one car needing to be recovered from the side of the road. So Ethan Lennon will really be kicking himself now, because not only did the restart not go to plan, but he had half a chance there maybe to get the lead away before the safety car came out and wasn't quite able to make it stick.
No, exactly right. So Harry Bansal, with that lead that he picked up from the safety car restart, is going to have to now manage one of his own. It's the first time really that we've seen Harry at the very, very sharp end. Another one of those drivers that had a, let's call it a mixed weekend at the Estoril circuit. What were his finishes at Estoril? 28th, 5th and 4th. So yes, off the podium entirely. Not quite what he would have liked to experience on his first weekend as the reigning GB4 champion, of course. I think a good amount of expectations on the shoulders of the young Indian racer. But so far, this race is much more to his script.
Promise was there, though, wasn't it, with the second and third race results in the top 5, so he was there or thereabouts. That first race was a bit of a non-event, wasn't it? Yes. So we can sort of scratch that, and yeah, I think he'll be pretty happy to have come out of there with a couple of top 5 finishes. But yes, this would be a massive step forward if he were able to hang on to the race victory. Emilio Del Grosso's Matilda Racing car then needing to be recovered from the outside at turn number 3, and that, as we saw last time when it was Zoe Florescu's car, that is not always the work of a moment. So this car, at least not in the gravel trap, but potentially does have some damage that's been sustained, and that might now just slightly delay the recovery process. So Bansal, Lennon, Behrman, the top 3. Theo Borenstein, I think, was briefly overtaken by Alexander Savinkov on the restart, but then able to get back ahead of him after a couple of corners. It was just in that early shakeout through turns 3 and 4. And yeah, Theo was able to get the Enza car back in front and stay there until the safety car came out. Then it's Coronel Ruta, Kamyab, Busso and Noah Killian to complete the top 10.
Indeed. So how many US racing cars in that top 10? 5 from 6. Not a bad record there. Ian Kraling was one of those drivers that fell through the field actually quite significantly. He was just on the fringes of the top 10 on the restart and ended up 22nd place. I think a few drivers got quite significantly held up in amongst the turn 3 and turn 9 tangling on that first lap post restart, because there was a segment of the field about 20 seconds back from the rest of the pack, so I think there were a couple of unseen dramas out there on the circuit. Now Ari Bansal looking for his first win in a Tatus current generation F4 car. Of course, the GB4 is relatively similar from a performance window perspective, but it is a different chassis, different car. And of course, he ran in GB4 last year with friends of the paddock, Elite Motorsport, the GT4 Wind Series regulars over the last couple of years. He also went to Macau in November and raced in the FIA F4 Cup. And I should actually say, no, of course, Ari has won a British F4 race in this spec of car. So he did win one towards the end of last year in the Challenge Cup standings of British F4, which is kind of like a part season sub-series, if you will. Bansal has been very promising thus far, and I think looking ahead to 2026, certainly the objective will be to show a clean pair of heels in F4 racing, kind of depart F4 with glory and many a trophy before moving further up the ladder.
That's the plan. Going to be easier said than done in such a competitive field, but so far that plan, I'd say, is roughly being met, isn't it? A quick shout out for Dries van Langendonk, by the way. I had him in about 26th or 27th place on the restart. He is 15th after 2 laps of green flag running, so Dries van Langendonk making really nice progress in the Road and Motorsport number 15 car, one of the black and orange machines, and yeah, again, one of those drivers who really wasn't that pleased, I'm sure, to see the safety car come out. I'm tentatively hopeful that this might be the last we see of the safety car in this race. Hopefully at the end of this lap they'll be released. We'll get maybe a lap of, well, maybe 2 laps of running, because of course we've got this extra lap to be added on at the end. A safety car lap is in the region of 3 minutes, and I think they crossed the line with just more than that on the clock. So 1 or 2 laps then still to go, and if we do get 2 laps of racing, then that number 15 car is definitely one. There he is, look, going through shot. That's definitely a car I will have one eye trained firmly on.
Of course, worth noting as well, of course, that Rodin has expanded to 4 cars for this weekend, and now they've got 2 McLaren liveried machines in their awning, and that's courtesy of the arrival of Ella Stevens, who joins the grid, also a member of the McLaren Driver Development Programme, as is Dries van Langendonk. Safety car will come in this lap, so we should get 2 laps of racing here. The clock will hit 0 over the course of this lap, and then they will do, or of the next lap, the first racing lap, and then, all being well, we'll also get 1 final lap on the additional time as well. So there was 1 Campos racing car, I think it was Leon Hedfors, who had his panel covering the suspension missing, so he's had a little bit of contact or had something go a bit awry for himself further back in the field. He's another new addition to the Campos lineup for this weekend, the Swedish racer. But all eyes on Ari Bansal with the time ticking down. He is going to have to get a hurry on to do 2 laps of racing. Maybe that's the point. Certainly crawling around the penultimate corner of the lap right now. The US Racing driver looking to try and get the element of surprise here. Will be trying to keep an eye on Ethan Lennon, and if he gets the feeling Ethan is looking in his mirrors for a second, he will pump the throttle down. Of course, you've got to be careful doing that in these weather conditions, but he really is crawling. I think there's gamesmanship here.
Oh, yes, and it nearly caused some chaos further back, didn't it? Busto nearly into the back of Kamyab. Yes, that wouldn't have gone down terribly well. I think you're absolutely right, and he might just have judged this to perfection, because we've got, what, 10 seconds to go. I think even if he floored it now, he wouldn't get to the line before the time ticks to 0. So it will be a 1-lap dash for the flag, and has Ari Bansal played this to perfection? Of course, if Lennon gets past him on the restart, then he'll be regretting this choice, because he's not given himself any time to come back at him. So fascinating gamesmanship here. It will be a 1-lap sprint. Can Ari Bansal hang on?
Well, now he finally goes. He waited for the clock to tick down to 0. Everyone's tyres will have negative temperature, of course, at this point. But it is Bansal now ahead of Ethan Lennon. Lennon not quite as close, but he is in the slipstream of Bansal to try and do the inverse of what happened on the previous restart. Lennon is looking to the outside. He's not going to be close enough to sweep around. Further back, Behrman holds on to third place comfortably, some 2 and 3 wide in amongst the spray, but at the front of the field, oh goodness me, there goes Alexander Savinkov and one of the other US Racing cars, both going way off the circuit, as was Matilda Pats, but at the front, Bansal is just holding on to Ethan Lennon.
Yes, just about. I think Savinkov is still in 5th place despite being in a different postcode going through turn 2, but did get back on the road, I think, where he was. Leaders, though, descend upon turn 5. Very late on the brakes there for Ethan Lennon. Takes a wide line into the left-hand hairpin. Tries to cut underneath Harry Bansal's car on the exit. Can't do it. It's side-by-side look for 4th. And is that Rocco Coronel now? It is, isn't it? Coming up to challenge. Sorry, for 5th, I should say. Challenge Savinkov for 5th position. But the Estoril race winners, plural, I think will stay in the same order. No, Savinkov runs wide at the top of the hill. Coronel gets to the inside into the right-hander at turn number 8. He will lean on the number 17 car on exit. Doesn't actually. Leaves Savinkov plenty of space, and as a result they remain wheel to wheel as they plunge down through turn 9, side by side through the quick left-hander. Coronel sweeps through on the outside line, and that was really committed stuff from the reigning Ginetta Junior champion. That might not be the last place that Savinkov ends up losing.
Oh goodness me, Alexander Ruta had to take evasive action there off Savinkov, to your point. Bansal then at the front of the field, just a couple of corners left to go, having won in 2 different 4th tier junior single-seater championships. He'd love to collect yet another trophy here in the Formula Winter Series. It would be another US Racing driver winning a race after Alexander Savinkov scored the first US Racing win of 2026 last time out. Bansal around the final corner. The number 46 car heads to the rise, and the finish line awaits. It is a win for Harry Bansal. Race 1 of the weekend falls in favour of the Indian driver. Ethan Lennon takes 2nd place, and Thomas Behrman rounds out the podium. Lennon, of course, winning the rookie trophy as well. And look at that huge amount of spray as they all make their way down the straight. A lot of shuffling there on the final lap. Van Langendonk actually remained fairly stationary down in 15th position on the timing screen. My timing screen, I think, is behind. Yes, it is. Langendonk up to 8th place ultimately. My timing screen seems to be lagging behind. Up to 8th place by the finish. That is a remarkable performance from Van Langendonk. Bansal, Lennon, Behrman, Borenstein and Rocco Coronel, your top 5. Savinkov 6th, Ruta in 7th, and Dries Van Langendonk up to 8th position from 15th at the start of the lap. Ludovico Busso and Noah Killian rounding out the top 10. Female trophy was just about taken away from Chiara Batig. Matilda Pats for 20th place overall, moving into the female trophy. She'll be on the top step of the female trophy podium. Of course, it's only 1 trophy handed out for that category, so Matilda will claim her first female trophy win of the year, if memory serves me correctly. Of course, she was behind Batig in the previous race at Estoril, where they both finished on the podium. But the future Aston Martin representative in the in the F1 Academy Series, claiming another positive result in FWS. But for Harry Bansal, he will be thrilled with this. It's a 4th different category, I should say, that he's won at an F4 level. GB4 champion, of course. He won a race in British F4 and he won a race in Saudi F4 just before the holiday season as well. So it's a 4th different series that Harry Bansal has claimed a race victory in. At some point, it's not the equipment, it's the driver. And I think if you win 4 different championships, win in 4 different championships, then certainly the common denominator has to be the man behind the pedals and the steering wheel. Harry Bansal, the first time then a Formula Winter Series winner. And of Of course, he'll be one of those drivers very keen to fight for the championship this season. Coming in with a title on your resume certainly creates expectations. Thomas Behrman pulling up to the 3rd position slot. Another positive result for Behrman. He's not had a headline-grabbing result yet, but he's got himself a podium last time out at Estoril, a 3rd place finish there, and now a 3rd place finish here at Portimão. He'll be looking to be in the points the remaining 2 races as well to really try and establish himself as someone fighting at the front of the title contendership. The US Racing team and the personal team of Ari Bansel offering their congratulations to the driver of the number 46. As best I know, nobody at the Premier level of single-seater racing has elected to start under number 46 since the drivers were allowed to choose their starting numbers back in 2014. Of course, the 46 rather attached to one Valentino Rossi, but perhaps someone like Ari or another one who favours that number may one day take it all the way to Formula One. I'm sure as long as he's got a fluorescent yellow helmet, Valentino will be okay with it. So then, Bansel, Lennon and Behrman will be on the overall podium. Of course, Lennon will be on the rookie podium along with Rocco Coronel, 5th overall, and Dries van Langendonk with his rather dramatic ascendancy through the field. It's an awful shame we don't have onboards on these cars because, what, 7 places in that final lap? That would certainly be one to watch. Of course, this is just the start of a fairly long day of racing. We've got another Formula Winter Series race later on. We also have 2 races for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. And qualifying for the 6 hours of Portimão. It will be the 6 hours of Portimão qualifying up next here. The GT3s, the GT4s and the Cup cars all on the circuit. 3 qualifying sessions, 1 driver to be in the car for, well, 3 different drivers to be in the car across the 3 sessions. So average times will determine the grid for the 6 hours of Portimão. We'll then have the Sports Prototype Winter Series with the next racing action. That's at 25 minutes past 3. At 4:30 is when we have the 2nd race for the Formula Winter Series, and then we'll be rounding out the day at 20 past 5 with the Sports Prototypes once more. The timetable has been rather shifted around, much like the wind is shifting around a lot out on the circuit as well. Let's go down to the underneath the podium because Izzy Browning has our race winner.
Well, you're certainly right, Adam, and the wind is playing havoc with my hair, but I do have our race winner alongside me, Ari Bansel. I mean, congratulations, 1st win of the season. And to be honest, you played that tactically perfectly. Let's start with the 1st safety car restart, because you were into the lead as quickly as anything, and you needed to, because then there was another safety car straight after.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to seize the opportunity. I was almost under Lennon, trying to make sure, like, if there's any gap, as possible, so that yeah, and the toe obviously is massive because it's such a long straight, so I was able to capitalize and make the move.
And then at the end as well, you were also playing tactics, because I guess you needed to leave it as late as possible for a 1-lap shootout to survive, and that's exactly what you did.
Yeah, I just minimize the chance for him to get past, so minimize the opportunities. So on the radio, I was saying, I was asking like how much time is left, and then I was like, okay, this is perfect. I'll drive as slow as possible.
Well, tactically perfect, and you have taken the win. Congratulations. We'll let you go up to the podium and enjoy it. Well done. Ari Bansel, our 1st winner of the day.
Absolutely. Well, he seems very impressed with his performance, as are we up here in the commentary box. The race is in the books then, the 1st Formula Wind Series race of the weekend. Now we'll get a look at the highlights of that first race of the weekend in the Formula Winter Series. Quite a few laps behind the safety car, but a lot going on as well. Some very interesting action to be had in that one. The race got underway for most, but no Dries van Langendonk or Ethan Slater getting, Alfie Slater, sorry, getting off the line. And Pedro Lima, unfortunately, was given nowhere to go, collected the rear of Slater. The rest of the field got through the first few corners, but before too long, the safety car would be out. Ethan Lennon with a huge moment in the slippery conditions alongside in the number 32 car. Ethan Lennon, For Us Racing, certainly got a good start, but he was right on the edge. Unfortunately, Zoe Florescu had dramas on the first lap. Looked like there was some minor damage to her right front wheel there, so I'm not convinced that that was a mechanical. I think there may have been some underlying dramas and some underlying contact that we didn't see that caused Florescu to pull up. Of course, between Florescu's car and the cars on the main straight, we would need a fairly lengthy safety car period to collect everybody. Ethan Lennon then waited and waited to get the race restarted, but unfortunately, when he did restart, Ari Bansel anticipated it well, got a fabulous run and swept around the outside with a handful of opposite lock into the race lead. Thomas Behrman tried to get through into second place as well, but Lennon was able to hold on, albeit very much on the curbs and on the paint. He did a good job of keeping the car pointed in the right direction. Not everyone was able to do that though. Vittorio Orsini having a spin. He'd already had an elongated visit to the pit lane earlier in the race as well. Certainly a race to forget for the 88 driver. Some Us Racing shenanigans as the number 7 making a move. That was Roman Kamyab, who was up in the top 10. However, a safety car brought out once again because of the stranded Emilio Del Grosso car. A shame for Del Grosso on his first appearance in F4 cars, having previously raced Ginettas. We went back to green flag, albeit very slowly, as Ari Bansel wanted the clock to tick down to 0, so there would only be one lap of racing left to go. He stalled the field for over 45 seconds, and eventually we did go racing. Certainly some gamesmanship from Ari Bansel, but it proved to be sound logic. He headed the way through the first turn. Some more 3-wide action further back in the pack, but for Bansel, he was able to stave off Ethan Lennon through the first corners of the lap and just about keep himself clear of the Road and Motorsport driver. Us Racing's Alexander Savinkov went wide. One of the other Us Racing cars took a bit of a long trek around the outside line as well. Certainly almost no grip when you go off the circuit, very little while you're still on the black stuff. Savinkov getting into it with Rocco Coronel, trying to salvage the P5 position. Some great side-by-side action between the two of them, but Coronel there with that outside line, using it to his advantage. At the front of the field, Ari Bansel, once again a winner in Formula 4 competition in yet another championship as he continues his globe-trotting tenure in junior single-seaters, and that will jump him right up the point standings as well. His first time this year on the podium in the Formula Winter Series, and he made it a win. That is not bad going. The Indian racer collaborating with the US team, and the German squad synchronizing well with their young star. Certainly a compelling motor race then. Ari Bansel winning out just ahead of Ethan Lennon, who I think will be disappointed to have not capitalized on that lead that he had coming out of the initial start of the race. Behrman in third place, Borenstein in fourth, and Rocco Coronel in fifth position. Alexander Savinkov in sixth place, Alexander Ruta in seventh place, and then Dries van Langendonk, almost unsighted, of course, from the rear of the field, made his way all the way up into eighth position. Didn't quite catch ninth and 10th. Roman Kamyab in 11th place, Marcus Silkunas in 12th, Samuel Ifrid in 13th, Andre Rodriguez in 14th, Maximilian Kamalander in P15, Thomas Rudokas in 16th place, Nicolas Cortez in 17th, Ian Kraling in 18th place, Leon Hedfors in 19th, Matilda Pats in 20th. In 21st place, Chiara Battig, Victor Poulsen alongside in 22nd, Levian 23rd, Panzeri, Orsini, Ella Stevens on her debut, Alexandra Loza in 27th place, Philippe Rice in 28th, Abdullah Kamel in 29th, and Emilio Del Grosso unfortunately not seeing the flag after the damage to his car earlier on in the race. Safety cars, dramas, quite a lot going on in that race. That's the Formula Winter Series, and of course we have more Formula Winter Series action to come, possibly in better conditions. The radar seems to be undecided to that end. And we're now going to go down to the podium to celebrate the first Formula Winter Series race of the weekend.
Thank you, Adam. Yes, you join me on a windy podium here at Portimão. Let's get our drivers out, shall we, for our first race of the weekend. And we'll start with our best female finisher. It's a first win in the category for Matilda Pats. Congratulations, Matilda heads to the top step of the podium and will receive a round of applause, and in a moment or two, her trophy as well for the winning female in the first Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. Florencio from Pirelli is here to hand the trophy out, and she looks reasonably happy with that. Glad, I'm sure, just to survive what was a challenging race here in the tricky conditions at Portimão. Let's have a chat then with Matilda if we can. Matilda, come on down. Difficult conditions out there, and you were right in the middle of the midfield battles. How was it for you?
Very chaotic in my opinion. I was very lucky to don't crash at the start because I essentially didn't see anything, as well as the restarts coming from the back. It's like a white wall in front, so happy to manage to don't get into the chaos. Still a bit unlucky, sometimes you're inside, outside and losing, but overall quite good.
We didn't get a lot of racing because of the safety cars, but when we were green flag, did you feel like the car was where you wanted it?
We still have to work a bit on the car, but we did some improvements to the quali and I felt a bit more comfortable. Obviously a bit more rain than in quali, so a bit more aqua planning made it difficult, but overall quite okay.
Excellent, congratulations then. Matilda Pats is your best female finisher in the first Formula Winter Series race of the weekend. We'll move on now. We'll move on now to the rookie category then. Third position in the rookie class, Dries van Langendonk. Dries had a very entertaining race there, started from pole, stalled off the line and charged through from 27th place to get a rookie class podium. Second position in the rookie class, Rocco Coronel. Rocco also was in the thick of the battling there in his Van Amersfoort racing car and came home to a solid top 6 finish, second in the rookies. But it was a rookie class victory for Rodin Motorsports' Ethan Leonard. He gets a big cheer from friends and family and team members down below. Top step of the podium for Ethan Leonard. He looked a little bit confused as to where he was going then. He will now receive his race winner's trophy. Can make their way out to the drivers as a very noisy 6 hours of Portimão qualifying session gets underway, but we'll persevere through this podium presentation for the Formula Winter Series as Ethan Leonard receives his winner's trophy at the end of an extremely challenging first race of the weekend. The drivers gather together on the top step of that podium then, and in a moment we'll have a chat with Ethan Leonard. Second place overall, led in the early stages. And Ethan, if we can just have a quick chat with you. Ethan, come in. He wants to get away from me. Really challenging race conditions there. You led the race for a little while, just lost the overall win, but you must still be happy with the podium and the rookie class win.
Yeah, it was a pretty difficult race. Not the best for me, but yeah, we'll have to see what we can do in the next one.
So difficult though when it's so stop-start with the safety cars. Do you feel you managed that as well as you could?
Probably not, because I got overtaken in the T1.
Excellent, but congratulations anyway. A rookie class win for Ethan Leonard and a second place finish overall. So we now head on to our overall podium finishes then. Third place in the first race of the weekend, Thomas Behrman. Well done, Thomas. On to the third step of the podium he will go. And now time to welcome back to the podium our rookie class winner, second overall, Ethan Leonard. Ethan already back onto the podium, the second step this time around. His second visit to the podium here this afternoon. It was, though, a maiden podium and, of course, a maiden victory of the season for Ari Banzel. Well done. Onto the top step of the podium will go Ari Banzel, to be joined by the representative from Us Racing. Inigo is here from Us Racing, and he gets the biggest cheer of the lot as he goes and stands next to the podium. Now then, the national anthem of the winning driver. Congratulations to Ari Banzel, who wins our first Formula Winter Series race of the weekend, and he will celebrate now with the teams down below after a very challenging opening race of the weekend. The drivers then will pose for the photos on the podium, and they will be very pleased to have begun their Portimão weekend with a solid result. Now, though, it's time to turn our attention to the 6 hours of Portimão, qualifying underway already.
Indeed, we're just under halfway through the first of 3 qualifying sessions for the 6 hours of Portimão. So the GT3s, the GT4s on the circuit, and this driver currently the fastest out there, Christian Mansell, who only recently has been moving into GT racing. He's with Team Motorpark, a team that he was with in the junior single-seater ladder previously. Great to see Christian in the paddock, and he has been setting a lightning pace, quite frankly, all weekend or all week long so far here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. 2:02.224 right now, the better part of 4 seconds quicker than the next fastest driver, which is Baudouin Detu in the Com2U Racing Aston Martin Vantage GT3 Evo. We're here with a second edition, of course, of the 6 hour of Portimão, and it's a second edition where we have a great grid in the GT3 class and across all categories. We were expecting over 20 cars. I think after some typical test day dramas and late drops and things like that, we have 18 cars for this qualifying session out on the circuit, but 18 cars across some very strongly contested classes. We've got 4 cars in the Cup 2 class for Porsche 992 Cup machines, another 4 in the GT4 class as Mansell pushes the limits a bit too far, and then an 8-car grid in the GT3s as well. Now, Zach Meakin is just out on the circuit for, I think, his first flying lap at the moment, in progress. Meakin in the Greystone GT McLaren 720S. In fact, he has come across the line already on a 2:01 1.074. Mansell comes by and does not improve. He does improve on that lap, a 2:01.121. I confidently stated he would not improve, having seen him go off the circuit massively at turn 13 and certainly not profit from it. But no, he's still making headway in the early stages of this session. So it's Mansell from Meakin, from Florian Schulze, now the top 3. So everyone in this early stage of the session just starting to find their pace. There is the 44 of Zach Meakin, of course a familiar name to us here in the Winter Series paddock, having previously competed in the GT4 Winter Series with us. He's been in GT3s fairly extensively over the course of the last 12 months, as we saw there the LMR car of Yosemar Jr. Off the circuit, so we're not on the circuit, but stationary, coming out of the first corner. So we got a little bit of a drama there, but the yellow flags have been lifted, so hopefully that's an issue that has now been sorted. We've got another issue though, the 11 car around. That's a GT2 spec Mercedes from SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau, the first time they've brought a GT2 car to the Winter Series paddock. That's David Felinius, the American driver, having a bit of an off-track moment. Here's Meakin then, running around in the Greystone GT machine, familiar with the team, familiar with the car, and I must say that Greystone GT lineup, Andy, they'll be looking to make headway in this qualifying session, because on paper, yes, you can bet against them. There are quite a few competitive entries, but certainly they're among the favourites.
Yes, they're definitely expected to be in the conversation, aren't they, for race victory tomorrow, and indeed for pole position here this afternoon. So we ride on board with the McLaren as it heads out of the final turn, up onto the plateau of the start-finish area, and immediately look heading to the right-hand side of the road to find the wetter side of the track to cool the tyres down, and then drifting back over to the racing line again into turn one. So Zach Meakin then second quickest at the moment. We'll monitor the sector times with interest. Big slide there through two, where there is a fair amount of standing water. That's probably the wettest part of the circuit, I'd say, that little kink at turn two. Normally such a nothing corner, isn't it? And yet when you have that standing water there, it becomes quite treacherous.
Yeah, absolutely right. The drivers in the upcoming sessions will be taking note of where the patches are, and certainly turn 2 to turn 3 is one. Usually there's a bit of a lake coming across the circuit out of turn 4 as well, which has caught out many drivers, especially once we are towards fully dry. That is one of the last sections to finally be properly slick tyre ready. We will continue to watch as Meakin wrestles the car around. So these three sessions, the results will be combined, and it will then be average lap times across the three sessions that determine our grid for the race. So all drivers, at least all of the drivers nominated for quali, some have more than 3 assigned to their cars, but all 3 drivers have to play their part here in order to create a good grid position.
Christian Mansell, fastest of anybody in Sector 1. Slightly average second sector, but still quite a bit quicker than this man is going. So at the moment it is the number 28 Mercedes going quickest. Another moment there for Leandro Martins this time, the LMR Motorsport Porsche. That's the fastest of the Cup 2 cars at this point, in a very impressive 5th place overall in this part of qualifying. Although that will not be a personal best lap that he is currently in the middle of after that rotation. I think that was down at turn 5 as well, which seemingly is catching quite a few drivers out. Number 17 here, AF Motorsports' Andre Fernandez heads downhill through towards the final sector of the lap. But what is that lap for Christian Mansell going to become? Is that a screeching of tyres? Not entirely sure. Anyway, Mansell crosses the line at 2:0.280, so a 10th off his previous best, but Christian Mansell consistently lapping quicker than the rest. So in this part of qualifying, at least, it is definitely advantage Team Motorpark Mercedes.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the Team Motorpark Merc with Christian and Marcelo Ramirez at the wheel, a very strong pairing. They've both kind of just moved into GT racing. Well, Mansell more recently than Marcelo. Marcelo Ramirez, the Mexican racer, was in GT3s last year with a different Mercedes team. But Christian Mansell, this is only his 3rd weekend in a GT3 car. Fairly extensive mileage he's got under his belt already, and he took a year off racing, of course, in 2025. Clearly hasn't missed a beat, though.
Certainly not lacking in confidence, is he?
No.
He might be lacking in seat time recently, but had the confidence to back the big Merc into turn 5 and set a purple sector whilst doing so. So he is absolutely flying as he heads up over the hill towards turns 7 and 8. And and he looks as though he is the man to beat. No one else really getting even close to his sector times right now. He just did a 37.5 in the first sector, fastest of anybody. No one else is within a second of that right now, more or less. So really impressive stuff. We have had a good sector time for Podium 2 in the Come To You Racing Aston Martin in sector 1, so he is probably the next fastest in that part of the circuit. Currently fourth fastest is the 007 Aston Martin, but I don't think anyone's going to touch Christian Mansell's pace in this part of qualifying at least. He'll be across the line shortly, and we'll be able to maybe set a further improvement.
Absolutely. Now there's another one who's kind of dominating his class, and that's Cedric Fuchs in the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelau Mercedes. A 207.6 puts him 10th overall at the moment. Furthermore, it puts him 3 seconds clear of anyone else in class.
Very impressive indeed. Yeah, I hadn't spotted that. So GT4 very much going the way of SR at the moment. That Christian Mansell lap, by the way, came to nothing in the end. He backed right off in the final sector. I feared for a moment that he'd had a wobble. I expected him to be at the line sooner than he was. Speaking of having a wobble, again, the rear of the car in danger of entering turn 3 before the front of it did, but it seems to be the quick way through, particularly in sector 1. He has got that AMG hooked up.
He really does, doing a great job, and I think having quite a bit of fun with it as well. Just following the number 15, the NM Racing team entry of Mario Pinazzo, the Spanish team, of course, who have come here, I think, with some retribution on mind, having just missed the class podium last time, or class win, I should say, last time here in the 6 Hours of Portimão. This is Christian Mansell's last flying lap, and he's not hanging around.
Definitely not. Dives to the inside of the GT4 Mercedes there, and that will have cost him a little bit of time. I mentioned Podium 2, by the way. Personal best lap last time around, moved up to 3rd quickest. So leapfrogged the Attempto Racing Audi as the checkered flag has now flown. Session over, but of course if you're already on a lap, you are able to complete it. Not seeing a huge amount of personal best sectors coming in. Podium 2, the last driver really to find major improvements, and that's going to be fascinating over these sessions. If it remains rain-free, which I'd say is about a 50-50 chance as I look out of the window and see some dark clouds approaching, but if it does remain rain-free, this track is going to continue to evolve across all 3 sessions. The fastest the track will be, in theory, is at the end of the session, but if you've taken the best out of your tyres by then, you might not be able to capitalise on that.
No, exactly right. Well, we'll keep an eye on what Mansell does. He's going to come into the pit lane, so Christian feels fairly confident he's done enough. And the timing screens say a similar story. Of course, he's no longer quite so far ahead as he was previously, but almost a second to the good over Zach Meakin. So Mansell and Ramirez will be pretty confident as a collective. I'm interested to see whether Ramirez hops in the car now or whether Mansell does 2 sessions and does them consecutively. We'll have to wait and see how that one pans out, because there are only 2 drivers in that team Motor Park lineup. Across the line comes the Attempto Racing car of Florian Schulze. Schulze vastly experienced with on and off history with Attempto Racing that goes back over 15 years at this point. 2010, the first evidence I could find, at least, of a Florian Schulze collaboration with Attempto Racing. But after that first session then, Team Motorpark's Christian Mansell has put them up at the top for now. Of course, 3 sessions to consider, and the average time across the 3 will make the grid position. So we'll see how it unfolds from here. But Zach Meakin, second fastest with a 201.074, a 202.826 for Podium 2. In 4th position, Florian Schulze, 203.970. Quite significant gaps through those first 4 drivers in GT3. Behind them, as we alluded to, in 5th place, where he ended up finishing in that session, Leandro Martins for LMR Motorsport in the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup, who, lest we forget, is really the AM driver of that lineup. Dieter Swepes is his pro and his coach. And then in 6th place is Josh Mason of Greystone GT, McLaren Artura Trophy Evo car. So a Cup 3 entry interloping for this weekend. Just 1 car in that class. And I think the objective there will be to beat all of the other Cup machines and maybe the GT2 Merc as well. 7th fastest in that session, Andre Fernandez for AF Motorsport. Then Pablo Beguera for E2P Racing, Amir Naran in 9th place for Iron Lynx on his first appearance with the Iron Lynx team, and Cedric Fuchs rounding out the top 10 as the GT4 class victor within that session. By far the quickest out there in the GT4 class at 207.413 is fairly impressive stuff. At field spread, 12 seconds with GT3s and GT4s out there on the circuit. Really not that much. That, again, kind of alludes to something we often talk about, which is the equalisation effect of rain.
Well, and when you consider one of those seconds separates first and second quickest,
Yes.
so 11 seconds cover the rest of the 18-car field. So yeah, very, very evenly matched indeed. In fact, yeah, you're right. It is the top 2 cars really that have quite the advantage over everybody else, isn't it? Because that was a
1.8 between second and third.
Exactly, yeah. Zach Meekin, a really impressive effort, and that was despite the late improvement from Budwender 2 in 3rd place. But as you said, this average qualifying time across the 3 sessions means that could, arguably should, come down slightly as we move through the rest of the sessions. Right then, let's head downstairs. Izzy, I believe, is catching up with someone in the pit lane.
Yeah, I've got Christian Mansell alongside me. I mean, new to GT3s, you wouldn't know it. You're absolutely flying out there.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been a good first part to quali. Obviously, have to do the job now again, which is doubly as hard, but I mean, yeah, track's drying out, conditions are ever changing, so you just need to adapt best we can.
Yeah, conditions look really tricky out there. Just how tricky is it?
Very, and it doesn't make it easy with the cars that are sometimes a bit slower and traffic, and then where do you pass on a wet track? It's really complicated, but yeah, no, having fun. Let's see if I'm still smiling after the second quali.
Oh, we hope so. Well done. Good luck out there.
Well, Christian Mansell now quite keen, I think, to get back out on track because the next session has already started, and it looks like he is staying in the car, to your point, Adam. So he's going to do 2 sessions back-to-back and try and make the most of these conditions. The wetter the track is, you'd imagine the bigger of a difference a driver of Christian's ability could make, and so I think he's going to be keen to try and get out there. Maybe not that keen because he knows that the quicker times should, in theory, come at the end of the session. Others a little bit more eager, it seems, to get out onto circuit, so we'll see which driver is credited as being in the cars. Have got a few driver changes. Michael O'Brien, for example, jumps into the Cup 3 McLaren Artura in the number 33 car. A couple of the driver changes elsewhere. Kenneth Higher now at the wheel of the GT2 Merc as well.
Well, where there are 3 drivers or more, they have to be different drivers.
Yeah.
The only reason that Mansell stays out is courtesy of the 2 drivers in that car. We see there the Resoon More Than Racing Porsche heading out onto the pits. Last minute entry for this team. It was all finalised, I think, in the late hours of Tuesday, at least in the Portugal national time zone. Here is the driver, the second driver then. Gregor Schneider has been at the wheel in the first session. This is Tegan Poles heading out onto the circuit, the Canadian driver who got the call on Monday saying there is a seat and we can lodge an entry if we get a 3rd driver. Are you game? And yes, she was. Within hours, flights were booked. Made her way on a red-eye on Wednesday night, and here she is for her first ever GT4 start, and what will be, I think, her 5th or 6th car race total. It's quite an impressive story, and certainly leaping into the deep end. Yesterday was her first day in the car. She probably got less than 20 laps total yesterday, so still very much in the learning process. But Tegan Poles, who previously has won championships in Canada and been competitive in North America for 20 years in karting. She's 27 years of age, and this is really the biggest opportunity she's had, certainly in car racing and most likely in her entire racing career, and really interesting to see how she gels with the Austrian team.
Yep, indeed so. Let's see how she gets on, certainly compared to the other GT4 cars. 4 GT4 class cars entered this weekend, so there should be a decent little battle, I think, amongst the GT4s come tomorrow. And Tegan will be trying desperately to figure out how much grip there is, and that's always difficult when you jump in as a new driver now between sessions, because there is not just one kind of wet track. When the track is dry, it's pretty constant, but you never quite know what you're in for when you jump into a wet session, certainly a drying session. such as this one. So she's understandably being a little bit tentative on this outlap, also so as not to take the best out of the tyres. And I'm sure she'll start to pull the pin a bit as she comes through this final sector.
Absolutely. Well, meanwhile, Jaden Kelly now in the 44 Greystone car was actually going quite slowly there through turn 14. I think just getting ready to do a flying launch into his lap, and expect Jaden Kelly to be quick because he's already done probably a dozen hours or so of seat time here at Portimão this year, not just this weekend, but also, of course, in the GT4 Winter Series. I grant you, in the Artura, a different car. Yeah, a lot of time already around the circuit, and we'll see how he performs in this session. Of course, his objective will be to comprehensively outpace Christian Mansell.
Oh, well, that was the point I was about to make. 2 minutes 0.1 was the fastest lap time from session 1, set by Christian Mansell. Jaden Kelly, perhaps one of the drivers most likely to have a real go at beating that, and we'll see exactly how close he can get. Wriggles his way out of turn 3. We ride on board now with the Greystone McLaren through 4. Right out over the exit curb. That's brave to do in the wet. Then drifts over to the left-hand side of the road, the wetter side of the track. Brakes offline as well, and then only merges onto the racing line when he has to. You saw the car break traction just as he crossed that slightly darker strip of tarmac where all of that rubber is laid down, and that perfectly exemplified just how much of a challenge it is to traverse that racing line in a braking zone like that. You are balancing on a knife edge in these conditions. Jaden Kelly is doing a pretty good job of it so far.
Absolutely, and your dry weather brain goes, well, that's the lap gone. But of course we saw exactly what Christian Mansell was doing, seesawing at the wheel in the previous session to go faster than anybody. So Jaden pushing it right on the edge here. This could lead to something, but maybe not that far over the edge, Jaden. The Australian driver does not lack for ambition.
No, I think he definitely exceeded track limits there, didn't he? Whether that means the lap time won't be allowed, it might not matter, because it probably did cost him a little bit of time. He was comfortably fastest of anybody in the first 2 sectors, though, so Jaden Kelly, up to that point, was on course for a pretty decent lap. It may still be fastest within this session, but as we keep labouring the point, that isn't what really matters. It's the average across the 3 sessions that counts. You've still got to do your part within your session, but in a way there's not as much need for any serious heroics. There is Antonio Sanero in the E2P Racing Aston Martin, currently was the top GT3 car within this session. It is now Jaden Kelly with a 1:59.972. That is the fastest lap of the day so far, wow, despite that off-track excursion.
Yeah, really good lap time there from Kelly. Meanwhile, the E2P car fishtailing a little bit there out of the corner in the hands of Sanero. Of course, the E2P team, a Spanish squad, over 40 years of racing history with them. Most recently, that's come with this Aston GT3 car, not new to the squad by any means. But they are looking to start their 2026 on a high. Dieter Swepes there going through shot in the yellow Porsche. He is also very quick, a 2 minute 3.661 the lap time. Second fastest of anybody right now. I suspect that won't stand once the GT3s get themselves up to speed, but all the same, pretty impressive.
Well, and to that point, Christian Mansell has only now left the pit lane, so Christian Mansell was quite keen to stick around chatting to Izzy, I think, in the pit lane, in absolutely no rush to get out on track, because he knows that now that the sun is out, the track conditions are going to start improving quite quickly, and so he wants to make sure that he has the best of the conditions. So he's now out on track, everybody now out on track, and Christian Mansell in the Team Motorpark Mercedes was the last driver to join the circuit. So at the moment that car slips down to 15th on average times, but of course once he sets a time I suspect that will change. There is Dieter Swepes in the LMR Motorsport Porsche, the Cup 2 spec Porsche, second at the moment outright. That is absolutely fabulous performance from him, and he again is just looking to try and get some consistent times across this session and maybe do a bit of giant killing in amongst the GT3s.
Yeah, absolutely. Dieter Swepes, who pushed the Capfingers, it was a Jonas Capfinger, to the championship in the 22-23 GT Winter Series season. And yeah, he's been a very well-noted driver in Porsche Cup and a very good coach for many years as well. And that lesson was how to be just over the limit and style it out nicely. Just coming past there, Andreas Heiniger in the X-Racing machine, the Swiss team back for a second season, of course, or a second outing in the 6 Hours of Barcelona, 6 Hours of Portimão event. They were in the 6 Hours of Barcelona last year in the club class in the CS Spec Cayman, but this time bringing the full fat Porsche 992 GT3 Cup out to play, as the two fastest drivers we expect out on circuit are now together.
Indeed so. So this is Christian Mansell beginning his first flying lap of this session. So that's quite an important moment. And as he catches up to Jaden Kelly, he's got a pretty quick driver to use as a benchmark. Jaden had a back-off lap last time by, but has now gone purple in Sector 1. So Jaden Kelly in the Greystone McLaren, fastest of anybody in the first sector, a 37.441. Mansell a 37.628. So a couple of tenths nearly slower than Jaden Kelly in that first sector. That's the part of the lap that this man, Christian Mansell, really seemed to have nailed on in the first part of qualifying. So he's going to have to really dig deep now if he's going to beat the time set by Jaden Kelly, although he's backed off because I think he encountered some traffic at the top end of the circuit.
He was also 2 tenths slower through the first sector than Kelly, but that doesn't necessarily mean too much in the grand scheme of a lap, certainly in these conditions. I'm going to raise a spectre now. It's drying, isn't it?
Yes.
In about 7 or 8 minutes, these cars will be back out on the circuit for a third session.
Yes.
Anyone taking that risk?
Well, look, I have been, I think, famously wrong on every tyre call I've made so far this season. But, yes, I take your point. It is definitely starting to transition out of greasy into largely dry. Still, you can see the tyre tracks being cut through the grease, but yeah, in another 10, maybe 15 minutes time, it could be ready for a slick. And what a difference that would make in lap time. All of a sudden, your average is going to come down quite significantly if you can get the slick tyre switched on, and who knows, it could be right on the cusp, couldn't it?
I am playing a foolish game. I do think it is probably a step too soon, but, you know, raise the point, have the discussion, certainly. There is Mansell then coming across the line to complete his first flying lap of the session, and what was it exactly? It was only 207, but of course because he backed off, and there we go, the wayward run through turn 3, full commitment, and I expect a full chuck on the steering wheel as well.
Another good lap about to come in for Dieter Swepper here, I think, in the 911 Porsche. 2 personal best sectors to start the lap, but we'll stick with Mansell, who does not improve in Sector 1, and again was fractionally slower than Jaden Kelly this time by, so yeah, he does now seem to be a little bit rear grip limited. In the first part of qualifying, he seemingly was able to use that to his advantage, but now perhaps just starting to struggle a little bit. Through the top half of the circuit we go. And is he going to be able to find a bit more pace between now and the checkered flag in the session, which is 3¼ minutes away? On average lap times then at the moment, pole position would go to the Greystone GT McLaren by 2 seconds, actually. That's the sort of advantage that they have over now, actually, the come to you racing Aston Martin of Oliver Söderström, the 007. So it's all change at the top. It is down to this man, Christian Mansell, to try and find an improvement. He does find an improvement in the middle sector. A 38.0, though, is still not as quick as Jaden Kelly's been going.
No, it's not. So Jaden Kelly looks like he's really got the bit between his teeth here in the Greystone GT McLaren. Not his first time in the GT3 car either. All 3 parties in that car, Jaden Kelly, Zach Meakin and Louis Pret, who we'll see out in the next session, are all McLaren GT3 juniors, incidentally. And Pret is receiving mentoring from Le Mans 24-hour winner Stefan Ortelli this weekend. We spoke to him in the paddock a little bit earlier in the weekend. Mansell comes across the line then. What kind of time can he put in?
That is enough now to go back to provisional pole position. 2 tenths on average times quicker than Jaden Kelly. It was comfortably a personal best, a 2 minute 0.1. So not the fastest lap we've seen so far. It's ½ a second or so slower than Jaden Kelly. But because Christian has been consistently quick in both sessions, that car is by a much narrower margin, I must say, back on provisional pole.
Yeah, exactly. And with 2 minutes left to go, he's still got 2 more bites of the cherry, should he wish to make them. We'll wait and see with bated breath to that point. There is the Team Steiner Racing Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car. Mats Kimby at the wheel of that car that we saw briefly there. And of course, they were with us in 3 separate cars at the GT Win Series opener here at Portimão 3 weeks ago. Anders Steiner, Mats Kimby and Ulrich Forsberg, the trio in that car, the driver lineup in that car. We get a look there at the Mercedes, the Iron Lynx machine. Great to have Iron Lynx on the grid, of course, this weekend. The representatives for Mercedes AMG in the FIA World Endurance Championship. So great to have them with us here in the 6 hours of Portimão. I think that lineup is looking to fight in the European Le Mans series this coming year.
Yeah, interesting stuff. 5th quickest at the moment, the Iron Lynx Mercedes. Sean Rashid at the wheel in this stint. In GT4 land, by the way, SR Motorsport by Schnitzelhalm's Enrico Förderer is now fastest in GT4. And on average times, 2:07.5, yeah, about 2 seconds or so clear of the WNS Motorsport car currently in the hands of Max Kronberg. So that's your GT4 front runners. The Cup 2 pole, obviously Dieter Sweppers, as Alf Wide goes the 27. That's Daniel Newman, who is 2nd quickest in Cup 2, but not likely to improve this time by.
Yeah, part of an all-Brazilian lineup there in that 2nd LMR Motorsport Porsche, the number 27. He and Sergio Ramalho were both champions in Porsches last year. In fact, all 3 parties were champions in Porsches last year. Neumann, in his first season out of karting into cars, won the Porsche Sprint Challenge Brazil rookie class last year. As we ride on board there with the 007 of Söderström, it's his last attempt now to try and stick a lap time together that then maybe allows ComTU to challenge for a front row place.
Yes, not improving in the first sector, at least upon his personal best, but it's not a bad time in Sector 1, that, a 38.2. That's comparable, I'd say, to what the quick times have been. The Aston Martin rumbles its way over the top of the hill, but does look again like it's struggling a little bit for grip. And in fact, I think he might possibly have backed off. No, still going at full chat through turn 9. And then sweeping uphill through 10 and 11 once again. Leaden skies overhead, but the sun's shining as well. It's turning into a bit of a guessing game now as to what the conditions are going to do. But to that earlier hypothetical conversation about slick tyres, I think we are possibly just that sort of 15 minutes or so away from that, aren't we? And so I suspect wet tyres will be the way to go in the next session. But what do you do in that next session? Do you get out of there early, get a timing, get the tyres up to temperature, knowing that they're then going to drop off quite quickly? Or do you just wait it out, let everyone else clear a little bit more surface water, and then go out for one banzai lap at the end? That's going to be perhaps the thing that decides who starts on pole position, because the Team Motorpark Mercedes and the Greystone GT McLaren are only separated by 0.2 of a second on average time. So whichever of those teams, and indeed drivers, gets this final session right, should line up on pole.
Absolutely right. Christian Mansell comes across the line for the final time in the session, and it's a 2:05 on his final lap. But again, we had made the point of his consistency, a 2:0.121 in Q1, a 2:0.174 in Q2. No pressure, Marcello, as you take the car over, I believe, for the 3rd session. But certainly quite the stage that Mansell has set to potentially get Team Motorpark a pole position. The E2P Aston Martin comes across the line, set a personal best on the final lap for Antonio Cenero, a 2:02.830 on the final pass through for him. And then Nicola Michelin, the Italian driver for Utah Racing, comes across the line, set a PB as well, at 2:05.930, but Utah only 10th overall at the moment, so behind a couple of the Cup class cars, and indeed on average time still 4th overall at the moment is the LMR Motorsport machine. And I believe eventually, yes, Dieter Sweppers was in the car for that session, so each driver has done one session, and right now they're set to start on the 2nd row of the grid.
That is very impressive, isn't it? And actually, they were quicker in the first qualifying. No, sorry, they were quicker in the 2nd qualifying session than the 1st. Yes, but they were pretty competitive in both. And so, yeah, 4th quickest, 2:03.8, fractionally quicker than the Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG of, in that case, Sean Rashid in that session, which is the 4th quickest of the GT3 cars. So at the moment then, Team Motor Park from Greystone GT would be your front row. Come to You Racing's Aston Martin would share row 2 with the LMR Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche, and then row 3 for Iron Lynx's number 108 Mercedes, and the Attempto Racing Audi GT4 pole currently going to SR Motorsport. Enrico Furter are doing a good job in that session, and again they've been very consistent, only 0.3 of a second between their fastest Q1 and Q2 laps. And second quickest in GT4, the number 31 WNS Motorsport Porsche, and NM Racing Team's Mercedes, third of the GT4s with one more session to go.
Yeah, so Jaden Kelly quickest in that session, the only driver to have gone sub 2 minutes so far. Rashid, to your point, was very good in that session, only 0.3 off of Christian Mansell's time, so the third fastest of the GT3 drivers in that session, and then Söderström, fourth fastest of the GT3s, and Swepes was again fifth fastest of anybody in Q2. Really impressive stuff. Kenneth Heyer is installing the next driver into the number 11 GT2 Mercedes. He was in the car for that previous session and set a 2:05.930, the highly experienced GT racer. So Heyer will now hand the car over. I thought, looking at the helmet, it's one of the helmets I certainly recognise. I thought it might be Enrico Furterer, but my lineup on the entry list tells me that that should not be the case. I think it may well have been Moritz Viskirchen, actually, who was getting thrown into the car for the third and final element of qualifying. Some of the FWS cars interloping down there as well. I think they might have to wait until these cars exit the pit lane to resume their session or resume their progress. Based on average times then, in the GT4 class, it is still the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum car at the head of the train, although WNS Motorsport's Max Kronberg made some real progress in that session. 2:08.922 was still slower than the SR representative, but it's going to take something quite special, I think, for SR not to be on top of GT4. Let's go down to the SR GT4 team. I think Izzy actually has one of the drivers.
Yeah, I've got Enrico Furterer with me, quickest of the GT4s in that Q2 session. Enrico, great lap. How was it feeling out there?
For me, I'm feeling great. The car is super fast. Also Cedric in Q1 was super fast, and now the sun is coming out. It's very difficult between rain and slick tires, but now JMO's out and we will see if the car is still fast, even if it dries up.
Yeah, JMO's just gone out. How far away do you reckon we are from those slick tires?
Yeah, I think like in like 3-4 laps it's going to be slick tires, but for now it's very difficult.
All right, best of luck. Thanks for speaking to us.
There's the car then that Enrico was driving. The baton has been passed over to JMO Hartling. JMO, of course, along with Enrico, GT4 Germany champions last year, so a bit of a reuniting of that lineup in amongst a larger pool of competitors. Kenneth Heyer, incidentally, was initially only meant to be in the GT2 car from SR Motorsport by Schnitzelaum for this weekend, but as of yesterday morning, he came up to me and said, I'll be in the GT4 as well. Oh, okay, fine, fair enough. So both he and David Thelinius are actually going to be driving two distinct cars within this race.
Yeah, well, plenty of track time for their money then, I suppose, and a lot of curb taken through the right-hander at turn number 11, but this is, again, drivers, I think, just exploring with what line is going to be the quickest, and now that the track is drier, there may be some more traditional dry racing lines might be the way to go. Once that inside line starts to dry, you might as well take the shortest route through the corner because it should be yielding some good grip, lots of understeer through the right-hander at turn 14 there. And again, car fishtailing around on corner exits, so challenging out there. Definitely still a little bit too wet for slick tyres, I would imagine. But that doesn't mean necessarily that these wet tyres are going to be in their ideal operating window either. So this could be, in some ways, although it's going to be the driest of the sessions, the most challenging for the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely right. I see that in terms of the GT4s as well, Tegan Poles is still listed in the car. It should be Daniel Drexel who does the third and final session. In fact, on your timing screen, Andy, it does confirm that Drexel is in the car. So he's really the hot shoe at that Resume More Than Racing lineup. He'll be looking to try and match the pace of the likes of JMO Hartling in this third and final session. They know each other well from ADAC GT4 Germany, Drexel and the SR Motorsport Young Chargers. There's the Attempto Audi R8 LMS GT3, the 86 for this session being driven by Ariel Levy, who I had to confirm, actually, it's his first ever time in a GT3 car. He's done several years in Porsche Carrera Cup. I thought he may have snuck a race or two in a GT3 somewhere, not that I could find evidence, and he confirmed no, first time out in a GT3 machine, and he's really taken to it well. And actually he told me, look, my goal for the race, we'll see, you know, get the data, get the mileage, but in terms of qualifying, I want to be the fastest driver. I want to be on pole.
Okay, well, let's see how possible that is to do. They've got a bit of ground to make up on the averages, but still grabbed the spotlight, couldn't he, in this final session. So lap times starting to come in, although the truly representative ones are going to be the next laps, I would imagine, for most of our front-running drivers, as the Audi drifts beautifully through turn 13, and that was off the rubbered-up racing line as well. Not a huge amount of grip even out wide there, was there? It is now really becoming a bit of a battle of survival for drivers. Don't make too costly a mistake, get that one lap in, and hope that it's good enough.
Yeah, absolutely, and as we've seen, moments like that aren't necessarily prohibitive to getting a quick lap time. Being on the edge in these conditions seems to be the move. AJ Muss is out on the circuit now in the ComTU racing car as well, so AJ, the third of the drivers in that Aston Martin, a former Winter Olympian, although he's told me that he hasn't been on a snowboard in 4 years and doesn't really know what's happening in the Winter Olympics that are currently ongoing. Far too busy being a racing driver these days.
Indeed, so very good lap time there for Ariel Levy, by the way, 201.661. So that is by far the quickest that attempt our Audi has been. Louis Pret has put his first lap time in at 1:59.9, but he's going quicker again. Not as quick, though, as Sergio Sette Camara in the Iron Lynx Mercedes. Purple in both the first two sectors, and could be about to set the new fastest time of the afternoon. Whether it's enough to get that car on the front row, we'll have to wait and see. But Sergio Sette Camara, there he is, the white and black Mercedes AMG, with a brilliant first two-thirds of the lap. Can he bring it home to set the fastest time of the session?
Yeah, the Mercedes AMG GT3 with Sergio Sette Camara at the wheel, a driver who's done a lot in the junior single-seater ladder, spent many years on that ladder and is now moving into GT racing, would like to make a statement on his first competitive outing with the Iron Lynx team. Comes across the line, and what kind of lap time do we have?
A 59.2, so it is the new fastest lap of qualifying. It puts that car fourth on the grid provisionally, but I think we're still waiting for one or two things to shake out, and he immediately throws it over the edge of the road through turn number one, still pushing on sideways again through turn two, really pushing on this next lap. Now, Marcelo Ramirez in his Mercedes, he's somewhere in the final sector. He's done two personal best sectors on this lap. Remember, the real battle for pole, we think, is between Team Motor Park and Greystone GT, and it is going to be the first lap time comes in for the McLaren, a 201.3 set by Louis Pret, but it looks as though Marcelo Ramirez, well, actually, no, wasn't able to match that in the end, a 205.2, so quite a big difference in time, and that now swings the advantage in the favour of the McLaren.
The GT4 came across the line there. It's Jamo Hartling who just set a 205.987. Goodness me, that's a lap for a GT4. The pace really is coming down as these conditions start to improve. But yeah, 159.295. Really impressive stuff from Camara. What was the time last time for Attempto's Ariel Levy?
It was a 2 minutes 0.7, so second fastest in the session, but slower on average times than the Iron Lynx Mercedes, which is going quicker again now in the middle sector. So Sergio Sette Camara with a purple middle sector. And there is the other of the really quick Mercedes AMGs, Marcelo Ramirez, but it's not going as quickly in this session as it has been, understandably, I suppose, in the hands of Christian Mansell. And it does look, as we sort of predicted, like the most consistent driver lineup is in that Greystone GT McLaren, isn't it? Louis Pret able to go almost as quickly as the car was going in the first two sessions, as that was the Attempto car, I think, wasn't it? Running very wide up at the top of the hill.
It was, and Louis Pret is in the pit lane. So Louis Pret, has he decided that he's shown out and done enough, or is he going for slicks? last minute is that slick tyres. We need to really see that full screen, the 44 car, whether or not that was slicks. The picture was slightly too small to be able to tell, but I wonder if that might be what's going on, because there's a couple of them in the pits right now.
Yeah, Sete Camara is in as well, isn't he? What's that team going to do? Is it just a case of letting the pressures down in the tyres? Yes, I think it is, isn't it? I don't think they're changing tyres on the Mercedes. Did they change them on the McLaren? We'll be able to tell quite quickly, I'd imagine. On cold, slick tyres, this outlap will be a bit of a handful. That car, to me, looks as though it's still on wet.
It is, yeah. The sidewall dictates that those are still wet. I thought it would be a bit ambitious from Louis Pret if he had indeed made the switch over, but the car, I think, was up on the jacks there for a minute, and that made me wonder.
Indeed so. They don't really need to take that risk, though. On average lap time, they are 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody else, so Greystone GT on course at the moment quite comfortably, it would seem, for pole position, with, as I said, a brilliantly consistent performance across all three sessions.
And just some info from Izzy down at Greystone GT at the moment, coincidentally, and she says puncture for the 44 car, so Pret's progress somewhat hampered, but now heads back out on the circuit.
Oh, that's slightly concerning, isn't it? I wonder how he's done that. There shouldn't be any debris on the circuit, really. I haven't seen any bits of carbon fibre flying over the course of the session, but yeah, whatever caused it, they'll be mindful of that going into the race, of course, because that could prove to be very costly if that happens tomorrow. Good lap coming in now for AJ Muss in the Come To You Racing Aston Martin. Personal best in the first two sectors at the moment. He is the slowest of the, or this is the slowest session that car has had so far, but he might be about to do something about that. A 2:03.691 is his current personal best, but that Aston Martin is somewhere in the final sector and perhaps about to improve, and if he can find half a second or so, he would move from 4th to 3rd on average times as well, ahead of the Iron Lynx Mercedes, which, as we know, has just been in the pit lane. There is the Aston Martin. It had traffic through the final turn that I suspect will have delayed AJ. It did, and in the end, it's not quite an improvement.
Now, fortunate there for AJ Muss. So Greystone GT currently sat on the precipice of pole position here for the 6 hours of Portimão. Marcelo Ramirez really needs to find a little bit more time out there on the circuit. His last lap is listed as a 2:03.5 on my screen, but his time registered in the session is a 2:05.2, which makes me think he may have had a time deleted owing to track limits.
That was about the pace he was running earlier on, in fact. Now, yes, I'm not sure if he went quicker again after that, but I think he's been fairly consistently in the 2:05s, I would say, so unsure, in short, but yeah, he's certainly not quite had the pace of the likes of Pret and Kamara and even AJ Muss in this session.
And indeed Christian Mansell, who was in the car previously. This is going to be important stuff over the next 4 minutes of the session. The Mexican racer who started out in NASCAR Mexico and some truck racing in Mexico as well. Last year moved into GT3s in International GT Open. I think this will be the longest race he's ever done in a GT3 car or any car point blank. Before, at least, the winter, because he was in the Dubai 24 Hours with the Motorpark team earlier on in the year. But all the same, certainly in these very tricky conditions, he's going to have to try and find some speed, but it's not always apparent how to.
Louis Pret, purple first sector, purple middle sector, so not content with that astonishing time that he set already. He wants to go faster again. Well, I say astonishing, he's actually the slowest of the three drivers in that car so far. It's more than enough at the moment for pole position, but he is in the final sector somewhere and going quickly in the Greystone GT McLaren. There he is, top of shot. The turquoise fronted car very wide over the curve coming out of turn 14, but Louis Pret is on a real push now. He's been in to change that tyre, still on wet tyres on a drying circuit, but going comfortably quicker than anyone else in the session. Can he now dip into the 59s? Forget 59s, it's a 158.7, by far the fastest lap of the day, and that really does just underline that provisional pole position for Greystone GT.
Yeah, Greystone GT are going to be hard to beat now. Their average is under 2 minutes, a 159.812. The average for this team Motorpark machine, a 201.034, and Well, that's gone down a little bit, courtesy of the most recent lap from Ramirez, a 2:02.809, but he has more to find.
Sete Camara, though, fastest of anyone in Sector 1 as well. This is turning into a fascinating final session. That is the third-placed Iron Lynx Mercedes, the white and black number 108, and he has just gone faster than Louis Pret in the first sector. So the track really coming to the drivers here in the closing stages.
Yeah, I think Camara would need to, frankly, go down maybe as far as a 57 to do anything to his actual grid position across the 3 sessions average, but certainly there's some pride to be gained from getting the fastest lap of anybody in qualifying, and that'll be Camara's objective.
It will indeed. Purple middle sector as well, so he might be about to achieve that objective. He'll be somewhere around turn 13-14 in a moment or so, right at the end of the lap, and it would be nice to see that Iron Lynx Mercedes across the line. We're following here an ever-improving Marcelo Ramirez, personal best in the first sector, but as Adam quite rightly said, he needs to find a fair chunk of time in order to get the average down low enough to challenge for pole position. There is Camara then through the penultimate turn. Is this, Adam, about to be the fastest lap of the day?
Well, let's see. The Iron Lynx car comes out of the final corner, as you said, 37s in both Sector 1 and Sector 2, almost identical sector times. Actually, the longest sector is Sector 3, and it's a 57.859. What a lap from Sergio Sete Camara. He's taken this whole GT racing thing quite well, the ex-Formula E driver.
Oh, well, it makes Louis Pret's effort seem fairly average now, doesn't it? That 158 we were getting so excited about only a moment or so ago. Now absolutely eclipsed by Sergio, who, as you said, stays third on average times. Needed actually to find another 8 seconds on average to improve to the front row, but that is still quite a lap.
Yeah, absolutely right. That was really impressive stuff from Sete Camara. The average 8/10 you meant rather than 8 seconds.
Sorry,
yes. That threw me for a minute. I was trying to figure that one out. I was thinking, God, I have my maths way off. Of course, he's still on a lap. We talk as if it's over. We've only just had 0 there, so the checkered flag waves, and he's on it again.
Except he's been pipped in that first sector by Louis Pret. There's a bit of pride at stake here, isn't there, I think, between Louis and Sergio. As for who can set the fastest time in this session, it is about half a tenth quicker in Sector 1 for the McLaren, which is circulating not far behind the Mercedes on track, but fractionally ahead on the stopwatch.
That, though, I think might cause the end of that effort. Luis Liberal in the NM Racing Team Mercedes, unfortunately just tripping up the GT3 car there. In terms of the GT4 class, JMO Hartling has crossed the line for his final time, and it looks like that class is sewn up. Ditto, of course, LMR Motorsport, who look like they're going to be 6th overall once all is said and done, ahead of quite a few of the GT3s. Quite a performance from Dieter Schweppes, as well as the Andre Martins.
Oh, a poor middle sector really for Louis Pret. I'm not sure whether he caught some traffic, had a moment maybe pushing too hard, but it's not an improvement, and it's a second slower than Sergio Sete Camara, who comes across the line and does not improve. A 57.999 though is still the second fastest lap of the afternoon in 6 hours of Portimão qualifying. Let's get Pret across the line though. It doesn't look like it's going to make any difference to the starting order for tomorrow. This car already quite comfortably on provisional pole position, but Louis Pret will cross the line, complete the session with a 58.841. And Greystone GT will be very, very pleased with how those qualifying sessions have gone. Overall pole position for the 6 hours of Portimão, seemingly heading the way of the McLaren squad.
Yeah, absolutely right. Louis Pret then in the 44 car, the last of the 3 drivers in the Greystone McLaren. What a drive from the 44. All 3 drivers contributing, of course. I think Zach Meakin will be annoyed to be the one driver over the 2-minute marker, but of course the conditions were quite significantly worse at the time. That won't stop Jaden Kelly from needling him, and I'm going to say Jaden specifically actually will needle Zach Meakin as a result of that. But all the same, they will be on pole for the 6 hours of Portimão, which is a great effort from that team. Team Motorpark will be happy with the front row of the grid. They'll take that. Ditto Sergio Sete Camara along with his co-drivers in the Iron Lynx machine, and Comte Racing in 4th with AJ Muss's effort late on a 2-minute.978. He was the fastest driver in that car. I will say that's about the top 5 I expected, but further through the field, some surprises expected ETP Racing to maybe be a bit further up. I expected Utah Racing to be a little bit further up as well. But the GT4 order, SR Motorsport by Schnitzlaum, 13th overall on the grid, but the first of the GT4 cars. That one doesn't surprise me.
No, not particularly, but it was an entertaining journey to get to that result, wasn't it? I do like this 3 sessions average qualifying time thing. It requires a bit of mental gymnastics to try and do the maths on the fly, but it does mean that every driver gets the opportunity to shine. And what a fascinating race we've got in prospect tomorrow. That battle, I think, between the likes of Greystone, Motor Park, Iron Links, come to you as well, is going to be fascinating. Even if you just isolate the Greystone McLaren squad and the Motor Park Mercedes squad, yes, Christian Mansell was the quicker of the 2 drivers in his car, but actually Marcelo Ramirez in that final session got into the 2-minute ones right at the end, so a pretty competitive lap time, and it looked as though Mansell maybe had the edge over the Greystone GT squad on the whole. So a really interesting 6 hours coming up tomorrow, I think, and it could well be that it comes down to which of those teams can just be the smoothest and the most consistent over the 6 hours, and that team, obviously, sounds obvious, I know, will be the ones to get to the checkered flag first, but they're really going to have to be on their A game. It's not going to be one of those races, I think, where you can afford to take it easy or afford to have a mistake or two. There are enough quick teams, to be fair, in GT3 and in GT4, that a mistake could be costly.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it'll be interesting to see how the teams, of course, handle their stint work as well. I'd expect, looking at the plans of the Greystone drivers, of the Team Motorpark drivers, with their summer in mind, they'll be looking to do hour-long stints, I would think, but we'll wait and see what they decide to do from that perspective as well. WNS Motorsports, Edvin Helston did a good job there towards the end of the session as well. He was the fastest driver in that car, 207.485. But still, the average time just over 2 seconds off the SR Motorsport drivers, who really had the bit between their teeth. And of course, it was the 3 young chargers, Cedric Fuchs, the rookie champion from GT4 Germany last year, Jamo Hartling and Enrico Verderer, the overall champions from GT4 Germany last year. That's a stacked lineup, if ever there was one. And of course, all 3 drivers already did 4 days of running in that car, or not in that car in Jamo's case, but certainly at this circuit in largely similar conditions all the time. We weren't exactly blessed with sunshine and nothing but on our initial visit to Portimão 3 weeks ago. We
certainly weren't, although we did spend most of that weekend talking about the weather and how it was changing or could potentially change. It's definitely changing now, and the sun's starting to shine down on the Portimão circuit, and as it always does on Izzy Browning.
Yes, I have alongside me our pole sitters for the 6 hours of Portimão. Zach, Jaden, Louis, congratulations. I mean, the job far from over, long race ahead of you, but you must be pleased with that.
Yeah, definitely happy. Puts us in a good spot for tomorrow, so just got to give him all we can and see where we finish in 6 hours.
Yeah, and it wasn't easy out there. I mean, the conditions were ever changing, weren't they, Jaden?
Yes, constantly changing conditions. As soon as Zach came in, he said every lap we're going quicker and quicker. Just be careful, watch out. Same notes to Louis. It's tough, it's Portimão, it's how it's been all weekend, but we managed to come out on top, which is amazing.
Yeah, you certainly did. Louis, what a lap at the end. I mean, you were absolutely flying out there. How good did that feel?
Oh, honestly, it was good. I mean, we've put in a lot of effort throughout the weekend to get the car a bit dialed in the wet. Pretty happy of the job of the boys and the team. Now we have 6 hours tomorrow, and we'll see where we end up.
Certainly do, and all 3 of you are recently announced McLaren GT3 junior drivers. How much would it mean to start the season with a win?
Definitely would mean a lot, just to prove that we can actually do what McLaren have selected us for, so let's give them some stick and see where we end up.
Well done, boys. Good luck for tomorrow.
So then, let's focus in now on something new with the qualifying in the books for the 6 hours of Portimão. It's the first race coming up for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. So then the car's already on the grid. Unfortunately, a slightly depleted grid here for the Sports Prototype Winter Series, which is a new concept for this year in the Gaelic Racing Winter Series. Of course, we've had the Prototype Winter Series for many seasons, and that's largely catered exclusively to LMP3 cars. There's a lot more sports prototypes out there, though, be that Novas, be that Group CN cars, be that Wolf GBO8 cars of that nature, and, of course, Radicals. And it's the Radicals that have decided to take things over here. It's an all-Radical grid for this race, but 40-minute races in prospect with a mandatory pit stop in the middle. And it'll be interesting to see how the drivers perform in these conditions that are not quite dry. It is now, I think, firmly at the point where you'd maybe consider bolting slicks to the cars, and I can say confirmably these drivers have had next to zero dry running. A couple of them did do some testing midweek and got a dry lap or two in there, but certainly in the last 4 days, no, wet, always wet.
Indeed so, and now with a 40-minute race ahead of us, as you say, that tyre choice is going to be significant. If you start on a wet tyre, then presumably you're just trying to get through to that mandatory pit stop window to change it, because I think by then, definitely, you're going to be looking at slicks. The skies are noticeably less dark now than they were half an hour or so ago. And so, yeah, we are going to be waiting with bated breath to see what the winning strategy turns out to be here. A bit of a close moment there between, I think, the two-team race streaming Radicals as they made their way towards the grid. But, yeah, this will be an intriguing race, and in these conditions, certainly, again, trying not to make a mistake, making sure you've got the right tyres on, but also setup. You've got to be sort of hedging your bets a little bit with what setup you put on the cars, and a car like a Radical, there is a fair amount you can do to suspension and damper settings, and even maybe tinkering with the rear wing settings slightly as well. And you have to make those decisions quite some time before the cars are ever released from the assembly area out onto the track. So you are sort of having to predict a little bit what the conditions are going to be like. They might be drying now, but it might well be that the setup to have is a full dry setup for the second half of the race.
Yeah, absolutely right. So we have an interesting mix of personnel with these cars. 3 of the cars are entered by, well, officially entered by Sunder Motorworks. So there's one Sunder Motorworks entry going by that name, and that is the 24 car in the green and yellow. But then you've got the 2 team race streaming cars, which are also Sunder Motorsport run. But amongst the entry list, some interesting names who have done previous prototype racing, and indeed 2 leading names from Radical Cup Scandinavia sharing the 24 car. A heavy favourite, it must be said, Morten Stromsted, and indeed Sebastian Schue in particular, who was last year's champion in Radical Cup Scandinavia. Morten Stromsted, some of you will be more familiar with the other Stromsted, his son Noah, who's a Formula 3 race winner. I think confirmed to do another season in F3 already, actually. I was wondering whether or not the move up to F2 would be on the cards this time around. But Morten, who we've seen before in the GT Winter Series, sharing that car with Sebastian Schue. And this is an interesting situation in prospect, I think, particularly on row 2 of the grid. Unhelpfully, with 2 cars in identical colour schemes. Thank you, Team Race Streaming. But 2 of our friends, Diego Diambra and Jes Franzen, who are the co-founders of Race Streaming, who've been providing some of our onboards, and they're going to go head-to-head on row 2. Some stuff to talk about down there on the grid, and Izzy is down there to do just that.
Yes, I certainly am. Our first race in the Sports Prototype Winter Series coming up very, very shortly, and things definitely drying out for them. I mean, I'm delighted to see some blue sky for the first time this weekend. We're going to dive in, though, and speak to our pole sitter. I believe it will be Morten in the car. I mean, pole position, the first race of the Sports Prototype Winter Series. How are you feeling? What are you expecting?
Well, first race, it's historic, feeling quite good. Now weather looks to clear up, so we'll take it from there.
Yeah, Yeah, you haven't actually had much testing at all in dry conditions, have you?
We had the test day Thursday, but now we are on rain tires in the damp conditions, so we'll see how long they last.
Yeah, you might get some overheating tyres for sure. How comfortable are you feeling around this track, though?
Yeah, I think that's going to be a problem keeping the tires alive, but we'll see.
All right, best of luck. Have fun out there. Right, we're going to come and speak to our P2, and there should be Michael Hove in the number 44, and he's absolutely right, the pole sitter. They are on rain tyres, so it is going to be a case of keeping the tyres alive a little bit. Well, you are on rain tyres, but it's certainly drying out. How do you manage this race and keep the tyres underneath you?
I think we'll manage and cool them, and then we'll keep the slicks for the next race.
And in terms of this track, I mean, you're on the front row, and I know the grid isn't a huge grid, but are you going? You're obviously going for the win. How tricky is it going to be to get the win?
We're going for to complete the race, and that's the most important thing. Yeah.
All right, have fun out there. We will continue back and go and speak to the final two cars on our grid. As Adam said, not the most cars, but I'm sure they will certainly give us a great race. And this is the number 22 and 23. These two know each other very, very well, of course, because they own a company together, as Adam has already alluded to. Right, we're going to jump in with Jess if we just get one quick little interview before the marshal gets the 1 minute board. Right, just quickly, you're on the second row. Can we get a win today?
I'll just hope for dry. We had enough rain now, so let's see.
All right, best of luck. Have fun, boys. The race coming up now.
So then, the formation that begins for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Tyres, oh what are the tyres? I suspect that everyone will play it somewhat safe. They want to have these cars out in, well, about 90 minutes time, I think, for the second race. So we'll have to wait and see how that one pans out. The Sunder Motorworks car doesn't have a confirmed starting driver. The 24 machine, I think that looked to be Morton at the wheel, I say tentatively. Michael Hove alongside him for SPV on the front row of the grid, and then the two team race streaming cars that we've alluded to. Yes, Franzen behind his colleague Diego Diambra. These two have shared cars previously in historic racing. I'm not quite sure how often they've done this though, going head to head rather than working together. We'll have to see how that one pans out, and I think especially given the hot shoe at the wheel that is Sebastian Shaw, I think that we're going to perhaps see second, third and fourth being the hottest contest. The numbers and the CVs, the resumes tell me that the 24 car is the favourite for this race, but I'm not sure who's following it across the line.
No, absolutely not, and he'll still be under a bit of pressure not to do anything silly. Sometimes it's worse when you're the clear favourite after qualifying because you feel like the pressure's on. We get to enjoy his view anyway from pole position, and we can see quite clearly here where the drier bits of the track are. The trouble is the drier bits of the track are the bits on which drivers have been running more through that qualifying session in particular that just came. And that means it's around the outside of the track that is drier. The traditional racing line still a little bit damp and greasy through the inside of the corners, and that just might catch a couple of people out in the early stages. But wet tyres all round, I would imagine, here. mainly because these drivers know that there isn't a huge amount to be gained from taking a risk on a slick, given their specific situations. But might we see a little bit of tyre activity later on? We did hear, I think it was Morton saying on the grid that he's saving a set of slicks for the race later on. So I think they might be stuck with what they've got.
Well, that could be good for 3 laps and then maybe not so good. Of course, you get heat into a set of wet tyres very quickly on a nearly dry surface, but then it overheats equally quickly. So let's wait and see how this pans out. It'll be Stromstead versus Hove on the run down to the first turn. Stromstead will be looking to keep that car in check as they run down to the first corner. Of course, mid-engine car in slippery conditions, always a little bit of a complexity. These all XXR spec. In fact, no, there's one RSX. The 44 car is an RSX spec Radical. It's the only one without a tail fin, ergo it's an RSX. The other 3 are XXRs. The other difference is about 20 horsepower as well. So Stromstead should have a straight line speed advantage based on the numbers that come out of the factory. But let's wait and see, of course. Traction may also be slightly better on the racing line side that Michael Hove has to his availability as they now get ready to go racing. The Sports Prototype Winter Series has arrived for the first time into the paddock, and their first race of 40 minutes begins right now. The lights go out and we are racing, and it's going to be a drag race to the line. Will it be, or the drag race to the racing line, I should maybe say, and it looks like one that Hove was briefly winning, but later and braver on the brakes. Morten Stromstead, he moves himself through into an early lead, and the 22 car of Diego D'Ambra moves up to second place. So Diego on the move, the Italian flag driver, at least it's Italian on his the side of the car. I couldn't find confirmation, but I'll go with Italian. He's moved up to second place, and Hove falling back early on.
Yeah, Hove just didn't have any confidence under braking, did he? Even though he was on, in theory, the drier line, as you'd already alluded to. Whereas conversely, Diego D'Ambra looking really quick now, really punchy, closing in on Morten Stromstead for the race lead as we drop down through turn number 5 for the first time. So they've paired off for now then. We've got Stromstead and D'Ambra at the front, and then Hove and Franzen battling over third position. We ride on board now with the second place man as we head up towards the right-handers at the top of the circuit. Beautiful noise of the Radical as it turns through the right-hander and accelerates downhill, but this is not quite the dominant first lap from Morten Stromstead that I was necessarily expecting.
I'm quite thrown off by how like a historic Formula 1 car that thing sounded on that onboard shot. That threw me for 6. I looked up and thought I was going to see a DFV powered F1 car, but no, that was a Radical with a 1500cc RPE engine, and yeah, quite a noise from it. Yeah, interesting that we're grouping off into 2s here. Now, Diego D'Ambra, I think, has done more laps in a car like this than Morten around this circuit, if I'm not mistaken. I think D'Ambra has done quite a few track days around here over the years and has certainly done some historic racing around here as well. Of course, Stromstead has been with us at this circuit in the GT Win Series prior in a Porsche Cup car, but certainly in the early stages, D'Ambra able to at least match, and that's maybe, again, not quite what the form book had us believe. That said, I think our form book has been written from sessions in wildly different conditions.
Yes, this is something more approaching normal, isn't it? But what I didn't expect was Michael Hove to struggle, having qualified on the front row, potentially now about to lose third position. Yes, Franzen, that we're on board with, is definitely looking like the more confident of the two. Remember, Michael was quite early on the brakes into turn 1 off the rolling start. Is he early again? Yes, Franzen closes in slightly down the hill. Fractionally tighter line on the way in, maybe from the car that we ride on board with, but that does not slow him down on corner exit, and there's an opportunity maybe to get to the inside at 3. No, decides not to take the risk just yet, but I think if he could get through, he might have the pace to get away possibly from the yellow number 44 machine.
Yeah, maybe so, but it's going to be a matter of finding the way through, and of course what no one wants to do is throw their car at a fence all of 2 hours before race 2 and count yourself unlucky. There was meant to be a bigger gap, of course, between the races, but the schedule was shifted owing to huge rain just before lunchtime here at the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve, and here comes the run potentially from Franzen. Yes, Franzen not quite able to find the inside line at turn 6. Hove said, no, I know I'm just about ahead of you, and I am cutting your nose off.
Yep, the corner was his, and he was not going to relinquish that line up the on the run up the hill, was he? So Franson then with the work to do. He might be the quicker of the two, but can't yet find a way through. Is there maybe another opportunity now as we head up in towards the second of the uphill sections in this middle sector? Again, no gap really left on the inside line. He does take a very tight line there, does Jes Franson, who we ride on board with once again. But for now, at least, Michael Hove is hanging on, gaining in confidence with every lap that he does, and making life rather difficult for Franson, whose Team Race Streaming car, for now, frustratingly stays in fourth position. You're not missing anything out in front. Morten Stromstad, I think, is still getting away from Diego de Ambra at the front of the pack. This is the battle, and it's for third position, very much so. Again, only a length or so between them as we come towards the end of lap 2.
Such nasty conditions they've got at the moment, where it looks 90% dry in some places, and then suddenly this huge wall of spray suddenly kicks up from the car ahead in the sections of the circuit that don't dry out quite so quickly. Of course, this is the price we pay for the coveted roller coaster nature of this circuit that the drivers love to say. They all say roller coaster, they say up, and they say down when they're asked to describe this circuit. And yeah, it is very difficult in these changing conditions, and we'll have to see if anybody elects to move on to slicks. They can do so, but it will be a longer pit stop for those that make that choice. It will be a 79-second pit stop here that they have to do from minute 15 to minute 25 of the race. So we're about 10 minutes away from the window opening. I wonder if the door might be opening here. Franson had a good run through the corner, but then on exit, Hove seemed to get the better run on the throttle.
Yep, but not able to make the move into the braking zone at 5. This, though, remember, is where he almost got alongside a lap ago. Didn't get off the corner quite so well this time, though, so Michael Hove, for now, looks safe in that third position. We ride on board again with Jes Franson as we climb the hill. Wider line again taken by Hove as he seeks the drier part of the track. And now, maybe, tentatively I say this, starting to gap Franson ever so slightly. Certainly in this middle sector, looks as though Michael Hove has found an extra gear, so to speak.
Yeah, and to answer a spec question that you might have looking at this onboard, is that a Halo? Yes, it is. Is that on there normally? No, it's aftermarket. You buy a 2026 Radical XXR and it arrives sans Halo, but we are seeing more and more teams. I think it may even be a factory part at this point, but don't quote me on that because I don't work for Radical as a salesperson. I think it might be a factory part, but either way, it is an option, not a requirement as of yet for this, but interesting to see that philosophy coming up. Of course, open prototypes, LMP2s were ruled out in 2016 from Le Mans. They decided to go closed only, and now we're seeing this solution start to be more and more common in the kind of Radical sphere of this nice little Halo system on an open sports car.
Yeah, and you know what? It says an awful lot about the Halo system, and considering when it first came out, really the main complaint people had was that it was ugly, it didn't look right, it didn't fit the cars. I hadn't even noticed that there was a Halo on that car. Now, I know I'm not always Captain Observant, I realise that, but I think it does say a lot as to how normalised that's become, and quite rightly so. It's such an incredible safety feature that its record for improving safety, I think, has been fairly well documented over recent years. And yeah, I'm all for it. And yeah, it doesn't impede the driver's ability to go quickly, clearly, because Jes Franson has had a really good run there out of turn 4. And again, is maybe within striking distance heading down the hill.
Yeah, very close in proximity for sure. Really seemed like that was all in the first sector, wasn't it? Or at least coming out of the last corners of the third sector and then through turns 1 and 2 that Franson suddenly found the pace again. Fastest lap of the race, incidentally, a 206.238 last time by from Morten Stromstad, whose lead is now up to 10.1 seconds. But these two much closer on pace, half a second apart in terms of fastest laps so far. Hove currently has the fastest lap among this battle for third place, but if Franzen can find a bit more time in the middle sector, I think he will start to lap quicker. It seems to be around that turn 5 through about turn 8 where he drops back maybe 3 or 4 car lengths.
Yeah, didn't drop as much time this lap though as he did a lap ago, so I suspect he is learning. They're all pretty consistently putting in personal best sectors with every lap, as you would expect. They're gaining in confidence and experience. The track conditions are coming to them and the tyres haven't yet fallen off a cliff, so pace definitely increasing. And in fact, to prove that point, just had a new fastest lap of the race set by Morten Stromsted at 2:05.653. But Franzen just doesn't seem quick enough in the right areas of the circuit, does he, to make this overtake stick? And as he drops down through the final corner, he will look to try and get a slipstream, possibly up and over the hill, past the pits, onto another lap. 4 laps completed, lap 5 begins, and I don't think, yes, Franzen is quite close enough. We're right on board with the 4th place man, and that slipstream effect is not significant, is it really? He closes in more under braking for turn 1, but again, not quite able to get an overlap for now.
Exactly right, and Franzen through the section that suited him so far, but he's going to try and get this done, I think, in the next corner or two before, seemingly at least, Hove comes back into his zone. Through turn 4 they go. Who will be more committed through this corner where there is a significant damp patch to contend with? The answer is definitely Franzen there. Gets the better run, but it looks like Hove has a straight line speed advantage actually, and that would go against what I understand of the 2 specs of Radical. Of course, it could just be that the engine on Hove's car is slightly modified. You can modify these engines and get a bit more power out of them. It could be that Franzen is a much more factory fresh example, but I certainly think the RSX, the older car, the yellow machine, looks a bit quicker in a straight line.
Well, I also suspect, and it could just be my eyes deceiving me, but it does look as though the rear wing on Franzen's car is at a much more severe angle for more rear downforce, maybe set up more for the wet. It's a very flat sort of profile on the rear wing of the Michael Hove machine. That will be giving Michael an extra mile an hour or so, kilometre an hour or so, I suppose I should say, advantage in a straight line, and might then explain why he's struggling through that first sector, which of course is the tightest and most technical sort of section of the circuit. Might make a difference as well. It doesn't seem quite as confident Hove over some of the damp patches, so could be setup related this as well, because you're right, Franzen's car should have the edge in a straight line, but at this point quite clearly doesn't have a significant advantage. We've seen that from the multiple times we've ridden on board with this car down the main straight, even with a slipstream, not able to close in.
No, exactly right. Diego D'Ambra last time by improved again. Everyone's still improving lap on lap at the moment, of course, as the conditions come to them. I do wonder how long it's going to be before we start to see them actually have to, well, not have to slow down, but be forced into it by rapidly increasing tyre temperatures as we get closer and closer to slick conditions out there on the track. But for now, at least, the speed is improving, and yes, again, down to the 211s for both of these two, Hove and Franzen. It's interesting, isn't it? Because Hove is consistently quicker at the line, but then they end up like this again at turn 3.
Yeah, absolutely neck and neck by the time they get to turn 3. Now, this is a real spirited effort, I think, from Franzen to make the move. This is where he's been strong, uphill through turn number 4. He's closer than ever, peaks to the inside, but again, just loses out on acceleration over the crest of the hill. Hove then takes the defensive line, Franzen to the outside. Now, he won't make the move on the way into the corner, but does that give him the superior traction up the hill to finally get properly alongside? The answer, I fear, is no. So that was probably the closest he's been to overtaking, maybe since they were overlapping slightly at this point on the track a few laps ago, but just not able to find the gap and make the move happen when it counts.
No, exactly. It's a bit of a chess match, this one, from sector to sector, really corner to corner, as to who's quicker where. Pit window, incidentally, will open in 2.5 minutes, and I wonder if Franzen's team, down at Team Race Streaming, the Sunda engineers, are thinking, do we give him free air? Will that help? It's hard to say, of course, because, again, it seems to ebb and flow fairly inconsistently. He's right on the back of Hove at the moment as they go through the turn 12 apex, but of course didn't really carry enough speed there. I think if he'd taken a wider berth and kind of followed the wheel tracks of Hove a bit better, he might have had more speed, but he's had a look to the inside there. Not going to be close enough, I don't think, to make it work. I think Franzen is kind of halfway between wanting to make this move, but also not wanting to risk this move, is how I'm reading the body language of that car.
Yeah, well, you've made the point that the drivers and teams are very aware of the fact that there's not a huge amount of downtime between races, but for the drivers, this is all about experience. They want to try and get as many laps in as possible through both races to learn the cars and to gain the relevant signatures on their license as well. So they won't want to do anything too silly in order to make a move for third place, especially when there are still 26.25 minutes left on the clock. Oh, closes right into turn 1, but where do you go then? There's one line through turn 1. That's not traditionally a great overtaking opportunity, and he's then not quite close enough to throw it up the inside into 3.
No, exactly, and I do think it probably does come to the downforce point that you've made previously. Again, looking at those rear wings, they are slightly different specs, but they're also quite clearly at different angles and setups as well. Once again, through the twisties, Hove gets caught up massively by Franzen, but Franzen then closes in on the run to the hairpin. Not close enough, though, for a move, and up the hill. Once again, the yellow car of Hove will disappear up the road.
The other thing I'm noticing about setup is that Franzen's car seems to be running a slightly higher ride height, or at least the front splitter isn't skimming the tarmac in quite the same way that Hove's is. So again, that tells me they've gone for more of a comfortable setup as opposed to an outright quick setup, but the closer you get the car stuck to the ground in a straight line, the faster it will go. So I do think it is setup that's the only thing separating these two cars, and ironically Franzen's car is better through the corners where you do the overtaking, but it takes him most of the corner to get close enough to even think about a move. This could be an opportunity. He doesn't really want to stray onto the wetter side of the road. It's still quite damp offline at the top of the hill. He's much quicker off the corner though, gets to the outside line. Michael Hove stands his ground though, and Franzen again elects not to take the risk. He's back to the inside, and finally 15 minutes in, he makes the move stick.
However, I have the feeling that with the main straight coming up, we might see this change hands yet again. Let's see what Hove can do through the final quarter, and the pit window should now be open as well, so there is that thought. Will we see a pit stop from either party? That's first to have gone by without visiting the pit lane. Do we see a stop from either Franzen now in third place or Hove? The answer is no, but what we do see is Franzen make a good 10 car lengths maybe through the last 2 or 3 corners. I think finally having some clean air up ahead of him has sealed the deal, and even by the end of the straight, the yellow car, despite its straight line speed advantage, is still a fair width behind.
Yeah, Franzen was 1.2 seconds quicker than Hove in the final sector alone, so that sort of says it all, doesn't it? Bear in mind he was making the move going into that final sector and still was quite comfortably quicker, so yeah, that was all he needed really, was that little bit of clean air, and it was worth waiting, it was worth being patient to make sure that he made the clean move, because now he is in front, he can start to really stretch his legs. He's not that likely to catch Diego D'Ambra, who is in second position, 26, nearly 27 seconds up the road from these two, and it's a similar sort of gap now between D'Ambra and Stromsted, the race leader. Remember him, the Sunder Motorworks number 24 car. There it is, right on cue. Turns into the final corner, and 25 seconds was the margin over second place at the start of the lap. He was actually fractionally slower than D'Ambra in the first sector. We're talking a 10th and a half. I don't think he'll lose too much sleep over that, but Morten Stromsted in a different league.
Yeah, absolutely right. And with respect to Morten, and indeed everyone else, the fastest driver so far all weekend by some margin has been his teammate Sebastian Schul. So I'm not expecting to see anyone really be able to surmount the advantage of last year's Radical Cup Scandinavia champion. He previously raced in Nordic 4 and karting, and I think maybe came up at about the same time, from what I could tell, as Noah Stromsted. So I think these two have known each other for a little while, and now pairing together, I dare suggest, while I don't think anything formal has been announced yet, that the Radical Cup Europe is the next destination for these two, and certainly as a pairing, if they do go into Radical Cup Europe together, coming into 2026 later in the season, that could be a tough one to beat for the rest of the teams as well.
Well, yes, absolutely so. I think they've made their intentions clear, haven't they? That they are the favourites, and they are certainly delivering upon that promise. We ride on board with the race leader, and as we ride on board, you can potentially see over the next few corners just the difference in attitude and how much more confident Morten Stromstedt is than, for example, Jes Fransen, who we were riding on board with before. Nothing against Fransen, but there is a reason that Morten Stromstedt has quite a couple of seconds a lap over the rest of the field, and he's just got so much confidence in the car. He's got the setup obviously where he wants it. He's got the clear track, which also helps. But he is, as I said, in a different league really, 26 seconds clear at the start of the lap. When does he pit is the next question, I suppose.
Yes. That is the next question, isn't it? And I don't know, are we bipartisan? Do we want to split exactly down the middle, or are we going to selfishly take a bit more time out there on the circuit for Morten? No, okay, so he wants to give Sebastian a full 20 minutes effectively at the wheel. It'll be 79 seconds from pit in to pit out, if they do it properly. What happens if not is to be discussed in the minutes thereafter, but the pit stop will be made, and actually I think if we can, hopefully, if the camera signal stays with us, we might get to see the radical driver change, and especially I think with this halo, it's quite a big upward movement that the drivers have to make to actually get out of the car, so that's going to be an interesting thing to watch, I reckon. Stromstedt heads down towards the garage at Sunda Motorworks, and there will be a very sprightly Sebastian Schur ready to take over in just a few moments, and yeah, Morten has to kind of, really shimmy his way out over the halo there, which is not a work of moments, and they can actually go one side and either side of each other, which is quite well managed. That was fairly efficient stuff from the Sunda Motorworks team, and being close to the pit lane exit as well, of course, that makes things very useful from the timing perspective of the pit stop, because effectively, if they send 3 seconds before the 79-second buffer is complete, they know they've done it. So you don't have to do that kind of mental arithmetic of, okay, we're about 15 seconds away. What does that mean, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly. So that's where we often see even professional teams in GT and sports car racing getting caught out with pit stop regulations, and yeah, the driver change ongoing here. All 4 cars, in fact, in the pit lane together.
They are. Now, I wasn't anticipating a driver change in Diego de Ambra's car based on the entry list. I think there have been changes that I was not informed of. Now, that's a Lion Speed GP helmet, which makes me think it could be Damien Frader or someone like that. We'll see once they come out of the first sector, but Sunderworks and Lion Speed GP often work as a tandem. Of course, Jose Garcia, who's also heavily involved with Lion Speed, who was with us in the GT4 Winter Series recently. He could also be on site, but certainly the version of the entry list I received did not mention a second driver in the 22, so we'll have to wait with bated breath on that front.
We will indeed, but there is the new driver inserted into car 24, Sebastian Schur, who is, as we said earlier on today, the quickest man really here in the Sports Prototype Winter Series, at least has been thus far this weekend. And Sebastian will now look to try and maybe improve upon the fastest lap set by Morten Stromstedt at 2:04.576. He'll probably fancy his chances of being able to do that. Around 3 seconds, by the way, was what separated Jes Fransen and Michael Hove as they came into the pit lane. So unless there's a major issue with the number 23 car, it should still come out in that 3rd position. But then what the relative pace of the cars is in the second half of the race awaits to be seen. On board then heading up the hill once again towards the right-handers outside. That is the 22 car of Stephen Berntsen, who turns through the right-hander at turn number 7. So there's your answer, Adam.
Yes, okay, so Stephen Berntsen takes the car over, another Lion Speed quasi-regular. We've seen him, I think, last year, actually, here at the 6 Hours of Portimão, if my memory's not failing me, racing a Porsche Cayman, but now in a Radical, and Berntsen making his way through 12 and 13 at the moment. Now, I would dare say he could be a force up against someone like Morten Stromstedt, I'm not sure how we'll stack up to Sebastian Scholl though, so we'll have to keep an eye on those relative times. To be honest, middle sector only 4 tenths between them, so Berntsen doing a pretty good shift.
Yes, absolutely so. We'll watch the lap times as they start to come in with interest, but the car certainly looks a bit more competitive now, doesn't it? Headlights ablaze as he heads over the top of the hill. Perhaps anticipating some traffic before the end of the race. There is a chance that there could be a bit of lappery based on the lap times, at least in the first part of the race. That second sector nearly a second slower than the race leader, but yeah, he's still very much getting up to speed. 12.6 seconds the margin, according to the timing screen. Now that was getting on for 30 seconds before the pit stop, so there's been a delay somewhere for the 24 team, and car 22 is significantly closer now than I expected.
Yes, well, the time in the SPWS regulations for pit stop is 79 seconds, so all of them were considerably over that. Whether or not there's been a change to that, an extended time to the pit stop, is certainly something I don't have available to me as information, but yes, last I saw it was a 79-second stop. It just seemed that some were more efficient than others. Yeah,
17 seconds quicker was the stop for car 22 compared to car 24, the race leader, so that was quite a big gain, but looks as though now Sebastian Scholl is starting to do something about that with the purple first and second sector, quickest of anyone in the race so far, so perhaps on course now for a new fastest lap. As we watch Stephen Berntsen briefly in shot there through the top of the hill, and then plunging back down the other side through the left-hander at turn 9, Craig Jones corner. Sorry, no, we're further round the lap actually, aren't we? This is into the final couple of corners. Takes a very early apex, I noticed that from Berntsen a lap ago. Into the left-hander, and again really hooking the apex curve there, sort of taking an odd looking line, but that is the fairly standard line through the penultimate corner, an early apex and then get on the throttle early to carry the speed out of the corner. Bit of a lift, not quite down one gear there through the final turn, hitting 5th as we go through the exit of the corner, and then 6th just on the brow of the hill, blasting past the pits, topping 200 kilometers an hour, and about to hit the brakes into turn number 1. So careful on those downshifts, particularly in the wet, not to snatch the rear brakes. You can very easily end up arriving at the corner backwards if you do that. And still a few little bits of wet racetrack to contend with. That little river that's running across the track at turn 2 just refuses to clear up. So got to have your wits about you still, even though the conditions are far better than they were, that's for sure.
I managed to retrieve the driver's briefing presentation document on the Gidlock Racing app. Stefan Lerner, yes, I do have it installed. And they had actually moved it up to 89 seconds, the mandatory stop time, but that still means that the fastest stop was 7 seconds off the absolute best. So either way, a suite of different pit stop times, and that's cost some more than others.
Yes, okay, interesting. So actually, Team 22, they were the most efficient, really, weren't they, of the stoppers? That's why that lead gap came down so significantly. And in fact, a purple first sector for Stephen Berntsen. So faster by 3 tenths than the man we ride on board with now, Sebastian Scholl. He is then 3 tenths slower than him in the middle sector. But yeah, Stephen Berntsen is not going down without a fight here, is he? As he tries to chase after the race leader, who in turn is hustling on slightly more than before, sliding his way through the penultimate corner and headed for the line once again. Does look as though the cars are now able to go quite significantly more quickly than they were early on. In fact, that previous lap for Sebastian was the first sub 2 minute lap of the race, a lap that he betters next time round.
Yeah, Berntsen, the name was hitting me somewhere. He did indeed race in last year's 6 Hours of Portimão. Of course, he's also the founder of Sunda Motorworks, so the team boss has thrown himself in the car last minute. I see, I understand what's happening there. He's also a driver coach, so this maybe makes some sense. He has been an oracle for other drivers previous when it comes to coaching, and here he is now at the wheel doing a good job, albeit not him currently that we're looking at. Sebastian Scholl there really wrestling that car through turn 4. That was a little bit wayward.
Yes, I would go with that. He may be the fastest man on track, but the times aren't coming to him that easily, are they? He's definitely having to work pretty hard behind the wheel to get the lap times out of the car. He is just under 16 seconds clear of Stephen Berntsen, who on the previous lap did a 2 minute 0.2, which was that car's best lap of the race, but still 1.1 seconds slower than Sebastian Schur out in front. So despite the upturn in pace from Berntsen compared to how that car was going in the first half of the race, I think that might largely be down to the improving conditions. Yes, he's closer to the pace of the race leader, who takes, again, a very odd line heading up the hill, but just trying to find, I think now, maybe the drier parts of the track. Even though you're not on a slick tyre, that clearly is going to be the faster way around the corner.
Absolutely, and I'm really enjoying watching these cars on the onboards, and of course props must go to race streaming of Team Race Streaming for the onboard cams that we've got here. But under braking, especially they're going uphill towards turn 9 and 10 with Sebastian Schur, who's on the limit, you can see that he's counter-steering practically through the braking zone. It's only marginal, but to keep the car in check and in balance, he's doing these minute input, and that is really impressive to watch.
And it's something you wouldn't necessarily have to do if you were on a slick tyre, but that's because the wet tyre, the tread of the wet tyre, is literally moving around on the tyre underneath you, and so the car sort of, it feels very jelly-like. It feels like none of the four corners are really that connected to the road, and so you're constantly having to manoeuvre the car through the corners, and it's one of the hardest things, I think, for new racing drivers to really wrap their head around, is being comfortable with a car that's moving around underneath you, especially a high downforce sports prototype such as this. You kind of expect the thing to be planted and almost go-kart-like, you know, and that's the fastest way to drive the car, but sometimes you don't have that amount of grip at your disposal, and you've got to be comfortable with the thing fighting you into every braking zone and in every acceleration zone too.
Yeah, absolutely right. Of course, the radicals we have on circuit, all four of them are RS3s, albeit with SR3s, sorry, albeit with slightly different specifications on the yellow machine of Michael Hove. I just had to look this up, actually, thinking to myself, have they been 25 years now? No, it's almost 30 years of radical. The thought crossed my mind watching these cars go around the circuit. They're a 97 founding company, so almost 30 years now of radical in motor racing, and indeed just as a company, of course, always focused first on track days, even though they've track days and racing, even though they have had road-going examples of everything, including the SR3 over the years, usually special commissions rather than anything fully intended for the road, but that's changed in more recent years. They've already, of course, been all the way up the mountain in prototype competition. They built an LMP2 car 20 years ago now, oh my word. 2006, the Radical SR9, which was driven by the Roll Center team and Team Brutsch Ladich in the early stages of the Le Mans series and in the Le Mans 24 Hours at the time. Martin Short and Roll Center, I think, at the time were also the subject of a documentary that followed them around the 2006 Le Mans paddock, which was quite a revered piece of work. Schur and Berntsen, though, in the SR3s rather than the LMP2 SR9. I'm sure we'd let it in if anyone had one spare. But the SR3s taking the stage for now, and 18.5 seconds is the gap, so that is now going out fairly significantly. I wonder, Andy, if the longer stops may have been for tyre changes, because you can make them. It's just obviously in the regulations disadvantage in theory with a longer pit stop. The base pit stop time for this race was, as I said, 89 seconds, 1 minute 29. If the tyres are changed during the minimum pits or mandatory pit stop, it's a 2 minute 19. So no, I was just wondering whether Schur's sudden uptick of pace in the last 1 or 2 laps was him being cautious or him on new tyres, and I think it was just him being cautious initially, and now we're starting to see the pace that made him a radical champion.
Indeed so, and I definitely don't think he put a slick tyre on that car. Just looking at the body language, it does look like it's moving around, doesn't it? So yeah, I think he's just been maybe driving with that in mind, though, trying to manage the tyres, not make not push them too hard, and not have them there to look after him in the second half of the stint. Perhaps I'm sure that would have been something on his mind. And there's always something to learn, even if you're 18 seconds out in front of everyone else. There's always something you can be learning, and this is good practice, managing a wet tyre on an ever-drying circuit, on a circuit that quite frankly now would take a slick quite comfortably, I think, despite a couple of damp patches here and there. I think it is still a valuable lesson that he and the rest of the drivers are learning about tyre management. So he will be happy, I think, with his findings so far. There he is, Sebastian Schou, through turn number 3. Great livery on this car as well. Yellow and green, I think, always a really, really nice colour pairing on a racing car. And as it accelerates over the top of the hill, 4th gear, you can just about see there on the steering wheel mounted dashboard. He's already lapped, look, Michael Hove. I was about to make that point, that there might be some lappery to be done before the end of the race. He has now lapped the 4th place car and is about there for 14 seconds or so now behind Jes Fransen in the 3rd place, number 23 machine, to put a lap on him as well. So we can, I believe, head down into the pit lane where Izzy has been doing some digging and I believe is catching up once more with Morten Stromsted.
I certainly am. I've got him alongside me now. I mean, we're coming to stages of the race, Morten. We spoke to you on the grid. Just tell us how much fun it was out there.
Oh, it was fun. It was mainly, the problem was we couldn't really push because it's a long distance race, and you know the other race also needed some tires left, so I was not pushing all the way, but he's doing the final job, Sebastian.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Can't push all the way because you've got to keep some tyres, as you said to me on the grid as well. I mean, just how tricky is this wind as well in one of those cars?
Well, the open cars in the high-speed corners, the last corner you come out and the head is dragged sideways, so you just have to forget it and keep the throttle down.
Well, things are looking pretty good at the moment for the win, aren't they?
Let's hope we get to the finish line.
All right, well, we might be speaking to you again in a few moments. Thank you. Go enjoy the rest of the race.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So the 24 car continues on. That was Morten Stromsted that we were just speaking to. Here is Sebastian Schou at the wheel of that 24 machine, the green and yellow vehicle, the Sunder Motorworks entry. And Sebastian has been pretty much exemplary in this race so far. We're down under the final 5 minutes of this race. It should be 3 more laps for Sebastian Schou. And I will say, Andy, is that a curtain of rain in the back of that shot?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, Adam.
You're looking the wrong way, to be honest. The screen's in front of you.
Well, I was just seeing whether I could see anything out of the window, and out of the window I can tell you, bone dry, lovely February day here at Portimão.
But we've had this problem with you before, Andy. I was talking about weather coming in from the north and you were looking west.
I'm just choosing to be optimistic, Adam. That's my mindset. I certainly know 4 people here at Portimão who are rather hoping that you're wrong in your weather forecasting, because yes, they're on wet tyres, but they won't really resemble a wet tyre much at this point. If it does start getting wet, they might not have an abundance of grip.
No, exactly right. Let's hope not. I think in some regards, an absolutely ruined wet tyre is the worst possible tyre to have in wet conditions, perhaps even more than a slick. A lap goes down there to Jes Fransen, so Fransen gets put a lap behind. Only Berntsen and Schou remain on the lead lap then. And I do wonder quite when Diego D'Ambra recruited Stephen Berntsen to get in that car, and how his team race streaming teammate Jes Fransen felt when he heard that, oh, so we're not going to race each other in a fair fight. You're going to do half the race, hand over to the coach, and leave me for dust. Okay, interesting. Co-founders.
Hey, everyone is competitive, and the better you know someone, the more you want to beat them, don't you?
Exactly.
So any competitive edge you can find is worth exploiting, I think. Although, yeah, it must be said that Diego did a pretty good job in his first stint, didn't he? He was quite comprehensively up the road anyway, something I'm sure he will be reminding everyone of when he gets back, or when everyone's back in the garage at the end of the race, which is only 2 minutes and 40 seconds away. And Sebastian Schou 22.7 11 seconds, his latest margin. There aren't any personal best sector times coming in anymore, and I did spot what you were alluding to there on the in the background a shot or two ago. So there is weather on its way. Whether it's arrived here yet, I'm not so sure,
No,
but
not yet.
I think it is incoming. Much, I'm sure, to the delight of the Formula Winter Series teams.
Yes, another instance of them staring at two sets of tyres and wondering what on earth they're meant to do. Do we just put it diagonally across the corners of the car, perhaps? 2 minutes left then, so it will be the final lap next time by that begins for Sebastian Schell. He's on his penultimate lap at the moment. Is this Hove? No, it's not Hove catching up Franzen. This is Hove just been lapped by Stephen Berntsen. So Berntsen, the second place man, has just gone past Hove in 4th position. The SPV car, of course, SPV Racing also look after LMP3 cars, Porsche Cup cars. We see them fairly often in the Winter Series. In fact, we were supposed to see them this weekend at the 6 Hours of Portimão, but sadly, I don't think a driver lineup materialised in the 11th hour. And hopefully, we get to see them with us over the course of not just the remaining Sports Prototype Winter Series race at Valencia, but also maybe a couple of GT or even Prototype Winter Series appearances before the end of the season. Of course, the Prototype Winter Series, the LMP3 grid, set to join us again at Aragon and Barcelona. So the LMP3s will run there, and the GTs, of course, still have Valencia, Aragon and Barcelona all to do. Next week at Valencia, incidentally, in the GT Winter Series, it may be over 35 cars. It's going to go quite a long way over that, actually, based on the current information I have. We'll see what the entry list finally says, I think, on Monday. But I expect over 35 cars. It's going to be a very compelling weekend at Valencia, and it will also be the second and final weekend of the season for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. The philosophy is to have a brief schedule, effectively 10 days, where you can do 4 races, have a full championship with points in consideration, and keep it fairly cost effective as well. Fairly limited pre-event track time compared to some of the other Winter Series products, although you can bolt on additional time as well on the testing in the lead up to the event. So it is designed to be a cost-effective option for drivers of non-LMP3 prototypes, and we hope to see more of them next weekend in Valencia and indeed for seasons to come. Certainly for Sebastian Schell, I don't think he'll mind if he doesn't see anyone in the mirrors. He has dominated this race so far, coming around the final 2 turns now. He picked up the baton from Morten Stromsted, who put a fairly good foundation in there for him, to be honest, but the master architect of the final stint was certainly Sebastian Schell. Now coming around the final corner, and Sunda Motorworks will be the first team to win a Sports Prototype Winter Series race. Schell and Stromsted will be the first driver pairing to do so as well. They've certainly taken to the Autodrome Internacional de Algarve well so far. Of course, they have a second race to consider before the conclusion of the day as well, after our Formula Winter Series outing. Across the line in third, a lap down comes, yes, Franzen. So Franzen crosses the line to make it a 2-3, a double podium for Team Race Streaming. So the co-founders can share a trophy aloft each, as Berntsen now comes across the line in the car started by Diego Diambra of Race Streaming. And the 4th and final car across the line will be the SPV car. Here it is. Michael Hove comes over the start-finish line, the 44 car, rounding out the finishing order. So Sunda Motorworks' Sebastian Schell having a showcase race there. Once he got the first lap or 2 out of the way, he started lapping at a rate of knots, 1.8 seconds faster than Berntsen's best lap. Looks like he's still pushing a little bit there, at least through some of the corners on the in-lap as well. Every bit of track time helps, I suppose. These conditions have certainly improved since the top of our broadcast, and right now I do somewhat wonder where we're going from here. We are expecting a bit more precipitation before the end of the day. The question is that going to hit before, during, or after the Formula Winter Series race, where we have a full quota of Tata's Formula 4 machinery ready to take the start? And certainly they'll be hoping that it's an easy decision. Right now, slicks would be the way, looking at the number of dry patches on the circuit. Will that still be the philosophy? Will that still be clear cut by the time the starting procedure takes place? I think it'll be another 20 or so minutes really before these cars for the Formula Wind Series roll. So it's going to be tricky. They're going to be keeping an eye on the radar. They're going to be keeping an eye on the sky. But the sports prototypes, slightly too early. Oh, there's a fair bit of steam emits there from the engine intake. Now, that doesn't strike me as ordinary, I'll be honest. I could be wrong, but that don't look right to me. Sebastian Shaw has a look, and I'm not sure it looks right to him either, to be honest. Certainly the car warm after a 40 minutes where it was pushed hard by both Stromsted and Shaw. Yes, Franzen's car doesn't do the same thing on arrival. And nor does it appear Stephen Berntson's car is emitting smoke quite like that. So whether there's been an issue on the in-lap maybe for Sebastian Shaw, that was quite a lot of smoke / steam. It's now maybe calming down a bit, but it doesn't look quite right to me. We'll hopefully be able to go down there shortly and catch up with our winning driver, Sebastian Shaw. And you see there the Formula Wind Series cars already on the pit apron, and that will be the discussion at the moment. It's slicks now. Yes, 100% it's slicks now, but will it be slicks in 20 minutes' time? Even less than 20 minutes' time? It's going to be hard to say. We'll keep our fingers crossed that it does stay dry. They haven't had much dry running to speak of so far in the Formula Winter Series, and certainly from the perspective of myself and Andy and Izzy and any of the journalists from publications, we want to see what the dry conditions yield. We haven't really had much chance to do so yet in this Formula Winter Series. Meanwhile, focusing back in on the sports prototypes, Izzy has Sebastian Shaw.
Yes, I do, and a historic moment in our Winter Series paddock. The first winner ever of the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Sebastian, I'm sure Morten will come and congratulate and enjoy the celebrations with you, but Sebastian, congratulations, a fantastic drive.
Yeah, thank you. I've just had my first weekend here, so to come out on top is great, but I've planned to do the Radical Cup Europe season, and this weekend was just to test out the driver swaps and how an endurance race will be.
Well, you've absolutely nailed it, and another race later today, so I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun there as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited to take in the start next race, so I'm looking forward to that.
And just before we let you go, I have to ask you, because when you pulled into the pits, there was quite a lot of smoke coming out of the car. Did that worry you a little bit?
Yeah, I was a bit worried, but the smoke wasn't too big, so I didn't think it was much of an issue.
Well, still a win. Congratulations. Go up to the podium and enjoy it. Well done. Our first winners in the Sports Prototype Winter Series.
Thank you very much, Izzy. Indeed, Sebastian Shaw and Morten Stromsted deserved winners of that race. The number 24 Sunder Motorworks team top the order. Stephen Berntsson joining Diego D'Ambra in the cockpit of the team race streaming car with a good showing for second place. Yes, Franzen driving solo for third overall, and that of course was after battling Michael Hove in the early stages of the race. Michael Hove eventually finishing in fourth. And so the race is in the books. The Sports Prototype Winter Series has had its first ever motor race. 40 minutes at Portimão. We got started with a Sunda versus SPV front row of the grid. Hove had a better start by the looks of it, but it would be Morten Stromsted into an early lead. Diego Diambra sneaking through into second place, while yes, Franzen ended up behind Michael Hove, and this would be the story of much of the early stages of the race. Hove was ahead, and Franzen could not quite find his way past in the slightly newer XXR spec Radical. RSX versus XXR on this particular race battle. Franzen seemed to have the edge in the corners, but in the straight lines, the yellow Radicals seemed to be that little bit quicker. But coming up to the corners, huge close-in speed from Franzen. It's just that Hove happened to be there right on the apex, somewhat in the way. It was going to be a matter of getting through around the corners, and finally the opportunity presented itself on the run to turn 12. A nice move from Franzen, and managed to gap Hove enough that there wasn't a retaliation on the main straight. Thought that perhaps Hove had the straight line speed to challenge on the way to the first corner, but it wasn't to be. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Morten Stromsted, about halfway through the race, just before halfway through the race, came into the pits, and we saw a driver change between himself and Sebastian Scholl. Sebastian hopping into the car, you see them there clambering over and indeed using the halo a little bit to place themselves into the seat, getting used to these fast and sharp pit stops. The 24 car now in the hands of last year's Radical Cup Scandinavia champion, was the car to beat, and indeed it could not be beaten. Some telltale smoke on pull-up. We'll have to see whether there's any developing issues or any developing stories from that site, but Scholl and Stromsted ultimately dominate the day in the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Of course, they dominate race 1 of the day. Race 2 will come up after the Formula Winter Series. Quite a short turnaround, so if there is an issue for that SR3 that was smoking, the 24 car, that could be quite bad news. So they're going to be hoping that that's not anything that they need to investigate down at the garage of Sunda Motorworks between the two races. Of course, very limited time to even get the car back into the garage, especially with the hive of activity of the Formula Winter Series cars that are currently heading out onto the circuit. And indeed, they will be already, as we saw, on their sighting laps on their way to the grid. And the second of 3 Formula Winter Series races is next up on our screen here today. After Ethan Lennon had a very entertaining battle in the earlier race, he'll be... Oh, I'm going to interrupt myself because, as we've seen there in that few seconds, the rain has started falling, and it started falling quite heavily from my commentary position. And indeed at the hairpin at turn 5, we were debating whether it was going to hold out enough for the drivers to start on slicks. Unless it stops very quickly, the answer is going to be no. A twist in the tail then for the upcoming Formula Winter Series race. The rain has arrived, and Andy, I'm afraid, is outside on the podium. Let's go to him.
Thank you, Adam. Well, I'm now on a very soggy podium, getting ready to get our drivers out here, so we won't hang around too long. Let's start with our third place driver then from that first Sports Prototype Winter Series race of the season. Yes, Franzen! Third step of the podium for, yes, the driver who was in the thick of that battle early on for second position. Gets a lot of encouragement from his fellow podium finishers. Second place for Diego Diambra and Stephen Bernson. Out they come onto the second step of the podium. A good second stint that from Stephen, but the race win in the end goes to Sunda Motorsports, Sebastian Scholl and Morten Stromsted. Well done, guys. Onto the top step they will go. Photos will be taken, and they have bottles of fizz, supplied as always by Quinta das Arcas, and we have 2 representatives from Quinta das Arcas here to hand out the trophies as well. Luis and Ramil from Quinta das Arcas to hand out the first and second place trophies respectively. And handshakes all round for our drivers then at the end of what was a challenging race, as always, in ever-changing conditions. And I think we're in for another one of those, courtesy of the Formula Winter Series race to come up next. The rain has started to ease, but I suspect the damage is done as far as track conditions are concerned. So as our sports prototype drivers gather on the top step of the podium then to celebrate their result in the first race, a very short turnaround, of course, for their second race later on, we can now look forward to our second Formula Winter Series race of the day.
Well, you can see the scramble. I think there have been some tyre changes down there on the grid as the rain is now falling in the Formula Winter Series, or rather on the Formula Winter Series at the moment. You can see the scramble to grab umbrellas, the scramble to make sure the tyres are changed. Ethan Lennon will start this race from pole position, and he will have his eyes on the sky, but I don't think there's really any questioning it at this stage. He has to worry about the wet tyres. He doesn't have to worry about the slicks. Incidentally, after the race, Ethan Lennon gained a 5-second penalty for track limits, leaving the track and gaining an advantage, the number 32 car. So while he finished second on the road in race 1 earlier today, he was ultimately classified in 8th position. So Ethan Lennon losing that podium, losing that second place post-race with a 5-second penalty. So he will be certainly out for a measure of revenge, a measure of redemption in this second race of the weekend from pole position. Of course, it was Ari Bansal who won the race earlier on. He starts from 4th on this grid. The US Racing driver making hay while the sun did not shine. The sun maybe shone for about 30 seconds earlier on in the afternoon, but now the rain is falling again, albeit the rain not currently falling in our position. I think it was a fairly brief flood, a fairly brief cloudburst compared to what we had earlier on, Andy. You're more qualified than me. You just dashed back from the podium, which does mean you're more out of breath than me too, but what are you thinking?
Yeah, it's wet. It's definitely wet. The heavens absolutely opened for about a minute or so, and I suspect they've soaked the track. The best qualified of us all, though, is the only member of our team who's actually out on the track. That, of course, is Izzy Browning. Izzy, what's it like out there?
Oh, I'm laughing, boys. I really am laughing at the front of the grid because it seems like every single time the Formula Winter Series steps onto the track, the heavens open. Every single time without fail. We can't get away from it this Winter Series, can we? Ironically, though, it has actually stopped raining now, so you will see that everybody is on wet tyres, and understandably a lot of changes, a lot of things going on to the cars, and a lot of chats between the mechanics and the drivers as a result. Things just reminding them to, I guess, be careful, because you want to keep it on the black stuff. Right, we are going to continue back, though. It is Ethan Lennon on pole position. I'm not going to go and grab a chat with him, though, because we have already spoken to him today. And, well, as Adam said, he was demoted after that race 1 received a penalty for track limits. For gaining an advantage outside of the track. So he did get that penalty. I am maybe going to try and jump in with Dries van Langendonk, though, because he did have an unfortunate start to the race, but actually was able to climb it back up through the field, and that he certainly did. Well, Dries, I mean, an unfortunate start to the race earlier, but what you did afterwards to climb back up to the position you did was really impressive.
Yeah, just obviously the clutches here are a bit different to the UK, so yeah, it's a bit of adaptation, but yeah, mistake on my side, which meant I stalled, but then obviously, yeah, really good comeback. Only had two and a bit laps to do it, and still made from 27th to 8th in 2 laps, which shows the pace was unreal to win even. But yeah, I mean, even in quali, obviously quali 1 didn't go exactly as I wanted, but quali 2, yeah, it was pretty great as well, all by 8 so yeah, we're gonna see how it goes, but yeah, I've learned from last race.
Yeah, another chance now. I mean, literally the heavens just opened. You must be getting pretty used to this kind of weather.
Yeah, I guess it's preparing us for the UK season, but yeah, I mean, I don't mind a bit of rain.
Certainly is. Have fun out there. Right, as I say, completely stopped raining now, so I don't think we're going to get 2 slicks before the end of the race, but it is ironic because as soon as they come onto the track, starts chucking it down. As soon as they, as soon as they change all their tyres, it's dry again. I mean, we can't predict it, can we? Another person who had an unfortunate race one was, of course, the number 77 of Alfie Slater. I am going to leave Alfie to it because we've chatted to him quite a lot, and I never like to give, not the commentator's curse, but the presenter's curse. Sometimes when I speak to drivers and then they end up in incidents, I try to leave them alone to then, regroup. Right, but we are going to jump in with our winner from earlier, the number 46 of Ari Bansal, if we can. Well, Ari, can we just grab a quick chat with you? I mean, it was a race win earlier. We've got more of the same, well, tricky conditions. What's going to be crucial here at the start?
Please repeat.
What's going to be crucial in this race?
It's a safety car start, so it's a bit more similar. Everything, nobody is going to like either stall or have wheel spin. It's going to be quite similar. I think for the start, it'll be all about reaction time.
Absolutely right. Have fun out there. We are going to continue back. I want to try and get to as many people as we possibly can. We then have the number 17 of Alexander Savinkov. And boys, you might remember last year a certain Kabir Anurag, who once he took a podium, the shoulders came down, he relaxed, and then he really seemed to get into a groove. And I just wonder if it might be the same for Alexander Savinkov, having taken that first win finally last weekend, whether he has just relaxed into this a little bit and maybe has found his groove here in Estoril, but also in Portimão. Another driver who's found their groove, certainly on this track, is Terje Borenstein. Now, he was with us last year in the Formula Winter Series, and in fact, his best result came here in Portimão, and he did a fantastic job again earlier in race 1. Let's see what he can do in this race 2, but for now, down on the grid, the heavens have now closed. It is no longer raining, and we will see what happens in this race, race 2 of the day for the Formula Winter Series.
Nexano, on the path to becoming the world's largest independent business community. We connect entrepreneurs, experts, and decision makers across industries and across borders. In our digital ecosystem, people share knowledge, learn from each other, and grow together. Companies and talents gain access to relevant contacts, resources, and innovative projects. Our community stands for transparency, trust, and sustainable economic success. We create space for inspiration, collaboration, and new business models. Nexano, shaping the future of business networking, global, digital, and accessible to everyone.
Well, we had a cloud burst, but in the words of Izzy, and I've got to say, very well put, the clouds have closed. The heavens have closed. Yes, so we do have an issue, and I think we may have an issue for the 32 of Lennon. He just put his hands up. No? Okay. He was stretching his hands, I think, but I thought he was waving for a minute to say, no, 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 my car's stalled. He is underway. The pole sitter is underway. And he is joined by his Rodin teammate Dries van Langendonk on the front row of the grid for this race. We do have one stop. That looks like that could be the 92 of Leon Headfors. Yes, it is. Alfie Slater from third on the grid. He'll be hoping to actually launch, as will Dries van Langendonk, both of whom didn't get off the line earlier on. Ari Bansal, the winner of the race earlier on, he starts from fourth on the grid. Fifth position, Alexander Savinkov, another strong qualifying from him in fifth place. Terje Borenstein alongside in sixth. Row 4 of the grid, Rocco Coronel and Ludovico Busso. Busso with another strong qualifying. Coronel wanting to get his way back towards a podium if he possibly can in this race. Row 5 of the grid, Thomas Behrman and Arjen Kreling. Van Amersfoort and Us Racing representatives respectively. Of course, Behrman moved way up the field from the same position in the race earlier on today. Alexander Ruta in 11th place. He's alongside Pedro Lima, who hopefully will get an opportunity to showcase himself from P12. Of course, he was collected up in the Slater and Van Langendonk non-starting situation earlier on. Noah Killian alongside Emilio Del Grosso on row 7. Row 8 of the grid is Marcus Silkunas alongside Levi Arn, 15th and 16th places. In 17th and 18th place, Thomas Rodokas and Samuel Ifrid, so Cram Motorsport and Renauer being represented there. Row 10 of the grid, Leon Headfors, well, he would have been there. I think he will be starting from the rear, unfortunately. Ellis Stevens in 20th place. Row 11 of the grid, Chiara Batig and Nicholas Cortez. Row 12 of the grid, Maximilian Kamalander and Victor Paulsen. Row 13 is Zoe Florescu and Andre Rodriguez. Row 14, Vittorio Orsini and Philip Rice. Row 15 will be Roman Kamyab and Matilda Pats. Row 16 of the grid, Alexandra Loza and Ginevra Panzeri. And row 17, Abdullah Kamel, rounding out the order on row 17 of the grid. The safety car is in this lap, so it's going to be a single file rolling start as opposed to a standing start. Ethan Lennon didn't get the best of rolling start relaunches earlier on in the day. He'll be looking for a better run of fortune this time.
Well, I think you're right. Both he and Ari Bansal, when they were in control of rolling restarts like this one, elected to go very, very late, didn't they? And that didn't really seem to work. Let's see whether Ethan maybe has a different strategy this time. He's certainly not gone early. Early, I would consider to be partway through that penultimate corner that they've just exited. So it looks like he's going for a similar strategy. Dries van Langendonk, though, he'll be desperate to try and make up for the poor start earlier on, and he'll be hot on his toes here to try and find a way past Ethan Lennon into turn 1.
So then the 32 and the 15 in tandem, everyone on each other's gearbox. Some fanning out, though, further down the field. Can Ethan Lennon time this start well? He lost out on the race lead to Ari Bansal. That one has gone a lot better. He's got himself 1 or 2 car lengths as he launches the Rodin Motorsport car into life. It's Rodin Motorsport 1, 2, 3, of course, with Lennon, Van Langendonk and Slater leading the field away as the second Formula Wind Series race of the weekend begins in earnest. Bansal has once again got a phenomenal start on a single file launch. Has he got the best of Slater to his inside? No. Alfie Slater remains in third, and Savinkov into contact with Rocco Caranel. Alexander Savinkov falls down the field. That's hugely unfortunate for him. Hopefully Coronel hasn't picked up damage in all of that, but 2, 3 wide going through turns 2 and 3. Everyone shuffling around trying to find space. Short of Savinkov, I think everyone is still going in the right direction.
That was really unfortunate, though. Savinkov just got stuck in the middle of a 3-wide situation. Here, though, comes Dries van Langendonk for the race lead. Is it a block pass? Well, you can't really block a driver who's 3 miles off the edge of the road, and that's where Ethan Lennon found himself. That, in the end, makes it quite easy for Dries van Langendonk to get the lead away. So, Rodin Motorsport drivers still running 1-2, but in a different order, and it is Van Langendonk now, then, that gets the advantage and needs to try and get his head down and get away. But remember, Ethan Lennon, even when he lost the lead in the race earlier on, looked pretty quick in these conditions. Similar conditions, I'd say, actually, to those that we had earlier on this afternoon. And he is already back on the gearbox of Van Langendonk, trying to find a way through.
Absolutely right. Van Langendonk is our race leader. Lennon needs to be careful there because, again, I think he tried to use that runoff to save himself time, and that's how he got a penalty earlier. That was Pedro Lima heading off the circuit. Lima made some headway through the first few moments of the lap, I think, got himself into the overall top 10, but may have cost himself there by running it out wide. Van Langendonk will be hoping that he's got the pace advantage over Lennon, certainly through that middle sector. It looked like he did. Pedro Lima, meanwhile, is just ahead of Theo Borenstein and Ludovico Busso. I think he's around 8th position at the moment, and certainly not all of the space in the world there on the outside line. Of course, both of them wanted the outside line because that's where they'll find the grip right now.
And it was Busso who benefited from that, wasn't it? He was able to sort of muscle his way through on that slightly tighter line. So Langendonk leads then, 7/10 to Slater second. So Lennon, sorry, second, Slater third, Bansal fourth. Rocco Coronel seems to have survived that little skirmish with Savinkov at the first corner. He's there in fifth ahead of Thomas Behrman. And this really is where the bulk of the battling is to be found for now in the midfield. The number 20 car there at the head of that little battle pack was Theo Borenstein. This is actually just towards the back of the top 10, and Borenstein under threat as they head for turn 3, and indeed will lose out there to Arjen Crowling then, who gets himself into the top 10. Into the gravel has gone Alexandra Lauser and bounces back onto the circuit. Thankfully no need for a safety car intervention. That car continues on its way. Also continuing is this battle for fourth. Ari Bansal, who is inspired after that result earlier on, tries the outside on Rocco Coronel, and that did not work.
No, it did not. It's very much worked against him there. Thomas Behrman in the 87, now on the back of Bansal. In fact, well, so Bansal and Coronel have swapped, haven't they, since the start-finish line? My apologies. So they've swapped places in the first sector of the lap, and Rocco Coronel is closing in on the podium that he really wants after an average okay run through the first race. Now, Emilio Del Grosso, who started quite a way up the order in the pre-teen positions. He was on row 6 of the grid, row 7 of the grid, sorry, so he's 14th. He's running all the way down in 32nd, so he's had a problem on the first lap of the race. Chiara Battig has just started falling through the field a bit as well from what I've seen at the second sector split. We'll keep an eye on that as well. We've got cars off track at the back in the background there. The 99, Abdullah Kamel and Ginevra Panzeri having a moment, and I think Panzeri's car, it bounced a bit there, but I think it's okay. Maybe the rear suspension's a bit out of whack.
Possibly, maybe as a result of the contact that I presume put that car in the gravel trap in the first place. Right, watch the lap times as they come through. We've had a purple first sector for Van Langendonk, purple middle sector Alfie Slater. It is the race leader who sets the fastest lap so far, but Slater third and Coronel fourth. Both now starting to find a little bit of extra performance as they learn the conditions, of course, with every lap that they turn. There is the number 13 car. That's Noah Killian to the outside of Theo Borenstein at the first corner. Tries to get back to the inside at turn 2, but not quite able to make the move stick there. What about turn 3? The tighter line is the shorter way through the corner, but on the exit, it will be the number 20 car that has far superior exit speed. Leaders then drop down into turn 5, and again, all of them hunting for the wet part of the road. Certain parts of the track, Adam, are drying quicker than others once again.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought we were done with this kind of conversation, to be honest, for today in the Formula Winter Series. But no, they are once again having to really seek the damp patches, and Silkunas there. No, not Silkunas, sorry. Yes, I should really trust myself. Marcus Silkunas it was in the 26 car, running way off track there, and he's dropped himself possibly just behind his countryman there, Thomas Rudokas. It's side by side between the Renault and Jensa drivers, the two Lithuanian competitors, and the Renault man gets the better of it. Rudokas moves up into what should be 15th position. Next target, Samuel Ifrid.
Yes, it is. So moving through the order quite nicely there. Drop downhill again through the left-hander, and that is the number 5 car now in trouble. That is Ella Stevens. Didn't quite see who the other car was. There's been a tangle down at turn 5. That is often an action hotspot, isn't it? It is Orsini. Oh no, so they were battling over 21st place overall, and Ella Stevens was the leading female driver in the race, but I suspect that is no longer the case.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Ethan Lennon there, that was a big bounce, wasn't it?
Yeah, he slid wide over the curb, and the car bottomed out over that curb, and that could now be Alfie Slater's opportunity. Look, he's closed in dramatically on Ethan Lennon, and again, the Rodin teammates, at the moment, it's a Rodin lockout of the overall and rookie podiums, because we're back to that situation where the rookies are rather dominating proceedings, but they are about to do battle for second place. Slater not quite close enough at turn 1, though.
No, I thought for sure that Leonard had cost himself a bit more time, but I think he managed to execute turn 15 quite well ultimately, despite the scrubbed off speed, and just about holds off Slater for the time being, of course, as, again, Lennon really struggling for traction there. It looks like his suspension's a little bit, there's a lot of inward camber there. I'm not quite sure if that's fully as it's meant to be at this stage, but we see them come over the crest of the hill, and Slater is through into second place. I wasn't quite sure whether the move would be made, but yes, Slater is through. Lennon is down to third. I was going to say that Rocco Coronel would love to see them fight each other, but I think Slater now through. That's pretty definitive, at least for the time being. We saw Nicholas Cortez on the picture-in-picture there with a suspension issue, so there's clearly been yet more contact somewhere out there around the circuit.
Turn 12, I suspect, since that's where the latest yellow flags have started to be waved, so that car seemed to be a long way off the road, so hopefully we'll get away without needing another safety car, because this has been a mighty entertaining race so far in, again, tricky conditions here at Portimão. There was your race leader, briefly, Dries van Langendonk. He is looking very comfortable, isn't he? This is much more like it for Dries. 2.5 seconds clear at the start of the lap of his battling road in motorsport teammates. Saw there the Cortez car, I think it is indeed a long way off the road, isn't it?
However, Slater was only a 10th off through the second sector of the lap, and Alfie has been gunning for an opportunity to show what he can do in wet conditions. As long as I've been talking to him in the paddock, he's been very keen to see it, and a few things went against him last time out at Estoril. Let's see what he can do from second place in this race. Here is the aftermath of the Orsini and Stevens incident, and then also involved in that was the 24 of Cortez, so all remnants of a different incident strewn around the circuit, unfortunately. But yes, that was a little bit more insight into what happened there. Just a lot going on with over 30 cars on the grid, heading down to that turn 5 pinch point in these conditions. These tanglements, they do happen.
Yeah, it's a downhill braking zone as well, and we saw in the 6-hour qualifying session earlier on, you've got to sort of transition across that racing line in the braking zone, and it's easy in these conditions to snatch a break, especially in cars such as these. So, yeah, I suspect that had something to do with it. Van Langendonk extending the margin then, so Alfie Slater pushing on in second place, but not yet able to match the pace of the leader. Personal best first sector there for Slater, but it's still a 10th off what the leader is doing. The battle, I suspect, now is about to be for 4th, isn't it? Coronel, Bansal and Behrman getting themselves together. 4th, 5th and 6th places respectively. Harry Bansal, the US Racing meet in the Van Amersfoort Racing sandwich. Someone wide there in the braking zone down at turn 5 again, as if just to prove that point, that is a very tricky braking zone and a very common place to see drivers getting it wrong and slipping off the road.
Absolutely right. Battles up and down the field. We see there Chiara Batig under pressure there from one of the AKM cars. That was Abdullah Kamel, and running Sans front wing is Emilio Del Grosso. So he's been in the wars, having started in the top 15. He's now running without a front wing. I don't know how long he's been running without a front wing, but certainly doesn't seem to be too much slower than Ginevra Panzeri up ahead, in spite of the lack of front downforce. So I suppose if any weather conditions you're going to be granted with a bit of extra understeer, this might be the best of them. Langendonk then 3.6 seconds clear at the front of the field as of last time by. Let's see what the gap is on this occasion. It was some 0.6 faster last time for Dries van Langendonk, and I really don't think Alfie Slater has gained anything this time by, but we'll wait and see. Slater comes across the line. It will be a 206.0 last time by for Van Langendonk, 206.2 this time for Slater. So only 0.2 slower, but still Van Langendonk not really matchable for anyone else right now.
No, you're right about that one. So Dries will be pretty comfortable as we approach the halfway mark with his overall race lead. There's a battle developing, by the way, deep in the field to be the top female driver in this race between Matilda Pats and Zoe Florescu. Remember, Florescu didn't finish the race earlier on, ended up in the gravel trap exiting turn 3, while she has been catching Matilda Pats, and the pair are separated by only half a second. Here they are. Well spotted that by our camera operator at turn 1, peering through the gloom and the mist. The 18 car then, Matilda Pats, who was the top female driver in race 1 as well, and is currently leading that category again. There's a trophy and a spot on the top step of the podium available for one of these two, and Florescu would love to try and claim that class victory, so to speak, to make up a little bit for what happened in race 1.
Just got some word from Izzy that Emilio Del Grosso started from the pit lane because the car wasn't quite ready to actually do the sighting lap earlier on. So poor Emilio Del Grosso has had a really rough day, unfortunately, at the wheel of his Matilda Racing entry. And he is now actually in the pit lane, so I think possibly putting a new front wing on that car. Here's the other Matilda Racing car with Zoe Florescu just behind. This is the female trophy lead, isn't it? First and second place. And, well, the 18 car, of course, course, in the hands of Matilda Pats, won the female trophy earlier today. Zoe Florescu only got, what, 3 corners of racing. She would like to prove what she can do.
Indeed so, and has been lapping quite consistently quicker than Pats over the last couple of laps. On the previous lap took 4/10 out of her. It was similar the lap before. But, as someone once said, catching is one thing and getting past very much another, especially in wet conditions where there is one definitively quicker line, and to overtake someone you have to stray from that line. There are temptations into every tight corner to go to the inside, take the shorter route through the turn, but that's not usually the way to get things done in these conditions.
I think I'm going to call that 93 livery the maroon bovine car for this weekend because it's not meant to look like that, really, but they can only take so many stickers off of it. Oh, a big snap there on the wet curb. Got to be careful of that, of course, in these conditions. Zoe Florescu just managed to hold on to it, though, armful of opposite lock at the front of the field. The lap times again falling in favour of Van Langendonk, this time by 7/10, so that gap continues to extend. Of course, that's both the overall and the rookie class lead between Langendonk and Slater. The female trophy lead, though, still with Matilda Pats, but still very much having to keep half an eye on the mirrors.
Yeah, and that time their lap times within half a tenth, of course, because Florescu has now caught Matilda Pats, and to go any quicker we'll have to find a way past that number 18 car, which so far has proven to be a bit of a challenge. A good run out of turn 4 could yield an opportunity into the braking zone at 5. Have to wait a moment or two to see whether that comes off, waiting for them to appear over the hill. Here they are. And no, I don't think Florescu is quite close enough, is she? The number 93 car, although she does go for it up the inside, goes for the block pass. Can she get the car stopped? Yes, way wide goes Matilda Pats over the exit of the curb. And, well, again, she keeps her foot down and comes out of that situation further ahead than she was when she left the circuit. So I wonder whether that might get looked at as well. Either way, she is ahead for the time being, but for how much longer? Florescu again to the inside, tries the move that she just attempted at turn 5 with the same end result. She can't get off the corner quick enough.
No, that's exactly the case, isn't it? When you've got the outside versus the inside in these wet conditions. Of course, Florescu, it's still her first day of driving a Formula 4 car in competitive action. Her first ever race ended abruptly, so this is really her first full race in an F4 car. And here she is challenging Matilda Pats, who has a season under her belt, is confirmed, of course, to be racing, representing Aston Martin in this coming F1 Academy season. Matilda is a great benchmark for any young female competitor in F4 at the moment, and Florescu is proving to be right on the level.
Indeed so. Florescu trying this inside line. The only way to make that move, though, in these conditions is to make it a proper block pass, isn't it? And just sort of scoot across the front nose cone of Matilda Pats' car, and she's just not quite willing to be that aggressive just yet. Perhaps need to go and have a chat with Ryan Preece about how to block pass in the wet. One for the NASCAR fans. That is clearly the best way to overtake on a tight corner in these conditions. But in an open wheel single-seater, I realise you have to be a little bit more careful. The slightest bit of contact could spell disaster.
Yeah, absolutely right. They do have to be very, very tentative in these kind of conditions, rather like performing acupuncture on a balloon when it's this greasy out around the circuit, especially, of course, as it gets drier and these wet tyres start to develop excessive heat rather than the ideal amount of heat. It's brain surgery, acupuncture, however you want to put it. It is a very delicate process that these drivers have to put forward at the wheel.
Incredibly difficult to get that balance right, isn't it? Because it can spell disaster if you go a little bit too far. And that is the line that Florescu is trying desperately to balance here. She wants to find a way past Matilda Pats, but she can't afford to make contact with the number 18 car because it could put them both out of the race altogether. Rain lights flashing, of course, on all of the cars, as is mandatory in these conditions, but the spray not anything like as bad as it was at the start of the race. It's amazing what having 32 of these reasonably high downforce single-seaters going around the track will do for track conditions, and we are very much now entering into that dampened, greasy stage that the drivers oh so love.
And still 1/3 race distance plus 1 lap left to go in this one, and of course there's no guarantees even at the front of the field, where certainly just looking at it, Dries Van Langendonk has the clear advantage. If he's overladen the tyres here at this critical greasy point, by the time we've got 2 or 3 minutes left to go, he might start falling back towards Alfie Slater.
It is a possibility. It's certainly a possibility Alfie Slater will be hoping becomes a reality. So Florescu sideways there trying to get to the inside of Matilda Pats, but still can't make that move stick. That was perhaps a sign of desperation. I think she's getting a bit frustrated now. She knows that she has been quicker than Pats up until the point that she caught the number 18 car and just hasn't been able to find a way through. So it will require some aggression, I think, to make this move stick. That perhaps was a little bit too aggressive on the left pedal there, wasn't it?
Yeah, just slightly, but that will be a lesson learned, I'm sure, for future reference. And meanwhile, we have a little look there at the 66 car, Maximilian Kammerlander challenging Thomas Rodokas for 18th place. That was just a few places further ahead. It's worth noting as well, Alexander Savinkov all the way up to 15th position at this stage. So he spun to the rear of the field and is now not too far away from potentially getting back into the points.
Yeah, absolutely. Well spotted. He's had a really good recovery drive up to this point. Got ahead of Levian on the previous lap to get into that 15th position. This is a battle that's been developing over the last few laps. 4th position, Rocco Coronel and Ari Bansal. Bansal was nearly 4/10 quicker than the Red Bull liveried car on the previous lap and is now again getting within striking range, but that also means he's getting into that position where a bit like we've seen further back for Zoe Florescu, you can get close, but you just can't make that move without taking a big risk. It'll be interesting to see whether Ari Bansal, who of course has had a real confidence boost courtesy of that first win earlier on today, whether he's willing to really get those elbows out and muscle his way through.
Yeah, I do wonder if Rocco's lightning progress earlier on has indeed maybe done too much damage to the tyres late on, because you'd expect him to continue forward and fight for the podium, and that's not really what's happened from lap 1 onwards. He started to fall back into the clutches of Bansal. Behrman not a million miles away from them either. In fact, Behrman last time by was quicker than Coronel. No, he wasn't quite. He was fractionally quicker than Bansal, I think, but we'll see how they are this time by. 7 minutes and change plus 1 lap left to go. And yes, Bansal right there now with Coronel.
And Behrman that time was 3/10 quicker than the two ahead. Chiara Batique,
yeah.
by the way, 5-second penalty for track limits. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Thomas Behrman, catching up to these two. And now that is an interesting line. And yes, sensibly there, I think. Ari Bansal decided not to take advantage of that much wider entrance to turn 3 that he just managed to find himself taking.
That didn't look like a snap. It looked like it just didn't steer on the initial turn 2 wide moment. That was very interesting indeed. Remains behind Rocco Coronel, but yeah, that was almost a significant gain there from Ari Bansal, but he remains behind Rocco for the time being. Behrman will have been watching that on stalks, I'm sure, going, whoa, what's going on here? But any opportunity, of course, that unsettles Coronel will bring both parties back towards Behrman once again. In the battle that we were seeing between Pats and Florescu, it looks like that's unchanged as well. To keep you abreast of that, Florescu remains behind Matilda Pats. Here comes Ari Bansal, this time to the outside at turns 9 and 10. Rocco Coronel drifts out there with him. Bansal's going to have the outside line for the next turn, turn 12 of the lap, and just about remains behind Rocco Coronel, but they are really at loggerheads now.
Yeah, the attitude of both cars says that they're pretty close to the limit, aren't they? Ari Bansal certainly is, based on that moment that he had at turn 2. Wonder whether he just caught that little bit of standing water we've seen all afternoon at turn 2, and that would have quite easily spat the car off to the side of the road if that had been the case. Down into the final turn they head then, and we'll wait and see whether or not he can get close enough here, Ari Bansal, to make a move. Vittorio Orsini now being given a 5-second time penalty. That's for that collision that he had with Nicolas Cortez earlier on. So that is a 5-second penalty for a collision that will be applied after the race. Here, though, comes Ari Bansal. Not close enough to get to the inside at turn 1. I'm not convinced he wanted the inside line at turn 1. What he needs is a cleaner run, this time through 2, and then opportunities for overtaking might be on their way.
Yes, indeed. Just saw a penalty come up, I think, for the 24 car briefly, which would be mean, given Cortez is quite a way down. I might have been reading that wrong, but either way, Slater and Lennon come through shot, 2nd and 3rd. They are 0.8 of a second apart, and This time around, heading down to turn 5, Coronel has the advantage of almost an entire car length on corner entry, but then I think he got himself on the paint on the exit of turn 5, and that's given Bansal the opportunity now to draw alongside, and Bansal gets squeezed onto the paint. Will it still be side by side? Yes, it will. Coronel absolutely not giving an inch to Ari Bansal that he doesn't absolutely have to. Bansal on the inside line. He's now going to cover off the outside to try and get the traction down, but that slide puts Coronel back into it. They're still side by side. This is magnificent wheel-to-wheel racing between both parties, and Coronel holds on for now as Ari Bansal performs a four-wheel drift at the apex of turn 8, and here comes Thomas Behrman. It's a three-way fight now between 3 different liveries, 2 different teams. The VAR sandwiching the Solus racing car of Ari Bansal. Bansal trying to circumnavigate turn 13 on the far extreme of the outside, and that might cost him against Behrman, who now has the outside line for turn 14, but Bansal squeezes him and says, you're either going on the paint or you're staying behind me.
I think frustrated possibly doesn't come close to describing how Ari Bansal will be feeling after that, because he must have thought that he had that move made. He had the outside line into turn 7 and 8. That's definitely the place to be. He got the switch back. He was ahead going into 9.
Yeah.
And Rocco Coronel, that is the racecraft that carried Rocco to that dominant Ginetta Junior Championship last year. He's quick, yes, but it was always his ability in wheel-to-wheel combat to come out the other side ahead that really, really impressed me last year, and he demonstrated that again. He fought tooth and nail to get the preferred line when it counted, as again Ari Bansal takes this wide entry into turn 3. Is he going to lift off this time?
I'm sorry, I think that's intentional. That's twice in the exact same fashion, and there isn't a snap. He's just driving straight on. That does not look right to me in the slightest, and I'll stick my neck out for that one. That looks a little bit more than just a repeat error to me.
And you can see the advantage he's gained. Okay, he didn't make the move, he backed off instead of making the move, but it didn't matter. He'd closed up on Rocco Coronel quite considerably through that. Thomas Behrman there with a wobble, and that means that his VAR teammate, Alexander Ruta, gets onto his gearbox as well. So 2 battling pairs here, and it is the lead VAR car, Rocco Coronel, that appears into shot first, narrowly still ahead of a fired-up Ari Bansal, who is willing to try seemingly anything to find a way through.
And a good run there out of turn 8. Now sweeps downhill and then back up the rise towards 10 and 11, and again this is four-wheel drifting. I think these tyres on the limit of what they can handle now with the conditions ever drying. They're starting to chew themselves up with every turn. This will be the penultimate lap of the race that we start this time by. So 2.25 laps effectively for Ari Bansal to try and find his way through. And Rocco Coronel continues to put the arms out. You mentioned the quality of his racecraft. I'm going to suggest it's hereditary.
Yes, I wonder where he got it from. He is a very talented young man, is Rocco Coronel, and he is demonstrating that once again here. Okay, not battling for a win, as I'm sure he would have liked, but he is demonstrating some brilliant racecraft ability, that is for sure. We've got a yellow flag at turn 10 for reasons that are not yet clear. Someone's gone missing potentially towards the end of the lap. I think those have cleared themselves up now, as once again Ari Bansal closes in the slipstream, puts Rocco Coronel under serious pressure, goes to the inside line at turn 1. Will he make the move? No, there's just no grip, and Rocco Coronel again doesn't panic, doesn't stress, just knows that he's on the better line and gets off the corner in front.
Still, incidentally, half a second between Pats and Florescu for the female trophy lead. It's still close between them. That has not calmed down either. But this battle for 4th place is what we're focusing on right now, justifiably so. Coronel continues to get this immense scrutiny from Ari Bansal. Thomas Behrman and Alexander Ruta now in tandem as well. For a moment there, it looked like Behrman was thoroughly in on the battle, but once they're not kind of jousting with each other to the nth degree, I think Behrman hasn't quite got that last tenth or two in the current conditions. But with how this race has gone so far, you wouldn't mind betting that Coronel and Bansal aren't done with each other yet. Therefore, Behrman may still have a shot at fourth place.
Oh, it's a shame, really, for Thomas, because he got onto their tail, then had a little moment, didn't he, down in turn 5, and had to fend off Alexander Ruta for a corner or so. He did fend him off, but now he's had to try and sort of bridge that gap that was created. The more these two battle, and battle, believe me, they still are, the closer Behrman might get, though. So there's a chance that this could all swap around on the final lap of the race, which we're approaching now. Well, Dries van Langendonk is anyway. He's 6.5 seconds up the road from anybody else. His Rodin teammates Alfie Slater and Ethan Lennon still run second and third, about a second or so apart. This, though, has been the most entertaining scrap on track, and I have a feeling it's not quite over yet.
I will back you on that statement, sir. Dries van Langendonk has crossed the line to begin the final lap of the race.
With a new fastest lap, Adam, 2:05.7. Nearly a second quicker than anyone else. That's impressive.
Really impressive stuff from Van Langendonk. Of course, he was setting similar qualifying times way down the field at Estoril in race 3 after they had to make a late decision to switch to wet tyres. Arie Bansal in the slipstream of Rocco Coronel then as they approach the first corner. Coronel going to cover off the inside line. Bansal has swept around the outside at turn 1 a couple of times today. He's not able to do it there. Is he going to stick with the racing line at turn 2 and turn 3? Yes, he is. Behrman's involved in this too. Oh, they collide. Bansal's rear tyre in the way of the front tyre of Thomas Behrman. They collide. Both cars continue, but Alexander Ruta, therefore, up into 6th position at the expense of his Van Amersfoort teammate. Bansal's car looked undamaged. He'll continue to hassle Rocco Coronel.
Oh, wrong place, wrong time there for Behrman. You can see why he went to the outside, but Bansal wanted the outside line. He wasn't watching his mirrors. He was focusing on trying to outfox Rocco Coronel, as he has been for much of the second half of this race. That was a real shame for Behrman, who finds himself down in 7th place now with little opportunity to retaliate. What can Bansal do, though? I'm certain he's not going to give this one up. If he can get close enough to hurl it up the inside of Rocco Coronel's number 2 machine, I'm sure he will give that a go. But Rocco's been wise to every move, hasn't he? Learned from the attempt that Bansal made a lap ago into turn 1, didn't give him the inside line, and has once again managed to see off the challenge.
Really edge-of-seat stuff there at the bottom of turn 9, just watching them hustle the cars around. Behrman very, very wide. That's going to extinguish his attempts at getting past Alexander Ruta. While all of that is going on, just coming out of the penultimate corner now will be Dries van Langendonk. In fact, going around the final corner now is Dries van Langendonk. The race leader will come across the line now to win once again in the Formula Winter Series. Dries van Langendonk having a very impressive season so far. That will extend his points lead. Another win on the table for Rodin Motorsport and the McLaren Development Programme driver. Slater in second, Lennon in third place, and it will be just Rocco Coronel who holds on by 3/10 from Arie Bansal at the line. Thomas Behrman in 7th place behind Alexander Ruta. Lima comes across the line in 8th place. Good to see him up there in the points after the very early end to his race earlier on, and I could see him bouncing in the seat, so I think he's had fun with that one as well. Busso and Theo Borenstein round out the overall top 10 in the race. Ultimately, Kilian, Ifrid, Kamyab, Savinkov up to 14th by the end. And here is the female trophy battle coming across the line. Despite what has been an immense amount of scrutiny from Zoe Florescu, it is going to be Matilda Pats with a second female trophy win of the day. A pretty good day in the books then for Matilda Racing and for the eponymous Matilda Pats. Zoe Florescu with 2nd position in class, and indeed finally getting to the finish of a race on her first day in Formula 4 competition. 23rd overall, but matching up well there with Matilda Pats. An interesting scrap between those two. Ella Stevens we saw there coming across the line in the other McLaren liveried car. She did reach the flag in 28th overall, behind Chiara Batigue in 25th overall, so Batigue finishing 3rd in the female trophy. But once again, it's all rookies in the overall top 3. Van Langendonk, Slater and Lennon, your top 3. And all Rodin Motorsport podium. as Alfie Slater doing a little bit of a drift there. Van Langendonk, Slater and Lennon showing exactly why road in motorsport is always a force to be reckoned with, not just in F4, but anywhere on the global single-seater ladder. And of course, coming into this season, we knew what Van Langendonk could do from his limited appearances in British F4. So there was a lot of hype, as is often attached to a F1 team's junior driver, but we already knew that the hype had been delivered with a race victory prior to the end of 2025. Here in 2026, though, in the Formula Winter Series, he is delivering to the nth degree, building and building a point advantage, and it is a second win of the season for Dries Van Langendonk. As you see there, the DVL branding on him goes by his initials in many circles. No matter whether you call him Dries Van Langendonk or DVL, there is no debating that he was a step ahead of everybody in that race. 8.1 seconds clear by the end of the race over Alfie Slater. I honestly thought that while Slater was a couple of seconds back, that we might see those two battle it out for the race win, but Langendonk just a step or two clear of the rest of the pack in that race. Could be the start of a really incredible story with that young man. It is, of course, early doors. We're 5 races into the season. But yes, some very impressive performances. Dries Van Langendonk, the race winner for Road in Motorsport, the first of an all-Road in podium. Alfie Slater and Ethan Lennon in 2nd and 3rd place. Rocco Coronel in 4th. Harry Bansal 5th place. Alexander Ruta in 6th. Thomas Behrman 7th. Pedro Lima in 8th. Ludovico Busso and Theo Borenstein rounding out the overall top 10. Noah Killian in 11th, ahead of Samuel Ifrid in 12th, Roman Kamyab 13th, Alexander Savinkov in 14th, Ian Kraling in 15th, Andre Rodriguez, Levian, Maximilian Kamalander, Marcus Silkunas and Flip Rice rounding out your overall top 20, just ahead of Thomas Rodokas. And then the female trophy battle, beaten just to the pit was Zoe Florescu, Matilda Patz 22nd and the winner in class, Victor Poulsen in 24th, Chiara Batig in 25th, Abdullah Kamel in 26th, Alexandre Loza in 27th, Ella Stevens in 28th, Ginevra Panzeri in 29th, and Leon Hedfors rounding out the top 30, ahead of Emilio Del Grosso, Vittorio Orsini, and Nicolas Cortez, who unfortunately didn't quite get to the checkered flag. But a fairly clean race, all told, in these very treacherous conditions. Once the race started, it didn't stop again, and that doesn't always happen in Formula 4 level racing at the best of times. But thankfully, a clean and very measured approach to the race from a lot of our drivers, albeit a lot of action was had as well for the Formula Winter Series. Some great battling up and down the field. Of course, Rocco Coronel, I think, and Ari Bansal really taking the spotlight away from anything else in that very exciting dice at the sharp end of the top, well, just at the bottom end, I should say, of the top 5. And Rocco, while he would be disappointed not to have been able to challenge the Rodin cars for a podium, he'll take a 4th place finish. More points on the board, of course. And in the long run, that may well be helpful. Of course, we've got one more race on Sunday morning for the Formula Winter Series cars, and then the focus will firmly shift over to the 6 hours of Portimão. Before that, we do have the second Sports Prototype Winter Series race to consider. That is this evening, and they may well be running something into the dusk with that one. Meanwhile, Izzy, I understand, has caught up with Dries Van Langendonk.
I certainly have got Dries alongside me. I mean, I'm going to be honest, we didn't actually see much of you in that race because you were so far ahead that you were just running your own race out there, but another win in an impressive fashion as well.
Yeah, I mean, this one feels good. Obviously, I had the win in Estoril, which didn't really feel like a win, but yeah, no, this one feels good. Obviously, got immediately into P1 after the start, and then just, yeah, with the pace I had all week, I think, you know, I had quite confidence in myself, but yeah, pace after that, still the race pace as well, just really good, and built a gap step by step, and yeah, crossed the line in first.
Yeah, you built some margin in that race. Also, I mean, given what happened earlier in race 1, we knew you had the pace, but to come and show it like that has got to mean a lot.
Yeah, especially after the race before. Obviously, this one was a little bit more boring, but yeah, I mean, the pace has been really good, like I said. Obviously, can't thank the team enough. The whole team has been incredibly fast in the wet. And yeah, we're going to see how tomorrow goes, but yeah, I can't thank the team enough and everyone who's involved in this.
And a road in 1, 2, 3 as well. It's an impressive team to work with, isn't it?
Yeah, I think Richard, our team manager, will be very happy.
I think he will be. I've seen him with a big smile on his face. One more race tomorrow, as you say. We're going to see the same again?
I hope so. We're going to see. Conditions change every second, so yeah, we're going to see.
Congratulations. Go enjoy it. Our race winner, once again, Dries van Langendonk. Is it too early to say remember the name? I don't know. What do you think, Adam?
Last time I saw a F4 youngster so early on doing so well, it was a lad called Kimi Antonelli, so I am going to say remember the name. Let's take a look back at race 2 in the Formula Winter Series. Race got started, officially speaking, under safety car conditions owing to a change of weather from the sighting lap to the first racing lap. The 92 car of Leon Hedfors had an issue though before we even got started, did not get off the line, but the rest of the field did get off the line with a single file, well, mostly single file rolling start as the race fired into life. And it was Ethan Lennon at the front of the field on the run down to the first corner. Ari Bansel and Alfie Slater side by side for third position at the early stages. Also contact between Coronel and Alexander Savinkov. Savinkov spinning down to the rear of the field. He would slowly recover his way back into the top 15, but what might have been had he been able to stay in the top 10. Lots of slipping and sliding as you'd expect through the early corners. Dries van Langendonk, though, was not wasting time. Dove to the inside of Ethan Lennon. Lennon went very, very far out of the track perimeter. Probably had to pay for a ticket to get in. A good thing there are only 10 euros this weekend. Off the circuit goes the 53. That was Pedro Lima having a bit of a wide moment, and lots of wild battling going on further back as well. Borenstein getting into it there with the 29 of Ludovico Busso. Ian Kraling there getting past the 21 car of Levian as the number 12 bouncing across the gravel trap. Alexandre Loza having a bit of a gravelly excursion, and not the only AKM car to do so either. Camel along with Nevra Panzeri having a moment up at turn 10 and turn 11. Silkunas going wide in the Yenza Motorsports purple car and running well off the track, and then having a nice side-by-side moment with Radokas in the Renault Motorsport entry. The two Lithuanian drivers finding each other on the road, and then unfortunately just behind that there was also a 3-car collision involving Ellis Stevens, involving Vittorio Orsini, who took his front wing off on the curb. And Emilio Del Grosso was also down a front wing out there on the circuit as well, having already had to start the race from the pits. It was going from bad to worse for him. And in general, everyone out there on the circuit was fighting to try and find some grip. Zoe Florescu was fighting for a female trophy win on her first day in Formula 4 racing. Matilda Patz there, using the runoff area to stay ahead. I don't know whether that one will get looked at all, but there was a couple of moments there where the runoff was being used to people's advantage. Ari Bansel inventing a whole new circuit. The Autodromo Internacional do Algarve B, seemingly, for Ari Bansel at turns 2 and 3, but he was all the same right on the back of Rocco Coronel. We thought the move was made here. He got through, did Ari Bansel, but then just asking too much of the rear axle. Coronel side by side with him around turn 9, and the move was made once again by Coronel to remain ahead. Thomas Behrman then had the opportunity to challenge the 46. Then 3 cars going into one spot, and Thomas Behrman colliding with the rear of Ari Bansal. Thankfully, no damage to the cars, it seemed, but certainly a heart-in-mouth moment. All of that happening well behind the race winner, Dries van Langendonk, who powered his way to the victory. Some battling further back as well. Pedro Lima going at it there with the 29 of Ludovico Busso further back, but no questioning who was at the front. DVL, Dries van Langendonk, with his second win of the season in the Formula Winter Series. And as he said, that one felt like a proper win. Lights to flag. Great stuff from Dries. Well, there we are. The second Formula Winter Series race of the weekend is in the books. Let's go up to the podium with Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Adam. Yes, another entertaining Formula Winter Series race, and we are now about to get our drivers onto the podium once again, starting with our best female finisher of the race. For the second time today, Matilda Pats. Well done, onto the top step of the podium once again for Matilda, who had to really defend that class win on that occasion under increasing pressure as the race went on from Zoe Florescu. And she will receive a trophy from Florencio from Pirelli, a handshake as well, and a double victory in the female trophy here at Portimão today for Matilda Pat. She'll be after the hat-trick tomorrow in that third race of the day. So we will now have a word with Matilda on the top step of the podium. Matilda, well done on another win. That one, though, you really had to defend hard, didn't you? Yeah. Were you confident you could hang on?
Well, we were supposed to go with the dry tires, so the setup was dry setup, so I was struggling a lot in the wet. Yeah, I was fighting for my life to keep that position and to get the P1 female. We did that, so quite happy with that. Good defense, so yeah.
Fantastic result. Congratulations. Matilda Pats gets a double victory as the best female driver in the second race of the weekend. We now move on to the top three overall, and we start with our third place finisher, Ethan Lennon. Out comes Ethan onto the third step of the podium. A big cheer from the Rodin squad down below, who really have plenty to celebrate in that race. Second place goes the way of Alfie Slater. Alfie Slater onto the second step of the podium, but it was another victory in Formula Winter Series for Dries van Langendonk, who runs out onto the podium, sprints to the top step to be joined by a Rodin Motorsport team representative, Jake Puttock. Jake Puttock onto the podium as well, and he again gives himself a big round of applause and receives one from the team down below. Drivers in position then. It's time now for the national anthem of the winning driver. Dries van Langendonk wins the second Formula Winter Series race of the weekend here at Portimão and will now receive his winner's trophy once again. And a fabulous performance that was from Dries van Langendonk then, who will celebrate on the top step of the podium. A solid season he's putting together, that's for sure, even with all of the challenges being thrown his way. A great day for Rodin Motorsport, a great day for Dries van Langendonk. One more race still to come here though from Portimão. The sports prototypes up next.
So then we're just moments away from the Sports Prototype Winter Series race number 2 rolling into life. The cars are about to get underway here for the second time this weekend. The Radical SR3s dominating the Sports Prototype Winter Series. It's the first day of action for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. While the Radicals are the dominant force here, there are plenty of eligible cars, be it CNs, be it Wolfs, be it Novas, really anything outside of the LMP family of cars is eligible for this series. Even an old SR2 car, if you so desired, would be eligible for this series. A great opportunity for the drivers to get a little bit of racing underway then early in the season, and it will be Sebastian Shaw that takes the start in this one. Of course, he hopped in for the second stint earlier on. This time he takes the start. Michael Hove will be next on the grid, once again on the outside of the front row. And it will be Stephen Berntsen taking third position off the line. It'll be interesting to see if he can pursue Sebastian Shaw through the first stages of this race. He was fairly close in pace to Sebastian Shaw of Sunder Motorworks earlier on in the day. Yes, Franson rounding out the 4 cars in the order for this race. Now, Berntsen is, of course, in a team race streaming entry, formally, officially, and on the entry list, but both of those red cars from team race streaming are on the Sunder Motorworks garage, as it were, and Stephen Berntsen is the founder of Sunder Motorworks. So if he does pursue Sebastian Shaw in these early parts of the race, it will be the team boss chasing down one of his clients, and I suspect that might mean he'll be a little bit more careful than most in that circumstance. There was a little bit of smoke out of the 24 car, the pole-sitting car, in the immediate aftermath of the first race, coming from the engine box, and there was a little bit of concern perhaps that something was a bit awry, but it does appear that that concern was unfounded. The car is out there and running as it should be, and with only probably an hour or so of turnaround, they're probably quite glad. I'm sure they did investigate the cause of that, and they're probably quite glad that seemingly the car is able to run unabated for this second race. Sebastian Shaw on pole then. Hove got a better run down the main straight on the first start earlier on today. It does seem that his car has that leg advantage in a straight line. Perhaps a marginally more tweaked engine in the SPV car, the older car, than the fairly factory fresh XXR radicals that surround it. So we'll see again if Hove gets that supreme run down to turn 1. But my main point of curiosity is whether Stephen Berntsen can sneak up the inside and try and pursue Sebastian Shaw in these early stages of the race. Berntsen, well known as a driver coach, and has done a good amount of miles in radicals just like these. If anyone is going to challenge the reigning Radical Cup Scandinavia champion in this race, it will be Sebastian Shaw. 2x2 formation then for what will be the final race of the day. Headlights on 3 of the cars. Hopefully Michael Hove can reach over and turn his on as well should it get any darker, because we are going to be racing into the dusk here. It is 40 minutes of racing for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. There will be a 10-minute pit stop window from minute 15 to minute 25. If you're sat watching at home, we're doing this again next week. Have you got a Sports Prototype? Is it not an LMP3 car? Then you can come and play with us too. But we're going to play right now here at Portimão. The red lights are illuminated above the drivers, and they now go green. We are racing in the Sports Prototype Winter Series, and once again Hove gets a decent run, but maybe not quite as good as what we saw in the first race, and sure enough Berntsen does immediately sneak through into second place. Can he now pursue Sebastian Shaw? He got a bit wide there onto the curb, I think struggled for traction versus Shaw out of turn 1. Meanwhile, we have a resumption of the battle that we had for most of the first part of the race earlier. Franzen, has found himself once again right behind Michael Hove.
And thinking, oh my word, it took me 20 minutes to get past him earlier on today, and now I've got to do it all over again. And of course, all the time, the leading two start to get away. I was interested to see what Jes Franzen could do in clean air from the start of the race. Well, he hasn't had that opportunity quite. Looks to the outside into turn 5. Aims for the switchback on corner exit, and now tries to carry the speed uphill through the left-hander at 6. to get the preferred outside line into 7, but I don't think he's quite been able to do that. And no, not indeed able to get alongside as we turn through the double right-hander at the top of the hill. Tell you what, any drivers or teams who saved a set of slick tyres for race 2 are now perhaps wishing that they'd bolted them on in the race earlier on. Definitely wet now, and that's why that wide line worked for Jes Fransen. He got the better exit from the corner, and he is now ahead. So that was a good move, and all because he got on the preferred line through the right-hander.
He won't be staring a hole through the engine cover of the car in the hue of Homer Simpson for 20 minutes this time. Jes Fransen gets through at the first opportunity. Well, not quite the first opportunity, but on the first lap of the race. And based on what we saw earlier, now that he is through, you'd expect him to drive away. But of course, we are in different conditions here. We are in tricky and treacherous wet conditions out on the circuit. It was all but dry within about 15 minutes of the race starting earlier on, and was certainly drying the whole way. We're going to have damp conditions throughout this race, so perhaps the form book from earlier on is not fully scientific, fully definitive. Across the line though, this is science and it is definitive. Sebastian Schue once again doing exactly what you'd expect him to do, 4.46 seconds ahead of Steven Berntsen at the line. I'll be frank, I wasn't expecting it to be that big of a gap, but Sebastian right on the money compared to Steven Berntsen on the first lap of the race. And the Berntsen car just looks like a little bit more wild and squirrely, doesn't it? Under braking, under power, it just looks like it wants to bite back.
Yeah, possibly not enough heat into the tyres yet. Maybe he just, again, not quite got the setup where he wants it. Let's ride on board and see what we can learn. Yep, he's not got a lot of grip as he goes over the top of the hill at turn 4. That was a big armful of opposite lock to keep the car pointing vaguely in the right direction. And I reckon he might have more of the same here as he tries to get the power down out of turn 5. It's a low-speed corner, slowest corner on the track, but then you're accelerating uphill. So easy to spin the rear tyres, as he does. And manages again to keep control of it, but that will slow him slightly on corner exit. So yeah, Berntsen struggling a little bit at this stage, a full 1.1 seconds slower than Sebastian Schue in the first sector alone.
Yeah, absolutely right. That wasn't so much a dab of Oppo as a deluge of Oppo, wasn't it, from Sebastian, from Steven Berntsen, I should say. Great to have that on board there in that position in the sports prototype. Of course, that is a race streaming product, so rather apropos that we're seeing the best of it from the team race streaming car. Andy, I like a slidey car on a sim. I get the impression it's a bit much for you.
Yeah, it's not something I'm that comfortable with, I have to say, but this certainly would be catching my attention if I was at the wheel.
Yeah, if it wasn't a sim, I maybe wouldn't be so keen. Yeah.
Yes. There are real solid things you can hit if you get it wrong in real life, although quite a long way away from the edge of the track, in fairness, here at Portimão, but that will still very much have focused the mind of Steven Berntsen, who is at least comfortably quicker than the two cars behind him, who are only separated by 8/10 of a second. So actually that gap not going out quite as rapidly between the second and third place cars, Jes Fransen and Michael Hove, as I perhaps expected they would.
Yeah, and that's not a minion in the mirror, Jes Fransen. It is still, unfortunately, the yellow SPV car of Michael Hove. Hove is holding on. He's kind of in the reverse of what he was doing earlier on, or the inverse of what he was doing earlier on. He was defending and proving to be a fly in the ointment for Jes Fransen by being ahead of him and just parking the car in the right places on corner apexes, and now he's half a second away. They come down the main straight. The yellow car typically has the advantage, but not enough to draw alongside into the first corner. Once again, these two are at loggerheads.
Indeed so. Well, this was not necessarily, as you've suggested, what we expected from this race, but I'm not complaining. It's an entertaining battle and a different dynamic this time then, with Hove putting the pressure on and Fransen having to make sure he doesn't make a mistake, make sure he defends the line when he needs to. On board with Fransen. Now that car looks a lot more stable than Steven Berntsen's car, but I suspect that's because it's not being driven quite as close to its limits, which certainly would be what the lap times are suggesting. 9 seconds slower than Berntsen on the last lap, but sometimes slow and steady in this case might not win the race, but it might get you third position, because I think as long as Franzen doesn't make a mistake, he should be able to keep Hove at arm's length. Certainly the gap has gone out significantly in the first sector by 1.3 seconds. Not sure whether Hove had a mistake in that first sector. He's closed right back in, though, through the middle part of the lap.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, this ebb and flow sector on sector around the circuit is the story between these two, isn't it? With both of them taking a very tentative run up the hill to turn 8. We've seen so many drivers just lose it and snap there at the crest of the hill down at turn 8. I think Igor Klyer 2 or 3 years ago in the GT Winter Series just had a huge opposite lock, nothing he could do, and ended up in the barriers. So fairly sensible stuff, really, to be quite so tentative, especially with a stiff sports prototype, much less forgiving than a GT car for sure. And the XXR versus the RSX. The RSX car, the older car, being the yellow machine of Michael Hove. One would maybe call it the SpongeBob sports car. It is a little bit more powerful. It is a little bit lighter. But it has different revised aerodynamics between the specifications. The XXR, the very latest spec, Radical SR3, and that's the red machine that you see here. Franzen will come across the line this time, 2-3 seconds clear, and into the pit lane comes Michael Hove. Hove, well before the window, is coming into the pit lane for a drive-through penalty.
Yes, he exited the pit lane during the start procedure when the red light was on at the end of the pit lane. So either too soon or too late to leave the pit lane. I'm not sure what order they came out of the pit lane in, but that's a shame, because that battle now gets put on ice. There is the confirmation. Exited the pit lane when the red light was on, and so a drive-through penalty, I'm afraid, is the punishment.
Yeah, that's really a shame. Rather puts that battle to bed. Banana in pyjama. As we can see, I've gone for a yellow gimmick. But the fourth place car makes its way back out there, and that might be beneficial realistically to Hove. And actually his starting number is flapping around in the breeze there on the front of the car. They didn't quite glue that down enough by the looks of it. Meanwhile, Sebastian Shaw at the front of the field, a little bit out wide there, making the most of it and clearly pressing on. It's interesting to see that in these conditions, certainly it seems that strong-arming a Radical is the way to go, because whether it's been Sebastian Shaw or Steven Berntsen, we've seen both of them in the midst of this almighty battle, not with anybody, just their own car.
Yeah, absolutely. It's entertaining to watch, and I'm sure they're enjoying themselves out there on track right now. But it does, you're right, seem to be the quickest way to get the car round the track. That's a new fastest lap of the race, a 2:12.035. I mean, he's got about 4 seconds a lap in hand over anybody else right now. This is a pretty crushing performance from Sebastian Shaw, who we ride on board with. How much arm twirling will be required through the first couple of corners here? Well, pretty neat and tidy through turn 1. There's the patch of standing water in turn 2, and that's why there was quite a bit of opposite lock required. And now careful on the throttle. Out of 3, that was all right. Turn 4 is sketchy. The car goes light just about there over the top of the hill, but he managed to keep it just about under control. It's always fascinating to watch a driver at work, particularly in these sort of conditions when the car isn't generating a huge amount of grip, but the driver insists upon still pushing quite hard. It's very, very interesting to watch, very exciting to watch. Sebastian Shaw, I'm sure, has a big smile on his face as well.
Now, I'm quite interested to see that in the middle sector, Michael Hove found basically a second on Jes Franzen. Are these two destined to just drive around together for the entire race in both races? Didn't quite happen like that, of course, in the first race, but certainly it seems like they are now coming back together. We'll see how that pans out when they come across the line. The gap will, of course, be fairly significant by the time Hove comes across the line. There is the number 44 car. It would need to be a fairly electric performance from the Pikachu coloured machine, let's be honest, but Jes Franzen some 31 seconds up the road. That is not going to be the work of 5 minutes, which is about how long we've got until the pit window opens.
Except he did take 2.5 seconds out of Franzen in the final sector on that last
Jesus.
lap. So he has found something. Isn't it remarkable how often a racing driver, when something bad happens to them, penalty, spin, knocked off the road, they suddenly unlock some performance that wasn't previously there. Another drive-through penalty is going the way of Michael Hove for an incorrect starting position. So he left the pit lane when he shouldn't, lined up in the wrong grid position, or something wrong with his starting position anyway, and now he has another drive-through to serve. They might yet end up sharing the same piece of racetrack, Adam, but perhaps with a lap between them. I think that's a bit more likely.
Don't throw it to me after you say something like that. Yes, no, amazing. That is certainly a suboptimal experience then for Michael Hove on this occasion. But the stewards aren't shy, and the stewards are also proving that they're very much watching, as if it needed to be proving, yes, we have the magnifying glass still very much on you guys. Be careful. Last time by, a 2-minute 10.843 from the race-leading car. Sebastian Shaw, some 5 seconds a lap quicker than Stephen Berntsen, and that's amazing, to be quite honest with you. I was not expecting that much of a gulf between them in the slightest. Of course, car setup may be a factor here, and I do wonder if, you know, Shaw and Stromstead being the clients of Berntsen, he's probably gone, right, what setup do these boys need? And then gone, wait, my car.
Quite possibly. He doesn't seem that happy, does he, with the way his car's handling? Certainly not able to replicate the pace set by the leader, but yeah, there wasn't this gulf in performance between them in their stint earlier, was there? So it is a little bit mystifying. There is Michael Hove. Now, where's he heading? I suspect he will bear to the right as he comes out of the final corner. And, well, no, okay, he said, no, I've just been to the pit lane. I'll give it another couple of laps before paying them another visit. And, of course, it won't be too much longer before he has to come back in again to serve the mandatory pit stop. So Michael Hove will be very familiar with the route in and out of pit lane by the end of the race. Hopefully, he'll be equally familiar with where that red light is at the end of it.
Yes, I think the sat-nav will be going, in 300 metres, exit left. Oh, sorry, right, actually. If exit left, it'd be in the grandstand. But he's now recalculating, and we'll do one more lap of racing speeds. Of course, hopefully they don't try and serve the drive-through as part of a pit stop, because that would lead to another drive-through. The rule in comedy is the rule of threes, and while it would be funny, I'd encourage them not to make it that easy for us.
Well, let's wait and see, shall we? We're not that far away from a pit window opening, and he has not yet pitted to serve the second drive-through. So whether, of course, the team are fighting that, I don't know. But anyway, he's not yet made it in. He is now 25 seconds behind Jens Franzen. On the last lap was nearly 7 seconds quicker than him. He might yet be able to fight for a podium place if he can keep that pace going, even with all of the unscheduled visits to the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the pace is seemingly fairly solid in these conditions from Michael Hove. He's just got to stop eating penalties, much like Pac-Man, the character that clearly inspired the livery. When he does see the race director, I suspect it will have been like he'd seen a ghost. The 23 car in third position. Yes, Franzen running around turn 14 of the lap at the moment. Franzen, of course, Danish racer. Both, I think, Franzen and Diambra, his race streaming co-founder, have roots in Denmark, from what I can tell, although Diambra is Italian, at least on the flag on the side of his car. But yes, Franzen has also done some prototype racing in his native Denmark, actually, where one of the most fascinating kind of GT and prototype scenes out there, just because a lot of their circuits are almost like a 150% printout of a karting circuit. They put a lot of corners into a small space, and so that means with even something like a prototype, you can't quite open them up as you would at a circuit like here at Portimão. So when the drivers from that region come down south and take on a circuit like this. I think it's quite a culture shock going from Jallensringen to this.
Yes, it is. It's a fairly tight and technical circuit, but not quite on that level, is it? But although you say they can really unleash their cars, not so much in these conditions, actually. A little bit of throttle control required, and again, that's something the Scandinavians will have learned, because I believe they have 1 or 2 rainy days over there as well in that particular part of the world. Michael Hove is in to serve his second drive-through penalty. And Adam, he's stopped in his pit bay, I believe. Team coming out to have a chat and perhaps notify him of where he's gone wrong.
Well, yes, he's stopped. I'm hoping he's not stopped for his mandatory pit stop and that he still knows he needs to do a drive-through penalty. Otherwise, I'm going to look like I know what's coming next and we're going to get accused of being the WWE of motorsport, which, you know, we're not. Director's chiming in. 44 car exiting the pit lane. Now, will this fall under the mandatory pit time? No, it will not. So they're going to send him out after a minute or so of chatting. It'll be under the 1 minute 29 mandatory pit stop time. And indeed, technically, because they ripped off the front end of that sticker, the number board, they kind of serviced the car, which you can't do during a drive-through. Look, draw your own conclusions, but there might be another penalty.
And of course, if the team are now under the impression that that was the mandatory pit stop and they don't come in again, that will be another penalty for, as you said, not being there for long enough. So it's rather snowballing, isn't it, I'm afraid, for Michael Hove. We will wait and see what they do next. Meanwhile, Jens Frentzen, or Jes Fransen even, is pushing on. This isn't even Jes Fransen, this is Steven Berntsen in the other red car. I said I'd get the red cars mixed up.
Yeah.
There might not be many cars on the grid, but 2 of them being identical in livery is enough to confuse a simple commentator such as myself. This is Steven Berntsen in second position. He is 32 seconds adrift of the leader. He's 1 minute and 12 seconds ahead of Jes Fransen, and he is finding it tough, I suspect, to gauge exactly how quickly he can go when you are having quite a lonely race like this. You've got no one else to sort of measure yourself against. He clearly could go a bit quicker, but difficult to do that without a reference in front of him.
Oh, exactly right. Yeah, points of reference can absolutely help, and Sebastian Shaw has been the point of reference for the field at this point, at the very least the benchmark for the field. He will now hand the car over to Morten Stromsted, who will this time take the final phase of the race, and we'll once again see them perform their driver change. Will it be as svelte and smooth as earlier on? We saw 1 exit to the right, 1 enter to the left, and I suspect they'll do much the same as well, although I do wonder if that halo will be on the cars in Radical Cup Europe, because again, I don't fully know what the situation is there. Either way, they do use the halo as an apparatus to get into the cockpit, and it will be the elder of the 2, Morten Stromsted, that now hops behind the wheel, and he'll be looking to really pick up the baton. And certainly, in terms of cushions offered by teammates, Sebastian Schue has been very generous with his IKEA purchase.
Indeed so, and they seem to be executing that driver change pretty swiftly, although remember, it wasn't actually that quick a pit stop for them in the first race. There's the second placed team doing much the same. That looked a bit smoother, if anything, that time than it was first time around. So we will have Diego D'Ambra getting in, and out of course gets Steven Berntsen, but his job is not done. He's now got to help do all of the belts up, strap Diego in as tightly as he can and make sure that everything's good to go. Quick pat on the shoulder and off he will go momentarily. They're just going to check and perhaps adjust the tyre pressures. Bit of a conversation going on between drivers as well. See if I could listen in, but not quite able to hear what they're saying, but just discussing track conditions, and well, we'll see whether now maybe Morten is able to find a little bit of pace that, weirdly, in that stint, Steven wasn't quite able to discover.
Yeah, I think the debrief there would consist of, it's snappy at turn 1, 3, 4. It looked such a handful in the hands of Steven Berntsen. He was clearly pushing, but I think the car could only be pushed so far with the setup. And, you know, perhaps they did dial it in for dry in the immediate aftermath of their earlier race, then watch the deluge hit just before the Formula Wind Series race and go, okay, well, be come what may. D'Amber is now back out there on the circuit. Of course, as we've alluded to earlier on, he and Jes Franzen, who's now in the pits, have routinely shared cars together. In fact, I think they raced a Porsche 944 here together a couple of years back in the Iberian Endurance Series, the Carrera 80 grid of Iberian Historic Racing, which is one of many historic grids organised by the Race Ready organisation down here in Portugal, who also have a backstage role here, if you will, in the GT4 Wind Series and the rest of the Wind Series umbrella as well. Very busy little paddock and little team that we have here from both the Gidlick staff and indeed Race Ready, who offer big help on the administrative side as well. Morten Stromsted is making his way around the 14th corner of this lap, and just keeping to the established wet lines. This will be his out lap, so we won't get a look at his pace versus that of Sebastian Shaw just yet, but it would be unfair to expect the exact same pace from the driver who is the distinct am of the pair. Now, the 44 car is coming in. Is it coming in to go straight through the pits, or is it coming in to serve a mandatory pit stop, is the big question. Will the 44 actually pull up, or do we have another miscommunication? The 23 back out there, so yes, Franzen continues on his way. They have stopped the number 44, so hopefully, so long as this stop is the correct length, we will see this car continue on without any further hindrance, unless the race director is equally as pernickety as I am and also spotted that servicing by ripping a sticker off the car.
Yeah, good question. The initial penalty has, I think, now disappeared from the screen, so I think initially at least they were satisfied that the penalty had been served, but yeah, we'll keep one eye to the top of the tiring screen just in case. What I can tell you is that this car had a much quicker pit stop this time than it did in race number 1. In the first race earlier on today, it was I think a minute and 53 or so that it was in the pit lane for, a minute 35 this time. Is that car slowing? It is, isn't it? Yes, it slowed suddenly coming out of turn 5, so a quicker pit stop, but now drama's seemingly befalling Morten Stromsted. Is this terminal, or can he get the car back to speed?
Let's listen here, coming out of the corner. That sounds about right, but clearly got no desire to push the car. Maybe he's felt a misfire or something like that.
Well, was it this car after race 1 that I heard you mentioning was smoking quite heavily in the pit lane? So when I walked out onto the podium, that's all you could smell. It was definitely something fairly serious. So I wonder whether that's reared its head again, and he's definitely off the pace now. That was a 54-second middle sector, which is well off what this car is capable of, and I suspect he might be destined now for the pit lane.
Well, certainly. We had... Just listening. No, okay. Stromsted and Shaw were definitely heavy favourites here to take this. Yeah, it's okay. We're hearing from our camera operators that the car definitely doesn't sound well, and we've now seen it stop in the hands of Morten Stromsted. So the car clearly has a problem, and perhaps, on the evidence of what we're seeing here, it might be a terminal issue. Can he at least get it back to the pit lane? He's currently performing the reboot process, as we can see. Hopefully it's not as obnoxious as turning the assists off on my Volkswagen Polo hire car for this weekend, but he gets the car back underway through the gears quite quickly there, up to 3rd, up to 4th gear, and that looks faster than it's been for, well, since we saw this issue rear its ugly head. Now, is he coming in? I would think maybe. Discretion the better part of valor. No, he's going to continue on. So, having rectified the problem, Stromsted decides to continue on his way. Does he continue on his way as the race leader? Yes, he is still the race leader, but only by, what, 10 seconds? Maybe a dozen seconds?
Yeah, we'll find out momentarily. 13, not a bad guess, Adam. 13 seconds then, so, well, 13.1 to be pedantic. So, yeah, D'Ambra suddenly a lot closer, and if that happens again for Stromstead and he has to pull over or slow the car down, then yes, he will end up losing the lead. Izzy reporting to us that she could smell that very same smell that I noticed after the race earlier on the grid at the start of the race, so they hadn't really got the issue sorted, and we did make that point in race 1, didn't we? It's a very short turnaround between the two races. Any issues you had at the end of race 1, you didn't have a lot of time to resolve them before race 2.
Yeah, well, I know you know your fragrances, Andy, and you'll smell the scent of acrid engine from a million miles away. So I can believe that both you and Izzy were smelling the same problem on that number 24 car. Michael Hove, incidentally, just to kind of close the lid on that 3rd and 4th place battle, the car. Oh, okay. That's caught me off. Yes, I was going to say that they're a lap apart now, so the battle is more than likely complete. I think this is what's known as a safety drive-through, just to make sure that the initial drive-through, which did feature a stop at the garage, it was sufficient. Again, I was being kind of cruel there by pointing that out on a technicality, and I didn't think that the race control would punish it, but maybe they were listening and said, maybe let's just work this one through. So then the number 44 car. Little Mr. Penalty today from Mr. Men, having a very difficult day, but Michael Hove will be hoping for better fortunes as the 23 is now a lap ahead, yes, but they found each other very close together on track, Andy, and they just can't stay away from each other.
I had a feeling.
It's destiny.
Isn't it? And I'm all for it, because I think this, even though they're a lap apart, it possibly won't stop them from battling each other a little bit, giving us some entertainment in the final dozen minutes or so. But yeah, we'll see whether or not the Michael Hove decides to get out of the way of Jes Fransson or not. Race leader now being warned that they have to have their rain lights on. So Morten Stromstead, I suspect, when he reset the car, it's switched the rain light off, and he will have to now manually put that back on again, and that might not be the easiest thing to do when going around the track at racing speed, which he is doing once more, 2:19 in his previous lap. 9 seconds slower than it was going earlier on, but that is still quicker comfortably than anybody else. And yeah, 2:19.6 is about 9 seconds, getting on for 9 seconds slower than Sebastian Schue was doing in that car earlier. As he again moves over to try and find the wet patch, but you'll notice as he exits turn 5, there is no rain light, no red light next to that number 24 on the back of the car, so he is being told that that needs to be put on, and if it doesn't get switched on, then that is the kind of thing you will be given a mechanical flag for, and he will be ushered into the pit lane to get it sorted. So he may have an 18.6 second lead, but the destiny of this race now, I think, depends purely on whether Morten can find the on switch for that rain light, and might not be the easiest thing to do.
No, exactly. The 24 car has had its drama, perhaps not the same as Michael Hove in Tweety Bird the SR3, but it has been a tumultuous race for just about everybody in some capacity. Stephen Berntsen was having a mighty fight with his own car earlier on. Diego D'Ambra, we haven't seen on board with him. I'm interested to see quite how out of line the car is in his hands. Of course, I think the only one who's really had it fairly calm is Jes Fransson. He's had a nice chilled out race, but Morten Stromstead, of course, will now be spending the rest of this race, of which there are still 11 minutes, just feeling every minor issue, every like mechanical vibration that normally goes completely undetected. It will now be, oh, it's happening again every time. And well, let's just hope he finds the lights, the rain light switch before too long. Of course, what we don't know, one would assume, but what we don't know is whether they have pit-to-car communication on these as well.
That was my next question for you. So I'm
no
I
idea.
don't know, and if you don't know, then I definitely don't know. But if they don't have radio communication, then how are they going to tell him that he needs to switch that rain light on? It won't be an easy thing to communicate with something like a pit board, for example. So there might still be a sting in the tail of this race. The message has disappeared from the timing screen now, saying that the rain light needs to be put on. Now, is that because they've deemed that the track has dried and technically he doesn't need the wet rain light, or is that because they're now considering that they've given him sufficient warning, and perhaps a penalty at team manager car 44, I should have known, is being told to report to race control. That is team manager, Michael. You don't have to come back into the pit lane. Your team manager is being sent to race control. Well, quite what that's for at this point, I'll be honest, I've lost track, but some other indiscretion could lead potentially to another penalty.
The meeting subject will be that the commentator is out of yellow characters and now needs some help. We can just keep rolling down The Simpsons, so Seymour Skinner, the number 22 car. What I will say, it's not just the rain light though, is it? Because Stromstead is running around there without any headlights on at all, or tail lights for that matter. And it is getting dark as well. Of course, the race has been pushed back owing to the rain, the deluge that we had earlier on in the day. And it is getting to a point now as well where I suspect race control would like all of your lights on. Morton will need to get that sorted as well, I suspect.
Yes, I'll be honest, I half expected that message to read car 24 reports race control.
Yeah.
Not yet got to that point, have we? But yeah, there you are. No headlights at all, no rear lights. And as he accelerates out of the left-hander towards the end of the lap, the brake lights are functioning. That's something. Not that there's anyone that close behind him, but no rain lights or headlights. It's a little bit gloomy out there. It's not maybe quite as dark as some of the camera angles would have you believe, but race control, I'm sure, would rather this car was running fully lit. Literally fully lit as opposed to metaphorically. And
I was wondering.
They may well decide to do something about that. We'll have to wait and see. For now, though, Morton continues on his way. And what's the lap time? It's a 2-minute 20.8. So he is getting a little bit slower. No doubt driving with one or two distractions, though, as you quite rightly said. The green and yellow car turns into the first corner and begins its 14th lap of the race.
Shades of 92 Lotus F1 car about this livery, aren't there? I was just puzzling over that specific kind of configuration of green and yellow. Not quite the aerodynamic, but the proportions, the percentages of yellow to green. It's like, yeah, it's a bit 92 Lotus. Of course, the dying days of the Lotus Formula One company, although they did live on a little bit longer as Pacific for 1 year and what can only be called a branding exercise. So then, Morton Stromstead runs down to the first corner, and of course, a fifth corner of the lap, I should say. And of course, we briefly touch on Formula One. This place will be a Formula One venue again from next year. 2-year deal signed for 2027 and 2028, which means that yet another, let's call it impending Formula One venue, is on the Winter Series calendar. And not just the Winter Series calendar, but also the race tests and also the endless summer, the track day program. And quite frankly, if you're a track day, if you're a car enthusiast that's maybe not so much into the actual racing but just wants to experience some of these leading venues, that pull of it's a Formula One track means so much. And I suspect that already probably one of the most popular bookings of all, Portimão, is going to be even harder over next winter to get for the endless summer dates, purely because it's an F1 circuit again.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, it's always been a popular circuit to come and visit and drive anyway. But yeah, that extra little bit of sparkle that you get by being able to say that it's a Formula One venue is going to return. Of course, it did host Grand Prix for a little while, didn't it, around the COVID era, but really nice to see it back, and nice to have Portugal back on the Formula One calendar. I know it's sort of replacing another European race, but in a world in which European races are vastly outnumbered by non-European races, it's nice to have a country like Portugal, which has always been a motorsport supporting country, and with their rallying and circuit racing and indeed street racing heritage. It is, as in street course racing, I should say, not unofficially unlicensed races between sets of traffic lights, I should stress.
Fast and Furious, Lisbon. Yeah.
There's an idea. But no, nice to have it back on the calendar, and what a great circuit to come and see a Formula One car full tilt. That must be quite special.
No, absolutely. The Franzen car comes down to turn 5. Just looking at the gaps, yeah, he is thoroughly on his own island, isn't he? 90 seconds behind second place and a lap clear of Hove. So yeah, very lonely race for him to continue on that thought, though, the street racing, of course. There's still very much an active street race here in Portugal, the Villarreal circuit, which is still on the TCR World Tour calendar, and indeed the Iberian Supercars calendar as well. And that's the illustration of that crest at turn, coming out of turn 8 that I was talking about. It really does get loose if you try and steer and apply throttle at the same time, especially in those slippery conditions. It's very likely that it can snap underneath you.
Yeah, that's the challenge of this place, isn't it? The drivers do refer to it occasionally, the fact that there are lots of ups and downs, but at the top of the up, before you go down, there's the crest, and that's where the car gets very light and so easy to spin the rear wheels, or in a front-wheel drive car, generate a little bit of understeer, possibly. Not that we have any of those here this weekend, but certainly a handful, regardless what you're driving, and in the wet particularly, when the contact patch with the tarmac is reduced even further. It's why we see drivers really having to work hard behind the wheel.
Now, when we have those onboard shots there, that means that for a moment, potentially there's an inkling of a moment off for our camera crew around the circuit here, although they all do always shoot anyway in case, of course, something happens. But we should really shout out our camera crew, our marshals, and everyone trackside today in particular. This has not been the day to be in one of the outside jobs in the motorsport industry. Some of them are even up on scaffolds, so they're quite a long way up. It was very windy and very rainy, so credit goes out to the alphalive crew for sticking it out in these very, very tricky conditions. For the photographers, for the videographers around the circuit as well, no more pleasant. I'm sure that Emilio Petrovic, Laurie Southern, Phil Hay, that's our videography, photography team, have been getting blown around the facility in no uncertain terms. If someone hasn't lost their media vest, then I'm sure there's still time for it to happen. That would be a novel cause of a safety car. But yeah, in all sincerity, and of course to the voluntary marshals out there on the circuit, everyone who's got that lack of shelter to their job today has been doing a magnificent effort, and especially to our marshals, of course, who make motorsport completely possible. Without it, it just wouldn't happen. We thank them for sticking it out in what has been an unpredictable day. We weren't sure how much racing we'd get at one point. We weren't sure whether it would be wet, dry, monsoon, Largo. Every option was on the table at various points. 2.5 minutes left to go in this race, and Morten Stromsted thankfully hasn't had any repetition of that problem that we saw earlier on. We were kind of, whenever you see a car control alt delete, if you don't immediately come in, you often see it happen again. And thankfully, while he hasn't fired the lights back onto the car, he has at the very least kept the car running underneath him. And it looks as if Stromsted and Shaw are on course for a sweep of the inaugural weekend in the Sports Prototype Winter Series. We've still got one more lap to do. He will cross the line to begin the final lap of the race this time by. Of course, here at Portimão, we're in a fairly remote location, realistically. It's a little bit of a drive from the eponymous Portimão. It's more of a drive from Faro and some of the other populous areas in this region of Portugal. Not the same can be said, though, for Valencia. The Circuit Ricardo Tormo, it's, yes, on the edge of the city, but it is pretty close to a major city, and that always means we have great attendance. We had 10,000 people in 2024. This time around in 2026, it's going to far exceed that. We have the Spanish car culture automotive festival feel going on with the good guys down at Rue, who are bringing hundreds of display cars, lots of displays of all things automotive. I'm sure there'll be quite a lot of trade stands and indeed live music, and I've been told some very good food. I volunteer for that VT. But there will be a lot to see and do there, and if you're a spectator, there is still, of course, a chance to go and purchase tickets on winter-series.racing. And if you're a competitor at the same link, winter-series.racing, you might still be able to submit a last-minute entry, certainly for the Sports Prototype Winter Series. If you are a prototype driver, again, not an LMP3, I'm afraid, but just about any other prototype can compete. And the circumstances in which he will be competing, I'm sure will be very, very impressive. I'm not sure how many numbers we're fully expecting yet for spectators on the ground, but I would say well into the 5 figures. It's going to be a real motorsport festival, and we just so happen to have the honour of providing the racing action on the track. So if you fancy driving in front of a quite significant live audience, probably exceeding the size of your local football stadia, then do pop along and join us for what will be a brilliant day's racing, either as a fan or indeed, if you're lucky enough to have a car like this, as a driver. Morten Stromstedt and Sebastian Scholl have very much enjoyed their driving so far. Yes, Franzen, took me 3 goes. Yes, Franzen finally has some company on the final lap of the race. He's going to have Morten Stromstedt just about reaching, I think, before the checkered flag. But it's not all gone to the script for Stromstedt and Scholl. They have, however, ended up exactly where they were about 2 hours ago in the first race.
Indeed so, with actually a bigger winning margin this afternoon, despite the stoppage that they had where they dropped 20-odd seconds when the car pulled over at the side of the road here at the final turn. But Morten Stromstedt, no such issues in the closing stage of the race, moves his way through the final corner and heads for the checkered flag.
Absolutely. Out of the final corner, it will be a double win for the 24 for Sunder Motorworks. And as the rain starts to fall once again on what has been a day that just refuses to quit, Morten Stromstedt and Sebastian Scholl claim the race win. Yes, Fransden follows across the line to claim 3rd overall, and a few corners from home, Diego D'Ambra will also be out there on the track. I imagine still probably fighting arms full of opposite lock, although in these wet conditions, maybe he's just slowing down enough to reach the checkered flag in 2nd place. We ride on board here through the final corner. I suspect, yes, look at that absolute minimal steering input as the rain starts to fall once again. Doesn't want to take any undue risks. Powers out of the final corner. Oh, well, he does take the undue risk of taking the curb on corner exit. All the same, comes across the line and takes what will be 2nd position in the race. Diego D'Ambra then in P2, and the 4th place car should be across the line shortly thereafter. Michael Hove will come across the line shortly. At least we hope so, because it has been a very tumultuous race for the SPV car, and sure enough, there it is. Comes out of the 3rd last corner for the final time. And after, what, 4 visits to the pit lane? Yes, 4 visits to the pit lane, including the mandatory pit stop. Michael Hove will be, I think, looking back at some of the tape and checking that firstly the penalties were justified and what he needs to do to not have them again, but still wanting to reach the checkered flag, maximises minutes here at this fabulous Autodrome International do Algarve. And indeed, the SPV car in a livery bearing tribute to Jake the dog, final yellow character of the broadcast, comes across the line to finish in 4th overall as a deluge once again hits the main straight. You can see how much wetter it's gotten just since the leader crossed the line. Again, the weather really has not let up for us on this day, and you can see how gloomy and dark it is now as well. We really did use the very last of the light there as the clouds now circle over us. We're expecting quite a lot of wind and rain this evening, but the forecast suggests that the skies should yield better results or better conditions for everybody in the Sunday. And that will be the 3rd race, of course, of the Formula Winter Series kicking us off. And then the big one, the main event, the 6 hours of Portimão, the 2nd edition of that race, with a bigger entry list, with a really interesting mix of teams in the GT3 class, which means the overall battle should be one to pay a lot of attention to. But for the sports prototypes, today was their 1 day of racing. That is part of the intention of the format, to create something where you can get your racing done in a single day, to bring down the costs of bringing your crew with you, etc., etc. And hopefully in future years, with a bit more advance notice for the teams, we can have better and more diverse grids with many different types of prototypes on the Sports Prototype Winter Series grid. Morten Stromsted and Sebastian Scholl taking a second consecutive victory then of the weekend. I believe they will be with us as well for Valencia. And it remains to be seen whether they could maybe, just maybe, sweep the entire season. I can't think of a Winter Series campaign where someone has swept the season, so that would be a little bit of history if they can do it, but we might be getting ahead of ourselves because perhaps there may be a couple of extra cars to consider by the time we get to Valencia. The conditions are pretty poor. I imagine that Izzy, Morten Stromsted and Sebastian Scholl will be seeking shelter for the interview. As you can probably hear, I have a tin roof over my head, and boy oh boy, is the rain coming down. I don't think a single shot has ever summarized a day quite as much as that one. Look at the rain just pelting down. Of course, the day's racing was delayed by rain around lunchtime. And it's been looming for a majority of the day since then. It almost became dry again for the Formula Winter Series race. And then, of course, there was a little bit of a cloud burst. And, well, we end the day with a firm and full-on shower. Let's go down to the pits. Izzy has found a little bit of shelter for her and her race winners.
Yeah, they are alongside me, our race winners in race 1 and race 2, Sebastian and Morten. Sebastian, I'll start with you first. I mean, it's been a perfect weekend, really, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We've just came with a target to perfect our driver swaps and be ready to for the Radical Cup Europe season. And yeah, it was just a nice bonus to get the 2 wins.
Well, you brought it home, but for a minute there, it looked like you weren't going to bring it home. Just tell us what happened.
No, at this time it wasn't the driver thing. It was we had a sensor issue, so it was only allowing second gear. So it was like either I could try and go home with 80 kilometers. I was just counting time, so I had to. I think I had to stop and reset it, and luckily still had the sensor issue. But then I was keeping revs low, and we survived home.
Were you worried that you weren't going to make it?
Oh, I don't worry, but we do what we do.
Well, you did a perfect job this weekend. Go and enjoy it on the podium and try and stay out of this rain. Congratulations, guys. Our final winners of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. The day of racing has come to an end. I think we just had to rescue an umbrella from a blowy end. Morten Stromsted wins the race here in the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Diego D'Ambra finishes in second position. Yes, Franzen a lap down in third. And Michael Hove in the SPV car. Certainly somewhat of a despicable performance from the Despicable Me car, at least in the eyes of the stewards. So, as the rain hammers down, let's take a look at the highlights. Oh, it looks so dry in hindsight as this race got underway. It was once again to be a drag race between Sebastian Scholl and Michael Hove. Hove this time did not get the same kind of run down the main straight in the yellow car that we were expecting him to have. And indeed, Scholl moved into an early lead. Not only that, but we saw a shift into second place from Steven Berntsen. Yes, Franzen was on the move as well. Franzen, who spent a good 15-20 minutes fighting the 44 of Hove last time, did not take as long to find his way past the yellow car this time around, was very quickly on the case against the 44, and indeed just a few corners further on the first lap of the race, we would see the move unfold. Was coming out of turn 8 where Franzen just had more confidence, got the throttle down quicker and moved up into third position. And then unfortunately Michael Hove would start to receive a deluge of penalties, not unlike the deluge now taking over the Autodromo Internacional do Algarve. Firstly, it was for leaving the pits for the sighting lap while there was still a red light at the end of pit lane. There would then be a second penalty handed out for starting in the wrong position on the rolling start. And then as he came in for the stop, he also had the team, or as he came in for this second drive-through, they also just slightly worked on the car by ripping the detaching number board off the car. And they didn't actually receive a penalty for that. They would visit the pits again, not just for their mandatory stop, but also just drive through in case the crew at pit race control decided that was worth a penalty. For the record, they never did decide that that would be worth a penalty, simply ripping off a little bit of sticker. The 24 car taken over by Morten Stromsted. And Stromsted would take over a comfortable advantage from Sebastian Shaw. However, the car was slow, as we heard from Morten Stromsted after the race in the interviews. It was stuck in second gear. There was a sensor issue with the car, so he had to pull over, Control, Alt and Delete on that car. And the 24 machine would have to be rebooted manually by its driver. So he rebooted the car at the penalty loop section, turn 14, and thankfully the problem didn't rear its ugly head again, at least fully. He kept the revs low to make sure the car would stay underneath him and to make sure that indeed he could drive to the checkered flag, which he did so. Not before, though, the 44 came in for its self-imposed drive-through just to make sure that it did not incur any further penalties. For Stromsted, and indeed for Sebastian Shaw, it would be a race victory in the number 24 Sunda Motorworks Radical. A solid drive from both parties. Despite mechanical issues, they claimed the race win ahead of Diego Diambra and co-driver Stephen Bernson. Yes, Franzen rounding out the podium, and Michael Hove finishing as well in 4th position. All Radicals for the first event of the Sports Prototype Winter Series. Let's see what joins the grid. Hopefully, some more exciting cars, some more exciting prototypes in a week's time at Valencia. So you see there the podium alight. Izzy, back to you downstairs though.
Well, as the rain continues to bucket down here in the pit lane, it does bring it to an end. Our coverage for the day, it's been quite the day for the teams and drivers to deal with. The weather has been some of the craziest weather I think I have ever seen. But the good news is we go again tomorrow. One final race for the Formula Winter Series. And then, of course, it is the big one, the 6 hours of Portimão. That getting underway at 11 o'clock. We will be live from 9 a.m. though. Make sure you join us then. Goodbye for now.
We are racing in the Formula Winter Series for the second weekend. 1.3 seconds and it does get a mighty run outside of the final corner.